Upon returning to the Carrington family, Ming reverted to her original name, Rahis. After 3 years of diligent study, the 11-year-old received a letter delivered by an owl, marking the commencement of her journey to Hogwarts. No matter who it is, a child born unexpectedly, not conceived from love, is a burden to anyone. In a moment of recognition, the two, one large and one small, unexpectedly beheld their reflections in each other's eyes. Severus. Rahis. Severus, he knows? Rahis. Should I admit that I know? Chapter 266. Confiscation. Severus's speed surpassed what Rahis had anticipated, rivaling even that of young Barty. Remarkably, Severus had barely returned to school for 2 days. Rahis stumbled upon the complaints of the little eagle and the badgers in the bustling CP group. The everlasting god of celery. Who will intervene with Umbridge? She confiscated my novel. The key point is that I wasn't even reading it during class. I merely took it out in the corridor after class, and she seized it as she passed by. Is the fruit delicious? Brother, my condolences. Want to read and write? Condolences, my foot. We must resist her. What's for dinner tonight? Brother, share your story. Want to read and write? I painstakingly finished my manuscript, and before I could even make a copy, she snatched it away. She even deducted points and put me in detention. I absolutely love dragons. Which CP were you writing about? Want to read and write? Of course, my favorite, Dumbledore and Grindelwald. I absolutely love dragons. I absolutely love dragons. What was she thinking? Eagle writing furiously. Wait, how did she manage to confiscate your manuscript? Want to read and write? It was an utterly mundane afternoon, and I, in my mundane state, was by the Black Lake, basking in the sun, nibbling on cookies and writing. Just as I finally completed it, she sprang from behind and snatched it away. Eagle writing furiously. Got it that I won't write in public anymore to prevent mine from being confiscated. Eating watermelon. She confiscated manuscripts? Suddenly, I feel like I'm not the most unfortunate one, having had 3 taken from me. Want to try everything. By the way, when did she start confiscating our novels? Eating watermelon. I had mine taken this morning. The everlasting god of celery. Mine was confiscated yesterday at noon. Want to read and write? I just had mine taken. Sweet osmanthus cake extra osmanthus. Mine was last night. Hot pot only needs spicy. Mine was yesterday at noon. The badger who loves spicy pepper. Mine was yesterday morning. That wretched woman confiscated 5 of mine. Is the fruit delicious? I had mine taken last night. Want to try everything? Alright, the earliest was yesterday morning. Let's ask around and see if anyone else has an earlier time. Wanna read and write? Sure, I'll go ask our Ravenclaws. The badger who loves spicy pepper. I'll handle the Hufflepuffs. Want to try everything? Then I'll take care of our Slytherins. Want to read and write? We still need to check with Gryffindor. Surely there's a Gryffindor in the group? Don't they enjoy reading this? Learning is my destiny. I'll take charge of Gryffindor as the fruit delicious. So there are Gryffindors in this group, but why don't you speak up more? Given your personalities, you shouldn't be this reserved. What's for dinner tonight? Also, your nickname seems to indicate a Ravenclaw. Do you enjoy impersonating other students? Learning is my destiny. No, I'm just simply driven mad by owls lately. Learning is my destiny. As for not speaking up, I just feel that my contributions might disrupt the group's atmosphere, so we agreed not to speak unless necessary. I absolutely love dragons, so there are self-aware individuals in Gryffindor after all. Outside the screen, Hermione, disguised as a member of the CP army to inquire about knowledge points in defense against the dark arts, frantically sought to contribute to the conversation. Yet upon seeing Draco's messages, she nearly lost her composure and wanted to give him a punch in person. Taking a deep breath, Hermione continued to engage in the chat. Learning is my destiny. The focal point seems to be less about our Gryffindors and more about the confiscation of our books. I'll go inquire with others. I absolutely love dragons. I certainly know where the focus lies. I was merely commenting casually among the 4 houses. Gryffindor bore the lightest burden, as only a small fraction of girls had an affinity for this genre. Thus, as the head girl, Hermione swiftly obtained the answers and shared them in the group. However, her involvement was not for the sake of fanfiction but rather to comprehend Umbridge's true intentions, strategizing to counter her. Even if she could not be toppled, Hermione was determined to make her suffer. After all, Umbridge had become increasingly exasperating, not only obstructing their studies but also constantly targeting Harry. Learning is my destiny. The confiscation of fanfiction in Gryffindor occurred yesterday morning, but prior to that, Umbridge had confiscated some other items, all of which were mere prankish trinkets. Want to read and write? Slytherin has not yet faced any confiscations. Want to read and write? Our Ravenclaw's earliest was this morning. The badger who loves spicy pepper. Our Hufflepuff's earliest was yesterday morning. Want to try everything? Alright, we've cracked the case. Yesterday morning was the earliest timestamp. Now we need to find out what transpired yesterday morning. Want to read and write. Indeed, for in the past she paid us no mind when we read novels, so the problem must have arisen yesterday morning. Want to read and write. Learning is my destiny. The badger who loves spicy pepper. Could you please find out which fanfiction was confiscated yesterday morning and in what state it was taken? The badger who loves spicy pepper. The earliest confiscation among us Hufflepuffs was mine. She took 5 of the latest releases from me. I'm a fan of all genres, so I bought them all. The badger who loves spicy pepper. As for her state, she seemed rather unhinged. Learning is my destiny. The first book we had confiscated was titled The Romance of Grindelwald and Dumbledore. Our little lion found her class exceedingly dull, and had been quietly reading it beneath the desk when she unexpectedly caught him. Learning is my destiny. The confiscation itself was tolerable, but according to that little lion, Umbridge read the book on the podium after taking it and became very angry. The badger who loves spicy pepper. I know that book. It depicts Grindelwald in a fit of rage on behalf of his beloved, unable to tolerate Umbridge causing trouble on Dumbledore's territory, and he decisively dealt with her fiercely. Protecting his partner. I absolutely love dragons. I recall that scene. I even applauded it at the time. Surely she wouldn't irrationally confiscate our novels just because of that? Want to read and write. We've solved the mystery. Though I hesitate to admit it, that is indeed the reason she began to irrationally confiscate our novels. Upon returning to the Carrington family, Ming reverted to her original name, Rahis. After 3 years of diligent study, the 11-year-old received a letter delivered by an owl, marking the commencement of her journey to Hogwarts. No matter who it is, a child born unexpectedly, not conceived from love, is a burden to anyone. In a moment of recognition, the two, one large and one small, unexpectedly beheld their reflections in each other's eyes. Severus. Loxis. Severus. Knows. Rahis, should I admit that I know? Chapter 266, Confiscation. Severus's speed surpassed what Rahis had anticipated, rivaling even that of young Barty. Remarkably, Severus had barely returned to school for 2 days. Rahis stumbled upon the complaints of the little eagle and the badgers in the bustling CP group. The everlasting god of celery. Who will intervene with Umbridge? She confiscated my novel. The key point is that I wasn't even reading it during class. I merely took it out in the corridor after class, and she seized it as she passed by. Is the fruit delicious? Brother, my condolences. Want to read and write. Condolences, my foot. We must resist her. What as for dinner tonight? Brother, share your story. Want to read and write. I painstakingly finished my manuscript, and before I could even make a copy, she snatched it away. She even deducted points and put me in detention. I absolutely love dragons. Which CP were you writing about? Want to read and write. Of course, my favorite, Dumbledore and Grindelwald. I absolutely love dragons. I absolutely love dragons. What was she thinking? Eagle writing furiously. Wait, how did she manage to confiscate your manuscript? Want to read and write. It was an utterly mundane afternoon, and I, in my mundane state, was by the Black Lake, basking in the sun, nibbling on cookies and writing. Just as I finally completed it, she sprang from behind and snatched it away. Eagle writing furiously. Got it. I won't write in public anymore to prevent mine from being confiscated. Eating watermelon. She confiscated manuscripts? Suddenly, I feel like I'm not the most unfortunate one, having had 3 taken from me. Want to try everything. By the way, when did she start confiscating our novels? Eating watermelon. I had mine taken this morning. The everlasting god of celery. Mine was confiscated yesterday at noon. Want to read and write. I just had mine taken. Sweet osmanthus cake extra osmanthus. Mine was last night. Hot pot only needs spicy. Mine was yesterday at noon. The badger who loves spicy pepper. Mine was yesterday morning. That wretched woman confiscated 5 of mine. Is the fruit delicious? I had mine taken last night. Want to try everything? Alright, the earliest was yesterday morning. Let us ask around and see if anyone else has an earlier time. Want to read and write? Sure, I'll go ask our Ravenclaws. The badger who loves spicy pepper. I'll handle the Hufflepuffs. Want to try everything? Then I'll take care of our Slytherins. Want to read and write? We still need to check with Gryffindor. Surely there's a Gryffindor in the group? Don't they enjoy reading this? Learning is my destiny. I'll take charge of Gryffindor. Is the fruit delicious? So there are Gryffindors in this group, but why don't you speak up more? Given your personalities, you shouldn't be this reserved. What as for dinner tonight? Also, your nickname seems to indicate a Ravenclaw. Do you enjoy impersonating other students? Learning is my destiny. No, I'm just simply driven mad by owls lately. Learning is my destiny. As for not speaking up, I just feel that my contributions might disrupt the group's atmosphere, so we agreed not to speak unless necessary. I absolutely love dragons. So there are self-aware individuals in Gryffindor after all. Outside the screen, Hermione. disguised as a member of the CP army to inquire about knowledge points in defense against the dark arts, frantically sought to contribute to the conversation. Yet upon seeing Draco's messages, she nearly lost her composure and wanted to give him a punch in person. Taking a deep breath, Hermione continued to engage in the chat. Learning is my destiny. The focal point seems to be less about our Gryffindors and more about the confiscation of our books. I'll go inquire with others. I absolutely love dragons. I certainly know where the focus lies. I was merely commenting casually. Among the 4 houses, Gryffindor bore the lightest burden, as only a small fraction of girls had an affinity for this genre. Thus, as the head girl, Hermione swiftly obtained the answers and shared them in the group. However, her involvement was not for the sake of fanfiction, but rather to comprehend Umbridge's true intentions, strategizing to counter her. Even if she could not be toppled, Hermione was determined to make her suffer. After all, Umbridge had become increasingly exasperating, not only obstructing their studies but also constantly targeting Harry. Learning is my destiny. The confiscation of fanfiction in Gryffindor occurred yesterday morning, but prior to that, Umbridge had confiscated some other items, all of which were mere prankish trinkets. Want to read and write? Slytherin has not yet faced any confiscations. Want to read and write? Our Ravenclaw's earliest was this morning. The Badger who loves spicy pepper. Our Hufflepuff's earliest was yesterday morning. Want to try everything? Alright, we've cracked the case. Yesterday morning was the earliest timestamp. Now we need to find out what transpired yesterday morning. Want to read and write? Indeed, for in the past she paid us no mind when we read novels. So the problem must have arisen yesterday morning. Want to read and write? Learning is my destiny. The Badger who loves spicy pepper. Could you please find out which fanfiction was confiscated yesterday morning, and in what state it was taken? The Badger who loves spicy pepper. The earliest confiscation among us Hufflepuffs was mine. She took 5 of the latest releases from me. I'm a fan of all genres, so I bought them all. The Badger who loves spicy pepper. As for her state, she seemed rather unhinged. Learning is my destiny. The first book we had confiscated was titled The Romance of Grindelwald and Dumbledore. Our little lion found her class exceedingly dull, and had been quietly reading it beneath the desk, when she unexpectedly caught him. Learning is my destiny. The confiscation itself was tolerable, but according to that little lion, Umbridge read the book on the podium after taking it, and became very angry. The Badger who loves spicy pepper. I know that book. It depicts Grindelwald in a fit of rage on behalf of his beloved, unable to tolerate Umbridge causing trouble on Dumbledore's territory, and he decisively dealt with her, fiercely protecting his partner. I absolutely love dragons. I recall that scene. I even applauded it at the time. Surely she wouldn't irrationally confiscate our novels just because of that? Want to read and write? We've solved the mystery. Though I hesitate to admit it, that is indeed the reason she began to irrationally confiscate our novels. Chapter 267, The Resurrection Stone. In light of her current obsession with seizing any written material that crosses her path, it is evident that she is exceedingly irate, and it appears unlikely that she will relinquish her confiscation efforts anytime soon. Badger who has a penchant for spicy peppers. What shall we do about our books then? Osmanthus cake with extra osmanthus. Indeed, what shall we do about our books? Eagle who writes with fervor. It seems we must exercise restraint and conceal our books well, lest she discovers them. Chocolate must be sweeter. Ah, does this mean we cannot read openly and freely? Watermelon eater. Which is more crucial? The books or the ability to read them openly? Chocolate must be sweeter. Sigh. I adore dragons. By the way, why do you not simply rebel against her, rather than resorting to furtive reading? Eagle, who writes with fervor. Regardless of her actions, she is still a professor, and we are no match for her. I adore dragons. Yet that does not preclude us from resisting, does it? We cannot simply concede because she holds the title of professor. In light of the potential consequences of her deducting points or imposing confinement upon us, due to her standing with our parents, the formation of the Umbridge resistance has been hindered for the time being. However, our collective disdain for Umbridge continues to grow, and it is merely a matter of time before we unite against her irrational onslaught. Meanwhile, during the interim as we await Dumbledore's intervention, Loxis has successfully completed the extraction of all Horcruxes in collaboration with Grindelwald. Each precious artifact has been preserved amidst the toxic venom of the basilisk, and the choice of fiery destruction. In the face of these valuable items, Loxis seized the resurrection stone from Grindelwald, who had been toying with it. Loxis, I shall borrow this for now, Gellert. I will return it once I am finished. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow. You chose not to simply claim it for yourself? Loxis shrugged indifferently. Am I that sort of person? Truly. Grindelwald regarded Loxis with exasperation. Are you not? Loxias retorted defiantly. Certainly not. I could have simply awaited the moment you relinquished it. But why would I go out of my way to provoke you over an object that holds no true value for me? Grindelwald. Why do you assume you could inherit my possessions? Loxias shot back mercilessly. If not me, then whom? Do you believe Dumbledore would trust such a perilous artifact to Ariana? Do you still plan to create a little Grindelwald with Dumbledore at this age? Has Ariana made her intentions clear to you? Grindelwald. Sometimes having a particularly clever apprentice can be troublesome. Grindelwald took a deep breath. Leave. Loxias, maintaining her unyielding demeanor, continued, but this is my home. Grindelwald paused, then rolled up his sleeves. It seems I must assess your progress. Loxias, filled with enthusiasm. Bring it on. It has been a while since we last sparred, and I am curious if I can match you after my third awakening. The outcome, as expected, was Loxias being soundly defeated, though her injuries were not as severe as before. Loxias rubbed her sore arm. This is unexpected. I can sense my magical prowess is at least equal to yours. How did I still lose? Grindelwald leaned against the wall, panting heavily. He had to concede that Loxias had made some progress, and he was indeed aging. Nevertheless, he could still easily best her. Once he regained his composure, Grindelwald resumed his role as her mentor, explaining, I have long told you that magical power alone does not determine victory in wizard duels. You are currently too well protected by your companions and lack the necessary combat experience. It is entirely reasonable that you cannot prevail against me. Loxias, very well. I shall seek you out for further duels in the future. Grindelwald. Perhaps you should consider finding a different teacher instead. Loxias took the resurrection stone and headed towards the exit. I shall take my leave. Do as you wish. Unable to leave Carrington Castle, Loxias did not stray far, but lingered before the fireplace in the hall. Coincidentally, today was Friday, the day Snape returned. Upon spotting Snape, Loxias rushed to greet him. Snape regarded Loxias with bemusement. What troubles you, Loxias? Are you so bored alone in the house? Loxias shook her head and handed him the resurrection stone. Snape. Is this the Horcrux we retrieved from the Gaunt residence? Loxias. Indeed, Gellert and I have extracted the soul fragments. It is now merely a resurrection stone. No longer a Horcrux of anyone's. Snape, having heard of the stone's capabilities, which allow one to glimpse the souls of the deceased, contemplated the resurrection stone. Loxias, take it, father. Do you not have someone you wish to see? A flicker of struggle crossed Snape's face, but he ultimately accepted the resurrection stone from Loxias. He truly wished to see Lily once more, if only to utter an apology. Snape, thank you, Loxias. Loxias, no need for thanks, father. With that, Snape retreated to his room, seeking a quiet, undisturbed space to apologize to Lily and bid her farewell. Loxias called after him. Father, I shall await your return for dinner. Snape responded as he walked away. Very well. Once in his room, Snape cast protective charms to ensure solitude. He then began to use the resurrection stone. He beheld Lily, apologizing for his harsh words, for the term mudblood, and for revealing the prophecy to Voldemort. Lily, if your apology pertains to your careless words, rest assured, I have long forgiven you. If it concerns the prophecy, Severus, I must confess that I find it difficult to forgive you, for it has separated me from my child. However, I have ultimately decided to forgive you, as you have recognized your mistakes and endeavored to atone for them. Furthermore, after leaving school and all that has transpired, I am no longer as naive. Even in your absence, James's and my deaths were inevitable. Chapter 268. The Stitching Together. Snape hung his head, sorrow etched upon his features, as he unexpectedly received Lily's forgiveness. Yet he remained eternally separated from his friend, the one he loved, due to his own missteps. Snape buried his face in his hands, his voice thick with emotion. I am so sorry, Lily. Lily's gaze was gentle, as warm as it had been in the days before their rift. Lily, it is all right. Severus. After a lengthy silence, Snape's emotions gradually stabilized, with Lily watching silently by his side, as she had done in countless moments before. Snape raised his gaze to Lily once more, promising, I will protect Harry. Lily spoke from the depths of her heart. Thank you. If it's possible, Severus, look ahead. As a friend, I wish for your happiness in the days to come. Snape replied, I will. By the way, you may not know, but I have a daughter, the same age as Harry. Her name is Loxias. Lily smiled gently. She is essentially Minerva, isn't she? Snape inquired, you know? Lily responded, I saw it. A hint of embarrassment crossed Snape's face as he admitted, she can be quite mischievous. Lily remarked, children at that age tend to be so. Harry is no exception. Is he? He even goes on nightly escapades. Compared to Harry, Minerva is rather well behaved. Snape conceded, true, but Loxias also sneaks out at night. However, I've been discreetly following her, ensuring she doesn't incur any penalties. An awkward silence enveloped them, until Lily broke the stillness. Severus, if you could, would you allow me to see Harry one more time? Snape assented, very well, I shall. Their conversation did not linger long. As Snape promptly made his appearance at the dining table, Loxias, observing the subtle shifts in her father's expression, discerned that their discussion had gone well. At the very least, he had apologized and received forgiveness. Father, it appears you and Lily had a pleasant chat, Loxias remarked. Indeed, Snape affirmed. Loxias, Lily wishes to see Harry again. So I would like to borrow your resurrection stone for a moment, Snape stated. Initially, Loxias was inclined to agree, but a moment's reflection brought to mind the nature of the resurrection stone, and its implications regarding Harry, whose mind now seemed linked with Voldemort's. Learning how to shield his thoughts appeared to be quite a challenge for him. While I would love to comply, Father, you cannot allow Harry to come into contact with the resurrection stone. At least not at this juncture, Loxias insisted. Snape inquired, why not? Loxias hesitated before revealing, well, there's something I've kept from you, something you might find difficult to accept. A sense of foreboding washed over Snape. What is it? After much deliberation, Loxias finally divulged the grim truth. Harry is one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Snape instinctively tightened his grip on the fork he held. After a brief pause, he asked, what did you say? With a twinge of reluctance, Loxias reiterated, Harry is indeed one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. In that instant, Snape's mind went blank. He had just promised Lily to safeguard Potter's life, only to be confronted with the revelation that Potter was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Did this mean Potter had to die? When had he become a Horcrux? What role had Dumbledore played in this? Had he known all along? In a flash, Snape's thoughts spiraled, akin to a drowning man struggling against the depths, feeling suffocated. Understanding the gravity of this revelation for Snape, Loxias chose to share her visions of Harry's future. Father, you need not be overly distressed. Even if Harry is a Horcrux, in the future I have seen, he indeed survives and becomes an Auror, Loxias reassured him, taking his hand and revealing the vision of Harry defeating Voldemort, followed by glimpses of his life as an Auror. Upon witnessing this, Snape, now aware of the accuracy of Loxias's foresight, began to relax. Noticing this shift, Loxias decided to redirect his attention. To be honest, I prefer not to divulge too much about the future, she stated. Snape's curiosity was piqued. Why? Loxias met his gaze, replying directly. Because your ignorance prevents you from taking action, allowing me to seize the advantage through my foreseen future and ensure your survival. Snape was momentarily taken aback, before slowly coming to terms with her words. At that moment, all his concerns regarding Loxias fell into place. Then I die in that great battle? Snape inquired. Loxias lowered her gaze to her bowl, hesitant to meet his eyes. Yes, you perished before dawn for the sake of victory. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Snape sensed the sadness within Loxias. He rose, moved to her side, and sat on the chair beside her, enveloping her in a comforting embrace. It's all right, I am still alive, am I not? Loxias pouted, yes, but you must ensure you do not die again. I won tea, Snape reassured her. Yet, to be cautious, Loxias crafted a metaphorical heart-shaped armor. Honestly, Father, no matter what happens, you must find every way to survive. Not only for me but also for your own privacy. Snape looked momentarily puzzled. What do you mean? Loxias smiled wryly. In the future I foresaw, at the last moment. You entrusted your memories to Harry to aid him in achieving victory, and you know very well what kind of person he is. A sense of dread welled up within Snape. What did he do? Loxias replied, he publicly revealed your feelings for Lily, making it common knowledge. Snape's emotions churned as he grappled with the complexity of his feelings. The thought of his private life laid bare, rendering him a subject of public gossip and tabloid headlines, ignited a fury within him. Through gritted teeth he vowed, rest assured, for this alone, I would rise from the grave just to silence his tongue. Seeing her father genuinely incensed, Loxias felt reassured. For the sake of his privacy, he would indeed fight to survive. Chapter 269. A confession brings leniency. Once Snape's tumultuous emotions settled, his mind began to race with questions about other matters. Compared to Dumbledore or anyone else, his likelihood of obtaining answers from Loxias was considerably higher, and she would not deceive him. Thus, Snape chose to inquire further. So Loxias, do you know why Potter became a Horcrux? Loxias recounted the tale. It all began that fateful night. Lily cast a protective enchantment upon Harry using the magic of love, shielding him from the killing curse until he reached adulthood. When Voldemort murdered Lily, he intended to use the killing curse on Harry as well, but the spell rebounded due to Lily's magic, resulting in his demise. However, during this process, a fragment of Voldemort's soul was severed and latched onto Harry, making him a Horcrux. Snape pondered, so this was not a scheme orchestrated by Dumbledore? Loxias nodded. One might say it was a case of unfortunate circumstances. Even Voldemort himself was unaware of the existence of this Horcrux. Snape sighed, a mix of resignation and contemplation. It was indeed a case of unfortunate circumstances, but then a new thought struck him. Severus Snape, I recall that during this period, you have been collaborating with Grindelwald on the extraction of souls from Horcruxes. Given the success demonstrated with the Resurrection Stone, it stands to reason that you have achieved some measure of success. Therefore, are you capable of detaching the Horcrux from Potter? Rahis shook her head and replied candidly, I understand your intentions, Father, but I regret to inform you that neither I nor Gellert has delved into the study of souls. Furthermore, no wizard has yet comprehended the nature of the soul. Additionally, Headmaster Dumbledore has examined the matter, confirming that Voldemort's soul is indeed tethered to Harry's. This implies that any attempt to remove the fragment from Harry would inevitably disturb his very soul, which could easily lead to his demise. Snape, you intend to have Potter confront Voldemort, as foretold in your prophecy? Rahis, indeed, and we possess the 3 Deathly Hallows requisite for the prophecy. Following the prophecy's guidance, Harry's chance of survival far exceeds that of successfully extracting Voldemort's soul fragment from him. Snape closed his eyes, exhaling a heavy sigh. Upon reopening them, he turned his gaze toward Rahis. Her knowledge of the situation hinted at the concealment of numerous truths from him. Snape inquired, so my dear daughter, is there anything else you are withholding from your father? Rahis, slightly taken aback, responded, Father, must we change the subject so abruptly? Uncertain of how Snape had redirected the conversation towards her, Rahis felt the weight of his scrutiny, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Every slight irregularity in her demeanor did not escape Snape's keen perception. With a sardonic smile, Snape remarked, so you do harbor secrets from your father, do you? Rahis managed an awkward smile, conceding, perhaps a little. Snape crossed his arms, fixating his intense gaze upon her. If this pertains to the Dark Lord, I advise you to confess openly, for this shall be your final opportunity. Should I uncover further deceit, I trust you will comprehend the consequences. Rahis instinctively recoiled, attempting to distance herself from the oppressive atmosphere emanating from Snape. However, with Snape's relentless probing, she found herself with little option but to divulge the truth. All right, I shall tell you. It's not such a grave matter. I have placed a few of my own people beneath Voldemort. Snape's eyes narrowed slightly, such as? Rahis replied, Selwyn, young Barty, Parkinson, and Malfoy. At the mention of these names, Snape's lips twitched. So, it appeared that with the exception of himself, Voldemort had indeed been undermined by his own daughter? Excluding the lot in Azkaban, how many useful followers remained under Voldemort's command? Avery? Goyle? Crabbe? Not. Snape could scarcely recall a handful of Death Eaters still at large. Yet among them, none were as capable as Malfoy and young Barty. Goyle and Crabbe's families had even aligned themselves with the Malfoys during Voldemort's absence. This meant that Voldemort's truly effective followers had all been siphoned off by his daughter, leaving only those imprisoned in Azkaban. Moreover, it seemed that within Azkaban, only the Lestranges and Carrows possessed any noteworthy talent. Beyond that, Voldemort appeared devoid of competent wizards. Snape did not believe that anyone could emerge from such a harsh environment as Azkaban and become a formidable ally to Voldemort. Snape fell silent for a moment. So? You aspire to overthrow Voldemort and usurp his position? After some contemplation, Snape surmised that his daughter Rahis likely harbored ambitions that surpassed merely eliminating Voldemort, especially given her mentor's notorious reputation as Gellert Grindelwald. Snape, if that is indeed your intention, provided you do not emulate the Dark Lord's brutality and arbitrariness with the Killing Curse and the Cruciatus Curse, your father shall lend you his support. Rahis looked at him with bewilderment, puzzled by his peculiar thoughts. Father, have you been affected by today's revelations? Snape retorted bluntly. Your father possesses a greater capacity for acceptance than you might presume. Rahis. But why, father? Do you believe I wish to become the third Dark Lord? Snape. Perhaps it is because your subordinates appear to be more formidable than those under the Dark Lord? Roxis. Snape, by the way, how did you manage to win over the Malfoy family? As I understand it, Lucius is not one to easily acquiesce to such matters. Rahis. I merely showcased to him how arduous life is under Voldemort, specifically through Draco's experiences. Naturally, I also informed him of Voldemort's eventual downfall. Snape, I suspect you made other promises as well. Rahis, indeed, I pledged to provide them with protection to the best of my abilities and to safeguard Draco. Snape nodded in understanding. As a parent himself, he recognized that as long as one's child was well, all else could be negotiated. Chapter 270, Expulsion. Regarding Rahis' concealments, it would be disingenuous to claim that Snape was not perturbed. Thus, despite her earnest confessions, Rahis faced the consequences of her actions in the form of an avalanche of additional assignments. Rahis gazed at Snape in disbelief. Father, wasn't it agreed that honesty would be met with leniency? Snape, leniency does not equate to the absence of consequences. Loxis. Consequently, Rahis' life over the following week became increasingly arduous. Her domestic existence was burdened by the weight of excessive assignments, while her peers at school fared no better. This became evident to Rahis through the discussions in their group chat. I love dragons. I can no longer tolerate Umbridge. She truly confiscates every book in sight. She has taken 4 of mine. Has she lost her mind? Watermelon eater. Goodness, another victim added to the list. Want to read and write? You're still better off than I am. Want to read and write? I just had a manuscript confiscated by her. And all I wanted was to write a little fiction for some pocket money. Why is it so hard? 49. So now I read novels on my dormitory bed. I love dragons. Spicy hot pot. Can anyone claim to have suffered more than I? She confiscated all my books. All of them. Autumn. 49. So sister, what on earth happened to you? Spicy hot pot. It was a beautiful afternoon. I checked my schedule, and I had no classes while Umbridge did. In high spirits, I gathered all my books and went to a secluded, abandoned classroom. Spicy hot pot. I had no intentions beyond enjoying some quiet time to revisit my readings. Spicy hot pot. But I never anticipated that Umbridge would appear so unexpectedly, declaring her refusal to attend class. Autumn. So that day, outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, the figure fleeting past with a pile of books was you. Hot pot only needs to be spicy. So, is that how I was discovered? Just because I passed by the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom with a book in hand? No. Why was she looking outside during class? Learning is my destiny. When has she ever taught us? Aren't we always self-studying? Hot pot only needs to be spicy. I shouldn't have taken the easy route. Swift pen eagle. So, when will this monotonous routine come to an end? Learning is my destiny. Indeed, when will it end? I fear that if we continue self-studying, my OWL in Defense Against the Dark Arts will surely be unsatisfactory. Want to see and write. Your concerns have made me anxious about my Newt in 2 years. I feel that my Advanced Defense Against the Dark Arts class has been in vain. I would much prefer if our Defense Against the Dark Arts professor were the same as last time. At least we could learn something of substance. Badger loves spicy pepper. However, the discussions from Lemon Snowball and my beloved Lemon Snowball are still quite commendable. Why do you fixate on that fugitive? 7749. Their anxiety stems from the fact that, whether it be OWL or Newt, the Defense Against the Dark Arts course requires both theoretical knowledge and practical skills. Badger loves spicy pepper. Practical skills? Are we to wield wands to cast spells? 7749. Have you not researched the requirements for the exams you will face in the future? Badger loves spicy pepper. But I am only in my 3rd year. I thought there was still time. Learning is my destiny. I hope you encounter a more competent Defense Against the Dark Arts professor next year. I adore dragons. Speaking of Defense Against the Dark Arts professors, I suddenly recall what Lockhart mentioned to me. Our professors over the years have been rather unreliable. And upon reflection, that seems to hold true. What to eat tonight? How have they been unreliable? Speak openly. I am curious to hear. I adore dragons. For instance, my experience with the Defense Against the Dark Arts professors includes Quirrell, who was possessed by the Dark Lord in my 1st year, Lockhart in my 2nd year, who knew nothing but the Obliviate charm, the textbook content in my 3rd year, and a Death Eater who should have been in Azkaban in my 4th year. Now that we have finally reached 5th year, we have this situation. Swift pen eagle. Yet to be fair, the textbook content and the teachings from the Death Eater have indeed been quite enlightening. I have learned a considerable amount. Chocolate should be sweeter. However, I believe we ought not to risk our lives to attend this class. What to eat tonight? It is hard not to agree with your sentiment. Want to try everything. So, why do we not have a better Defense Against the Dark Arts professor? I adore dragons. I have heard it is because the Dark Lord once cursed this position. No one can last a full year in it. Which has led to increasingly eccentric professors. Want to try everything. Is that true? Do not frighten me. I adore dragons. I heard it from Lockhart. But she likely speaks the truth. My father has also heard such rumors. 7749. Then are we doomed? Cilantro is forever divine. On the bright side, at least this ensures Umbridge won't last a full year in this position. We need not endure her tyranny for that long. Want to see and write. Yet I can hardly bear a single day of it. Hot pot only needs to be spicy, neither can I. Learning is my destiny. I cannot either. I adore dragons. Nor can I. Watermelon eater. I cannot either. What to eat tonight? I cannot either. Badger loves spicy pepper. Then should we devise a way to expel her? Want to see and write. I believe that is feasible. Learning is my destiny. I wholeheartedly support that. I adore dragons. I support it as well. Swift pen eagle. Then we must devise a clever strategy to oust her. Badger loves spicy pepper. But how do we go about expelling her? Want to see and write. As it stands, either she must resign voluntarily, or she must be expelled. However, I believe the former is impossible, leaving only the latter as an option. Watermelon eater. But how can a professor be expelled? We have no experience in that regard. Autumn. That is indeed a question. I adore dragons. Originally, the Board of Governors could unite in a petition, but due to the Ministry of Magic's influence, that avenue is no longer viable. Learning is my destiny. May I inquire why? I adore dragons. Because she is backed by the Minister of Magic. Under these circumstances, unless she does something unforgivable, the Board of Governors will not act against her. Chapter 271. Solutions. Chocolate should be sweeter. I am curious to know what constitutes an unforgivable act. I adore dragons. Something like an irrational Avada Kedavra or setting Hogwarts ablaze. What to eat tonight? In that case it seems hopeless. She has not yet descended into madness. Want to see and write. Or perhaps she is not foolish enough to reach such a point. Swift pen eagle. Indeed, if it came to that, our primary concern should not be how to expel her, but rather how to ensure our own safety. Badger loves spicy pepper. What then shall we do? It seems challenging to have her expelled, as even the Board of Governors cannot act at will against her. Osmanthus cake with extra osmanthus. By the way, want to see and write. Why do you think she would not resign voluntarily? Want to see and write. I mean, why would she choose to leave? She is reveling in her power here. We are the ones suffering. Osmanthus cake with extra osmanthus. Why not compel her to resign? Cilantro is forever divine. Please share your thoughts. I find them most intriguing. Watermelon eater. I concur. Osmanthus cake with extra osmanthus. We could push her to the brink of collapse, making it unbearable for her, compelling her to resign. Swift pen eagle. Even if she were to reach such a breaking point, I doubt she would resign voluntarily. Her position is mandated by the ministry, and she appears to relish the power that comes with it. 7749. We could also attempt to pressure her into resigning, prompting the ministry to replace her. Autumn. I think we should all give it a try. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Badger loves spicy pepper. So what should we specifically do? Watermelon eater. At the very least, we must make her find us intolerable. Want to see and write. I plan to write things she despises, intentionally provoking her to confiscate them. Cilantro is forever divine. Such as? Want to see and write. Instances of her being beaten by various individuals, expelled from Hogwarts, and ousted from the ministry. 7749. The crux is whether she will even read them. Who can guarantee she won't confiscate them all indiscriminately? Swift pen eagle. She will indeed read them. I can assure you of that, for I have witnessed her do so, confirming which texts contain disparaging references to her. 7749. And then? Will she erupt in impotent rage? Swift pen eagle. Then her confiscation efforts will likely become even more aggressive. I adore dragons. No wonder her recent confiscations have increased in frequency, even to the point of indiscriminately taking books. But what purpose does that serve? Is she merely inflicting self-harm? Chocolate should be sweeter. It seems to be a form of self-torture, as aside from confiscating our books and deducting points. What else can she do? Watermelon eater. She can also nauseate us. Chocolate should be sweeter. It does seem that way. I am deeply enamored with dragons. I believe that merely composing tales of her suffering is entirely insufficient. I too yearn to observe and create. I am aware of this. Hence I plan to engage in activities at school that she despises, fervently propagating the news of the mysterious figure's resurrection, aligning myself with Harry and Professor Dumbledore. 74 and 49. And then what? I feel that such an approach lacks substantial impact. At most, it would only serve to incite her ire. Forever the celery god. Then she will retaliate with even more nefarious tactics against us. I, too, yearn to observe and create. Perhaps we could orchestrate some form of disruption? Guess who I am, the Gemini. We relish that idea. Count us in. Who could rival us in chaos and mischief? Extra osmanthus in sweet rice cake. If it were you all, indeed no one could surpass you, so I shall leave it in your capable hands. The eagle who writes with great passion. Yet another day to mourn the loss of points for Gryffindor. Guess who I am, the Gemini, for the sake of everyone. To rid ourselves of the loathsome Umbridge. What do these points matter to us Gryffindors? Learning is my destiny. Nevertheless, points do hold significant value. Guess who I am? The Gemini. Are they truly more important than everyone's happiness? Badger just wants green pepper. I concur, nothing is more significant than the joy of the collective. Learning is my destiny. As long as you are happy, that suffices. Learning is my destiny. In truth, I believe our endeavors must extend beyond this. Not only should we aim for her voluntary resignation, but we should also strategize to ensure her expulsion. Wouldn't it be prudent to prepare for both scenarios? What's for dinner tonight? Such reasoning is indeed compelling. I, too, yearn to observe and create. Do you possess any methods to secure her expulsion? Learning is my destiny. Perhaps we could harness the power of public opinion, and of course, our parents' influence as well. Learning is my destiny. Presently, the majority supports the Ministry of Magic's educational decree and backs Umbridge, but that is merely their perception. The reality is clear to us, the students who are governed by her. Thus, we must make the outside world aware of our plight, and the subpar education we receive. I am deeply enamored with dragons. This will illuminate the truth, revealing Umbridge's actions as detrimental to us young witches and wizards. I yearn to observe and create. When everyone recognizes Umbridge's incompetence, support for her will dwindle. It is indeed a splendid idea. Badger just wants green pepper. But how can we ensure that others are informed? Learning is my destiny. I have an acquaintance who is a journalist. She could assist us in accurately reporting this in the Daily Prophet. I am deeply enamored with dragons. I shall endeavor to facilitate additional print runs of the Daily Prophet, ensuring everyone receives a copy. I am a panda. I have numerous contacts who could help disseminate the information. Hot pot just wants spicy. Let us enlist the help of Loxias too. I am a panda. Although I am not currently at school, I am still a part of this group, and contributing is only right, especially considering how detestable Umbridge truly is. Forever the celery god. Hooray! It seems we are one step closer to victory. I am a panda. I suspect this is merely the beginning. The crux lies in what follows the explosion of public opinion. It must be substantiated to successfully expel Umbridge from Hogwarts. Learning is my destiny. I could arrange for someone to capture footage of her assaulting students, causing them harm. I am a panda. Then she would truly be finished. Extra osmanthus in sweet rice cake. Assaulting students? She harmed a student? Who? Learning is my destiny. Our very own Harry. Chocolate must be sweeter. What? That is Harry. How could she do such a thing? Hot pot just wants spicy. Regardless of whether it is Harry or not, she must not harm students. That is utterly wrong. 74 and 49 precisely. Even Professor Snape merely deducts points and assigns detention. He does not resort to such vile actions. I am a panda. Please do not compare such a loathsome individual to my father. Thank you. 74 and 49. Understood, there shall be no next time. Learning is my destiny. Thank you all for your concern for Harry. I believe that as long as we unite in our efforts, these trying times will soon pass. Learning is my destiny. Furthermore, our study group should engage in practical exercises rather than remain in the realm of theory. We will practice spellcasting. And those wishing to join may consult and sign up. Chapter 272. A Friendship Offer? I, too, yearn to observe and create. Who will be responsible for guiding us? Learning is my destiny. Harry will guide us. He possesses abundant experience in spellcasting. 74 and 49. Yet he is still merely a student. Can we be assured he can fully substitute for a professor in guiding us? Learning is my destiny. At the very least, he has mastered the disarming charm and the Patronus charm with great proficiency. 74 and 49. But I recall that his grades in previous years did not place him within the top 10 of the school. Learning is my destiny. His defense against the dark art scores have been outstanding in recent years, and he has someone at home who specializes in teaching him spellcasting. So he should have no issues in that regard. I am deeply enamored with dragons. Who can say? Just because he has learned well does not guarantee he can teach effectively. I do not believe Potter possesses the ability to instruct us all. Learning is my destiny, thus. We will volunteer to participate. I am deeply enamored with dragons. Volunteer? Can you guarantee that those who join you here will encounter no difficulties? It is essential to understand that casting spells incorrectly could lead to significant problems. I am deeply enamored with dragons. I doubt anyone wishes to entrust their lives into the hands of another. Learning is my destiny. As long as we study diligently, such a situation will not arise. I am deeply enamored with dragons. Who can tell? You are not professors after all. I am a panda, perhaps. I can provide a connection to a senior who possesses considerable expertise in defense against the dark arts. I am deeply enamored with dragons. If it is Loxia's recommended individual, I would have complete faith in them, as they would certainly be more reliable than some. Learning is my destiny. Anyone recommended by Loxia's is bound to be a sound choice, but the key question remains. How will they arrive at Hogwarts? I am a panda. He is an old friend of Professor Dumbledore. I can persuade Dumbledore to agree. 74 and 49. That could not be more perfect. I am a panda. While he can teach you, be prepared. His temperament is not particularly amiable. Learning is my destiny. As long as we can learn genuine skills. That does not concern us. I too yearn to observe and create. It is certainly preferable to failing exams. The eagle who writes with great passion. I wish to enroll. Extra osmanthus in sweet rice cake. I also wish to enroll. Subsequently, Loxias exited the large group to reach out to Grindelwald. Loxias. Do you wish to attend Hogwarts and stay by Professor Dumbledore's side? Grindelwald. Do you have a plan? Loxias, indeed. Grindelwald. Speak. Loxias. They require a private instructor for defense against the dark arts. One who will work without remuneration. Grindelwald. That's what was mentioned in the group, correct? Loxias. Given your ability to eavesdrop, it is quite unexpected. Grindelwald. I must keep abreast of developments at Albus's school. Loxias. Just tell me whether you will go. I will handle matters with Dumbledore. Grindelwald. I shall go. Upon receiving Grindelwald's affirmative response, Loxias contacted Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore appeared to be exceedingly occupied, taking quite some time to reply to her message. Loxias. Professor Dumbledore, I wish to discuss something with you. Dumbledore, what is it? Loxias. Everyone requires an instructor capable of guiding them in the art of dark magic defense. Thus I propose that Gellert be invited to Hogwarts for private lessons. Dumbledore. However, Gellert ought not to leave Nurmengard. Loxias. Has he not departed often enough for the sake of Horcruxes? Dumbledore. Loxias. Moreover, his presence at Hogwarts would be under your vigilant watch. What is there to fear? Do you doubt his ability to teach them? Dumbledore. Not exactly. Loxias. Are you concerned about what he might do to my classmates? Dumbledore. To some extent, yes. Loxias. Rest assured he finds them unworthy of his attention. Your greatest worry should be his potential slight towards Harry. Dumbledore. Excuse me? Loxias. You may regard Harry as the equivalent of the esteemed Scamander during our time. Dumbledore. I can't shake the feeling that you possess too much knowledge. Loxias. Yet this arrangement would benefit you all, would it not? Dumbledore. Loxias. Consider the positive aspects. His arrival at Hogwarts would allow him to bring Ariana along, who is in dire need of companionship among her peers. With Gellert around, her safety would be assured. Dumbledore. Very well, but he is to remain restricted to the classrooms and my office. Loxias. You may converse with Gellert about that. I shall not relay your messages. Subsequently, Loxias turned his attention to Snape. Loxias. Daddy, what are you up to? Snape. Grading assignments. Loxias. Do you have a moment? Snape. Not busy. Speak your mind. Loxias. I must tell you, through my persuasion, Gellert will be arriving at Hogwarts in a few days. Snape. Did Dumbledore acquiesce? Loxias. Initially. He hesitated, but after I spoke further he consented. Though he concealed it well, I am certain he is contemplating it. Snape. So, you have managed to sway him? Loxias. He. Snape. Loxias. By the way, a word of caution for you, Daddy. Keep your distance from Headmaster Dumbledore for a while. Snape. Loxias. When Gellert was still a formidable figure in the wizarding world, he once posed a question to Mr. Scamander. Loxias. Do you believe Dumbledore would mourn for you? Snape. Loxias. At that time, Mr. Scamander was Dumbledore's favored student, and they were quite close. Snape. So, you are concerned that your father might become a target of Grindelwald's indiscriminate wrath simply Because I am Dumbledore's subordinate? Loxias, indeed that is precisely my concern. Snape, I doubt your teacher is foolish enough to act in that manner. Loxias, yet his jealousy runs deep. Loxias, do you recall the first time you shared a meal together? He kept his gaze fixed upon you, envious of your years spent working alongside Dumbledore as his subordinate. He wanted to strike you. Snape, I shall heed your counsel. Loxias, if you harbor any doubts, you might observe Harry for a few days. Loxias, after all, Harry is currently Dumbledore's most cherished student. Snape, I sense a hint of schadenfreude in your tone. Loxias, having been on the receiving end of Gellert's wrath so many times, witnessing him direct his ire towards others brings me genuine joy. Snape, as long as you find happiness. Loxias, Snape, do not revel in schadenfreude alone. Remember to complete your assignments for the week, as I shall be reviewing them upon my return. Loxias, I have been diligent in my studies. Honestly, Daddy, every time we converse, you somehow steer the topic back to academics. It is rather tedious. Snape, if you possessed a sense of academic responsibility, your father would not need to concern himself with such matters. Chapter 273, The Pink Lady. Through Dumbledore's meticulous orchestration, Voldemort orchestrated a prison break from Azkaban just before Christmas, successfully acquiring the Elder Wand. During this tumultuous event, they also seized the sword of Gryffindor and vanquished Nagini, thereby destroying a Horcrux that lay beyond their control. Their scheme had achieved considerable success. Meanwhile, the struggles among the students at Hogwarts escalated. Umbridge, occupied with external public opinion, also sought to apprehend members of the GDA throughout the school. Indeed, the GDA, unlike the DA foretold by Loxias, had transformed into the GDA due to Grindelwald's involvement. This time, even Draco had joined this organization, not for the purpose of learning dark magic defensive spells. His family had already engaged a tutor for that. His motivation lay solely in opposing Umbridge, who had confiscated his novels. Yet, he nonetheless acquired a wealth of knowledge. In a certain light, Grindelwald proved to be a commendable instructor, imparting substantial wisdom, provided you were not Dumbledore's favored pupil. For when you attained that status, you would inadvertently trigger Grindelwald's ire. Do you believe Dumbledore would mourn for you? He would target you mercilessly. Even with Dumbledore observing, Grindelwald would not resort to murder. Yet he would indeed subject you to severe torment. This was a truth understood by both the former Newt Scamander and the present Harry Potter. To ensure that Dumbledore's favored student could be justifiably subjected to his torment, Grindelwald had volunteered to teach Harry the art of mental occlusion. Celery forever, spirit. I noticed Umbridge's countenance was particularly grim after reading today's Daily Prophet. 749. Today's Daily Prophet was splendidly written, and the title The Pink Lady truly suits her. Learning is my destiny, as long as everyone enjoys it. My journalist friend has artfully employed language while adhering to the truth. Autumn. It is a marvelous art. I encourage its frequent use. I adore it. I am a panda. This matter has stirred considerable commotion outside the school, and everyone is now aware of her true nature and her actions within the school. Sweet osmanthus cake with extra osmanthus. Consequently, my family has written to inquire about the situation and express concern for my safety. Eating watermelon. How did you respond? Sweet osmanthus cake with extra osmanthus. Naturally, I replied truthfully, informing them of Umbridge's vile behavior. What as for dinner tonight? Well done. I applaud you. I responded in the same manner. Badger only wants pepper. I did likewise. Mutually interested in writing. Me too. I absolutely adore dragons. I have heard from my family that the Ministry of Magic has received numerous complaint letters demanding a thorough investigation into Umbridge and her removal from Hogwarts. Mutually interested in writing. What did the ministry officials say in response? I am utterly enamored with dragons. It appears that the Minister of Magic is rather reluctant. Yet I have also received a letter from home. In my response, I made a point to elaborate on Umbridge's absurdities. I trust my father will apply pressure on the ministry, compelling them to take action against Umbridge. I'll want to give it a try, so do I. The diligent scribe. Eagle, my sister, who works at the ministry, informed me that the minister is overwhelmed with the ensuing chaos. It's likely that they will soon be obliged to deal with Umbridge. Guess I am Gemini number 1. Hey. Let us not speak of matters whose outcomes are yet to unfold. Did anyone notice the prank we pulled this morning? Learning is my destiny. Are you referring to the incident this morning where she was drenched by Peeves? Or the one during class when her quill unexpectedly transformed into a pile of toads? Guess I am Gemini number 1. Oh, we didn't orchestrate the Peeves incident. As for the quill, we had a hand in that 2 days ago. It was quite a surprise to see the effects manifest today. Guess I am Gemini no. 1. Our prank for today involved inscribing I am the pink lady on the back of her robes. What as for dinner tonight? So you are the heroes behind this. I spotted those words and nearly burst into laughter. Badger just wants pepper. I saw it too. Splendid work. I am utterly enamored with dragons, truly. I shall seek out Umbridge immediately. I must witness firsthand why you chose this day, when we have no classes, to execute such a prank, forcing us to pay her a visit. I'll want to give it a try. I'll join you, wait for me. Chocolate needs to be sweeter. Thankfully, we have classes today, allowing us to indulge in this spectacle without actively seeking her out. She is indeed someone I prefer to avoid. Learning is my destiny. You have truly accomplished something remarkable. Guess I am Gemini number 1. Thank you for the compliment. Guess I am Gemini number 1. After all, she simply detests being referred to as the pink lady and adamantly denies her identity as such. If that is the case, why not assist her in embracing her true self? That in itself is the most delightful of pranks, is it not? I am a panda, indeed. I am a panda. Draco, remember to use the camera I left you to capture a photo. I wish to see it. Upon discovering something amusing in the group chat, Loxias promptly exited the conversation. Loxias, father, is it class time yet? Are you there? Snape, what is it? Loxias, have you noticed anything peculiar about Umbridge today? Snape, I presumed you would know. Your old father is not particularly keen on encountering her, and has refrained from dining in the Great Hall because of it. Loxias, it's worth attending at noon. Snape, provide me with a reason to go. Loxias, father, have you been reading the Daily Prophet recently? Snape, I have. Loxias, do you recall the article about the Pink Lady? Snape, you mean the Pink Lady refers to Umbridge? Loxias, precisely. And from what I gather, she is extremely reluctant to acknowledge that the article pertains to her. Whenever someone mentions the Pink Lady in her presence, she becomes quite theatrical. Loxias, consequently the Weasley twins, responsible for her prank, inscribed I am the Pink Lady on the back of her robes today. Snape, no wonder those trolls were laughing so heartily today. It seems that the Weasley twins, who only know how to blow up cauldrons in class, have finally done something commendable. Loxias, yet their potion skills appear to be quite proficient, considering the potion ingredients in their products. Chapter 274, Sarcastic Banter. Snape. Ha, if that is indeed the case. I suspect that next time, they will not be met with point deductions and detention, but rather a summons to their parents. Loxias' father. There's no need to hastily call their parents. At least let us wait until this passes. They are currently our main force against Umbridge. Snape, very well. Upon hearing Loxias's words, Snape finally deigned to enter the Great Hall, a place he had not graced in nearly 2 months. It was not so much that he was eager to witness Umbridge's humiliation. Rather, he had long been irked by her incessant, nauseating antics. Thus, seizing this opportunity to deliver some sarcastic commentary was indeed a delightful prospect. Seating himself at the staff table, Snape poured himself a small cup of pumpkin juice and began his meal, awaiting Umbridge's arrival. During this time, Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and others expressed surprise at his presence, knowing full well that he had abstained from dining in the Great Hall for nearly 2 months due to Umbridge. Even as the head of Slytherin, he had been unwilling to dine here for the sake of his students. Fortunately, Slytherin possessed a strong sense of honor. It was the most score-conscious house in the entire school, and its members were inherently responsible, ensuring that no chaos would ensue in the absence of their head and professors. This was why they turned a blind eye to his absence. In the face of the loathsome Umbridge, any escape was welcome. Regarding their perplexity and astonishment, Snape felt quite pleased to convey that he was there for the spectacle. The other professors exchanged bewildered glances. After Snape had dined for a while, Umbridge made her grand entrance. She seemed to relish the attention she garnered by arriving fashionably late, ensuring all eyes were upon her. Thus, whenever there were no ministry officials of higher rank present, she would inevitably make a delayed entrance, employing petty tactics to capture the attention of everyone in attendance. Today was no exception. She resorted to coughing and the infamous point deduction method. However, unlike previous occasions, all gazes remained fixed upon her. It was not that she appeared more enchanting today. Rather, it was the result of the Weasley twins' prank that had left her the object of ridicule. Moreover, her detestable nature had alienated her from the entire Hogwarts community, leaving no one willing to inform her of the words inscribed on her back. The young witches and wizards at the long table had already begun to chuckle, but they suppressed their laughter to avoid alerting Umbridge. McGonagall exchanged puzzled glances with her fellow professors, aware that the students were stifling laughter, yet oblivious to the reason behind it. Coupled with Snape's earlier demeanor, their instincts hinted that something related to Umbridge had transpired, something they were yet to uncover. Soon enough, McGonagall and the others discovered the answer, as Umbridge approached the staff table, revealing the words, "I am the Pink Lady" on the back of her robes. Upon connecting this with the Daily Prophet, clarity dawned upon them. Flitwick nudged Snape with his elbow and whispered, "Did you know about this from the start?" Snape nonchalantly twirled his fork, feeling quite pleased as he replied, "Loxie has informed me." Flitwick blinked in surprise. "Isn't she suspended from school, not even here?" Snape chose not to elaborate further. "She has her channels." Umbridge, suddenly, "I find myself somewhat disenchanted with the Riddler. What is going on?" After taking her seat, Umbridge remained blissfully unaware of any impropriety. She felt rather pleased, believing her charm had significantly improved today. McGonagall wished to offer a gentle reminder, yet she received a collective signal from the young wizards of the four houses. Reflecting on the hardships these children endured, McGonagall ultimately refrained from speaking up, silently shifting her position to distance herself. The best course was to avert her gaze and maintain her composure. Before Snape could interject with his customary sarcasm, Umbridge commenced her daily display of absurdity. She struck a nearby cup with the spoon at hand to capture everyone's attention, then cleared her throat and declared, "Today, I wish to announce an important matter. In light of the current state of Hogwarts, following unanimous discussions within the Ministry of Magic, we have concluded that there are significant issues with the management of Hogwarts. Therefore, we have decided to enhance the oversight of Hogwarts, effective immediately, in order to facilitate a more focused learning environment. The presence of any books unrelated to the subjects being studied is strictly prohibited. Additionally, subscriptions to all newspapers and magazines, including the Daily Prophet, are forbidden. Any violators will face expulsion." At the moment Umbridge's words fell, a cacophony of murmurs erupted throughout the hall, albeit in hushed tones. What is she doing? Prohibiting any books unrelated to our studies? That definition is far too broad. How are we to expand our horizons and enrich our knowledge? And what of her claim about enhancing our focus on learning? How can we learn under such restrictions? Has she lost her mind? I genuinely feel like transferring schools. Transferring? Unless your family has substantial gold or connections, I suggest you abandon that thought. After all, Hogwarts is the sole wizarding school in England. I suspect she is targeting us fanfiction enthusiasts. Perhaps she cannot bear how poorly she was depicted in the new book? But what does that have to do with the Daily Prophet and other publications? Perhaps it's due to the Pink Lady? Even the professors seated at the staff table found themselves perplexed by this. McGonagall furrowed her brows and addressed Umbridge. "Are you certain this is a directive from the Ministry? Does it not seem excessively unreasonable?" Umbridge proudly raised her chin, akin to a triumphant rooster. "Of course, this is an order from the Ministry. A formal decree will be issued in the coming days. As for being unreasonable, Professor McGonagall, it is exceedingly reasonable, for we are in extraordinary times. Thus, extraordinary measures must be employed. Soft-heartedness cannot discipline these impudent youngsters." In response, McGonagall asserted that this was profoundly unreasonable. These young wizards should not be subjected to such constraints, as it would hinder their growth. Yet, before she could voice further objections, a signal from Dumbledore reached her. Chapter 275, Delicate Pink. McGonagall gazed incredulously at her close friend, wondering what he intended to do. Was he really going to refrain from contradicting Umbridge? Had his mind been ensnared by those cloying sweets? When would he speak out? Would he wait until Umbridge had ruined these children before taking a stand? Dumbledore offered a reassuring wink to McGonagall, indicating he understood her concerns. At that moment, Umbridge redirected her assault towards Dumbledore. "I trust, Mr. Dumbledore, that you support the Ministry's decision, correct?" Dumbledore replied ambiguously, "If the Ministry is indeed correct, then I shall." At this juncture, Snape rose from his seat, deciding that his presence in the dining hall had been a grave mistake. The farce of Umbridge was not worth the sacrifice of his time. Her every word and action was utterly repugnant to him. Snape's departure, however, made him the next target of Umbridge's ire. "Mr. Snape, do you not support the Ministry's decision?" Umbridge inquired. Unfazed, Snape retorted, "Since when does standing up equate to opposing the Ministry's decision?" Umbridge narrowed her eyes slightly. "Then why did you choose to stand at this moment? Such a sudden action raises suspicions." Snape replied coolly, "Is there a regulation from the Ministry stating that a wizard cannot leave the table after a meal? Or must one wait for you, Umbridge, to depart first?" Umbridge faltered, her expression darkening. "Of course not." Snape continued, Then I believe I am free to leave. Am I not? Pink Lady. Umbridge's countenance soured further, and she shrieked. What are you implying? Snape regarded her with a look of almost disdain, pointedly remarking, Isn't it obvious? Your attire is quite reminiscent of the Pink Lady. Do you still wish to be referred to as Miss Pink at your age? Umbridge's face turned an even deeper shade of displeasure. Yet she recognized that Snape's moniker was a jab at her clothing. While she understood the implication of the Pink Lady referenced in the Daily Prophet, she found herself momentarily speechless in front of the gathered crowd. Umbridge's face was ashen, and through gritted teeth she responded, Certainly not. At this, Snape's mood lifted slightly, and he turned to depart through the staff corridor. Leaving behind a parting remark, She speaks the truth, delicate pink indeed. Perhaps you should consider your age. Upon hearing this, Umbridge could no longer contain herself. Grabbing the spoon beside her, she clenched it tightly until it crumpled in her grip. She managed to rein in her emotions, avoiding a direct outburst that would draw attention. Nevertheless, despite Umbridge's efforts to conceal her distress, the entire assembly witnessed the spectacle. From the moment Snape addressed her, all eyes and attention were fixated on the staff table. They absorbed every word exchanged between them, including the phrases delicate pink, and perhaps you should consider your age, as well as Umbridge's grim visage, and her subsequent display of frustration with the spoon. In that moment, Snape's stature grew immensely in their eyes. Truly, he was worthy of the title, their esteemed potions master, an everlasting icon. Even some of the younger wizards found themselves wanting to applaud Professor Snape, but mindful of Umbridge's presence, their peers swiftly restrained them from such reckless behavior. It was quite amusing. They were not Professor Snape, and applauding at this juncture could lead to dire consequences from Umbridge in the future. Had they not seen how difficult life had become for Harry under her reign? Yet, despite their efforts to suppress their enthusiasm, they still cheered for him in private, appreciating his brilliance. Today's meal would undoubtedly become a topic of conversation for quite some time to come. Even far away in Carrington Castle, where she could only communicate with others through her communicator, Loxis was informed of the incident almost immediately. Upon learning of the event, she eagerly sought out Snape for a conversation. Loxis, Father, I just learned of your remarkable feat from the group chat. Rahis, since you have uttered my phrase about being delicate in pink, may I ask, how old are you now? Ah, Father, you are truly remarkable. I am so thrilled. So exhilarated. Snape, calm yourself, Rahis. It is merely a trifling matter. Rahis, how can this be trifling? You have become a deity in everyone's eyes. You stood up to Umbridge, and the crowd is in a frenzy of excitement. Snape, it is evident, for you are quite ecstatic yourself. Rahis, hehe. Snape, fortunately, I have no classes this afternoon. Rahis, huh? Snape, why do you presume that those dull-witted trolls can manage to control their emotions and sit quietly in potions class for a mere hour? Snape, even in their normal state, it is already quite taxing for your father to monitor their volatile cauldrons. Rahis, are you suggesting that there is a possibility they might not be able to regulate their emotions even after an entire afternoon and a month of evenings? Snape, surely their condition will be better than this afternoon's, will it not? Rahis, I suppose so. Meanwhile, McGonagall approached Dumbledore. McGonagall, you just prevented me from countering Umbridge. Do you have a plan regarding the current Ministry of Magic? Dumbledore nodded. Once we deal with the Dark Lord, everything will be fine. McGonagall paused. Are you implying that you intend to address the Dark Lord swiftly? Dumbledore did not conceal this intention, providing McGonagall with a definitive answer. Indeed. McGonagall, what do you intend to do? Is there anything you need me to undertake? Dumbledore refrained from divulging too many details. I will take advantage of his next major operation to lay the groundwork and capture him in one fell swoop. Thus, during this period, I may not have much time to manage the affairs of the school. I will need your assistance in overseeing the young witches and wizards. McGonagall, rest assured, even without your request I shall do so. Chapter 276, The Christmas Feast. After that day, Umbridge discovered the words on her clothing during the night, and her furious roar echoed throughout Hogwarts. Consequently, she resolved to employ more ruthless measures against those detestable young witches and wizards. However, all of this would have to wait until after Christmas. Due to Umbridge's presence, no young witch or wizard was willing to remain at Hogwarts for the Christmas festivities. Even if they faced difficulties at home and could not return for the holiday, they exerted every effort to spend Christmas with relatives or friends. This Christmas, Rahis did not fare well. Although the number of those celebrating together increased, Snape was compelled to attend the Christmas feast hosted by Voldemort. This greatly displeased her. Snape reassured her. I will return as early as possible, Rahis. Do enjoy Christmas with Mr. Grindelwald and the others. Rahis looked longingly at Snape, but we have always spent Christmas together. Snape found it difficult to endure Rahis' gaze. It is all right. At least we can celebrate the spring festival together this year. And do you not prefer that over Christmas? Rahis hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded, allowing Snape to depart. Then, Father, do return soon. Snape, I shall. Afterward, Snape departed through the fireplace from Carrington Castle, and made his way to the venue of Voldemort's Death Eater Christmas feast. Due to Voldemort's brutal nature, no one arrived late to the gathering. All were present at least half an hour early. Thus, when Snape arrived, nearly everyone was already assembled. Upon seeing Snape at the banquet, Lucius abandoned the others without a second thought, and approached his old friend. It has been a long time, Severus, Lucius greeted warmly. Snape responded courteously. Indeed, it has been a while. The two then moved to an inconspicuous corner with an unspoken understanding. Lucius raised his hand to cast a spell and began speaking. How is your daughter Rahis? Draco mentioned that she has revealed several significant pieces of information to him in recent months. Snape. She is doing well. Lucius hesitated for a moment before speaking ambiguously. You must be aware of the collaboration between you and her, correct? Snape. If you are referring to your partnership. I have heard some whispers. Lucius. That is good to hear. I have always felt our relationship was strong, and such matters should not be concealed from you. However, I am bound by an unbreakable vow to keep this from you, so I hope you do not take offense. Snape remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Offended? Offended that my daughter is collaborating with you while hiding it from me? Lucius felt a twinge of embarrassment, but was accustomed to it. Apologies, Severus. Snape picked up a nearby goblet of wine. It is nothing. I can understand. Lucius. I hope this minor concealment does not affect our relationship. Snape. Of course not. I have always stood by Rahis and unconditionally supported her decisions. Lucius tentatively inquired. That is reassuring. However, are you aware of Rahis' forthcoming plans? Snape took a sip of red wine. I can only say I know a little. Lucius looked at Snape with anticipation, hoping to glean information to better assess the situation and safeguard himself. Although the promise from Carrington was valuable to him, he knew he must be prepared for any eventuality. However, Snape did not divulge detailed information to Lucius. He merely stated, do not worry too much. It will not be long before everything is resolved. Lucius. Brother, have you also become a riddle maker? Can you provide more details? But there was no further discussion, as Voldemort arrived punctually at the entrance. Everyone instinctively lowered their heads and parted to create a path for Voldemort. Voldemort strode forward, step by step, under the gaze of all the Death Eaters, and approached the center of the hall. He surveyed the room and began to employ legilimency, seeking to dominate the minds of everyone present and ascertain their thoughts and loyalty. Even though today was Christmas, and he had summoned them to celebrate the holiday and commemorate his acquisition of the Elder Wand, Voldemort was exceedingly skilled in legilimency. As soon as he employed it, he comprehended the thoughts of all present. Bella, Lord, you are so powerful. Your entrance was utterly silent. I truly adore him. Lord. Lucius. Since Severus will not provide me with a precise answer, alas, it seems the Malfoy family's enterprises will require other strategies. Otherwise, dealing with those in the ministry will be rather challenging. Gray, alas, I cannot spend Christmas with my wife and children, but for the Lord, for the glory of pure bloods. Everything is worthwhile. Severus Snape pondered. I wonder if my daughter, Loxias, will feel out of place spending Christmas alone at home. Given her circumstances, she cannot be brought out. Alas. I hope this situation concludes swiftly, so I may truly accompany her. Typically, she remains at home by herself, relying on my holiday during these few days of Christmas. I also wish to discover a means to heal her from Lord Voldemort. Not remarked. It is splendid that Lord has returned. Our pure-blood lineage can once again ascend to greatness. Goyle commented, this flavor is rather delightful. Little Barty exclaimed, Lord, this is simply magnificent. Pansy noted, this is the Dark Lord. I recall Loxias mentioning his formidable power, capable of elevating purebloods to greater heights, and it appears she was indeed correct. Crabbe asserted, the Lord has returned. I must find a way to distinguish myself and gain more power, surpassing the Malfoy family. Upon discerning the collective thoughts of those present, Voldemort slowly began to speak. I must concede, this is the most complete gathering I have witnessed since my return. It brings me great satisfaction. Revel well, for after tonight, you shall convey the will of the Dark Lord to the world. ensuring all know that the Dark Lord has returned. With Voldemort's proclamation, the banquet officially commenced. Yet, when it would conclude remained uncertain, likely stretching into the early hours of the morning. As for when one might take their leave, that would naturally be after Voldemort's departure. Thus, Snape stood to the side, a glass of red wine in hand, awaiting Voldemort's exit. He surmised that Voldemort would not linger long, much like previous gatherings. Indeed, this proved true. Voldemort merely made an appearance and spoke briefly. After receiving flattery from several Death Eaters, he departed. Chapter 277. Dodiju. Following the Christmas banquet, Snape found himself entirely at leisure. This was not due to a lack of activity on Voldemort's part, nor was it a result of Voldemort's unexpected benevolence in sparing Snape from tasks. Rather, Snape now occupied the role of a double agent, rendering him unsuitable for other assignments. What if his cover were compromised? At this juncture, inserting a new spy would not be a simple task. Thus, Snape was granted a legitimate respite, allowing him to stay home and accompany his frail daughter. At this moment, however, Voldemort's recollection of his ailing daughter portrayed her as vibrant and in excellent health, engrossed in a game of Dodiju. The landlord Regulus played his cards. 9-10 JQK. By the way, Severus, how did you convince the Dark Lord that Loxias is frail, thus preventing him from demanding her service? Snape cast a glance at Loxias. Simply put, I allowed him to witness the state of Loxias when she was ill in my memories. Regulus frowned. Is it truly that simple? Any wizard could fall ill. Wouldn't he believe it? I recall he was not easily deceived in the past. Loxias smirked cunningly. 10 JQKA. He has several of my acquaintances. If they subtly convey a shared impression, he will naturally believe it. Regulus interjected. Do not. Snape added. Moreover, one must understand that he has never raised a child, and thus is unaware that even healthy young wizards can succumb to seasonal ailments. Loxias played 3 3s with a 4. Regulus responded 3 8s with a 5. But he did raise young wizards, did he not? He cannot be entirely ignorant. Snape countered 3 aces with a 4. Can you recall clearly how many times you fell ill as a child? Regulus admitted. I truly have no recollection. Loxias chimed in. Precisely. If you cannot recall, how much less would he, now an elderly man? Regulus was taken aback. He is elderly? Loxias clarified. By the end of this year, he will be precisely 70. That is close enough. Snape stated firmly. 5. You must realize he is of the same generation as your father. Loxias added. 6. Regulus exclaimed. Oh, I nearly forgot I am already 34. After my birthday this year, I will be 35. Loxias, feeling discontented by their remarks, remarked. You two speak as if I am aging. It is causing me anxiety over my age. Snape reassured her. Worry not, for you have your father by your side. Loxias replied. Regulus suddenly asked. Jay. By the way, how did you conceive the idea of portraying Loxias as a frail individual? Loxias analyzed. My father can be considered one of his most capable subordinates, and our relationship is not concealed. He would naturally be aware of my existence. Snape continued. Given his nature, he would not overlook the families of his Death Eaters unless he deemed them unworthy of substantial assistance. Regulus displayed an expression of realization. Ah, I see. So you aim to create a persona of Loxias as someone frail? What a splendid notion. Loxias retorted. My lord, that might be overdoing it. Regulus stared wide-eyed at Loxias. You cannot be serious. Loxias grinned mischievously. 3 SIXS with a 7 I concede. Regulus called for another round. No way. Let us play again. I refuse to believe I cannot win at least one game today. Loxias, hands on her hips, laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Just admit defeat. When have you ever beaten me? Amidst their laughter and joy, Snape and Loxias spent a delightful Christmas holiday together. During the new year, they set off fireworks and enjoyed the spring festival gala, reveling in sheer happiness. However, all holidays must eventually conclude. Snape had to return to Hogwarts for work, while Loxias remained at Carrington Castle. Through the subtle encouragement of Loxias and Dumbledore, Voldemort became aware of a portion of the prophecy that had previously eluded him. This ignited his desire to visit the Department of Mysteries in pursuit of the prophecy orb. Furthermore, they enlisted Lucius to devise strategies for Voldemort, aiming for Harry to witness Sirius being tortured, thus compelling him to attempt a rescue. Simultaneously, they planned to relocate Sirius at a crucial moment to ensure he would not be present when Harry sought him out. Of course, to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances. Dumbledore only entrusted the resurrection stone to Harry after confirming that Harry had grasped the fundamentals of the mind-closing spell, while advising him to wear it alongside the invisibility cloak during critical moments. The instant Harry acquired the resurrection stone, he naturally used it to meet with Lily and James, maintaining communication with them for an extended period. This continued until he witnessed Voldemort tormenting Sirius. "Ron, Hermione, I just saw Voldemort torturing Sirius Black," Harry exclaimed, rubbing his temples as he shared his troubling vision with his closest friends. Hermione furrowed her brow and inquired, "Are you certain? When did this happen?" Harry replied, "Just moments ago during class. You know how utterly hypnotic history of magic can be. I accidentally dozed off. In my dream, I saw Voldemort capturing Sirius and torturing him." Hermione pressed, "Where?" Harry strained to recall. "I'm not sure, but it seemed to be in a room filled with glass orbs, perhaps at the far end of a shelf. He sought something from Sirius, but Sirius refused, prompting him to inflict pain. We must rescue him," Harry stated resolutely. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with anxiety, yearning for the next instant to find himself at the Ministry of Magic, rescuing Sirius. Hermione discerned Harry's distress and urged Harry, "Take a moment to compose yourself. First, we must ascertain the location of the room filled with glass orbs that you mentioned. If such an event has indeed transpired, our first course of action should be to consult Professor Dumbledore, rather than rushing in blindly." Ron chimed in simultaneously. "Moreover, how do we even get to the Ministry of Magic?" Harry earnestly recalled the dream, responding with conviction, "The Department of Mysteries, yes? That's where we need to go to save Sirius." Suddenly he paused, contemplating, "Wait, how did Voldemort manage to get there? Furthermore, shouldn't Sirius be at his house in Hogsmeade?" Hermione had a sudden realization. "I don't know, but I saw it. I must save him," Harry exclaimed, the urgency to rescue his godfather palpable. Ron then interjected with a thought. "Sirius is not one to remain in one place willingly. It's entirely plausible that he left that house." Though they were unsure how Voldemort had stealthily infiltrated the Ministry, or how he had captured Sirius, Ron insisted, "We must save him. He is our friend, and we cannot turn a blind eye." Hermione, feeling overwhelmed by their fervor, protested. But this could truly be nothing more than Harry's dream. Is it not absurd to abandon Hogwarts for a mere dream, and rush to the Ministry? Harry dismissed Hermione's skepticism, asserting, "This is definitely more than just a dream. I saw it. Do you think I am fabricating this to leave Hogwarts?" He invoked Dumbledore's name, emphasizing, "He said my mind is connected to Voldemort's. I can see his memories and thoughts." Ron stood firmly by Harry's side, affirming, "Harry is not lying. Over Christmas, I overheard my dad mention that they were protecting something at the Department of Mysteries. It must be what Voldemort desires. Why else would they protect it? It's unrelated to my dad's usual work." Hermione, maintaining a semblance of calm, countered, "But why would it involve Sirius? Dumbledore specifically instructed him not to leave that house. How could he have been assigned to protect this object if he holds no position at the Ministry?" In a flash, Harry conjured several possibilities. Perhaps Sirius happened to be out and crossed paths with him, only to be captured. "I cannot allow him to torment Sirius like this. I must save him. You cannot stop me." Ron added another theory. Maybe Sirius knows how to obtain this object, and Voldemort has set his sights on him. Harry concurred. "Right, I recall Sirius mentioning that his brother is involved with Voldemort. Perhaps he betrayed Sirius." At this juncture, Hermione felt a sense of helplessness, realizing she was unable to persuade the two to calm down. "Can you at least try to be rational?" she implored. "How can I remain calm when it concerns Sirius? He is my godfather, my only family. I must rescue him," Harry shouted in desperation. With a resigned sigh, Hermione conceded, "All right. Let us at least go to Hogsmeade to confirm whether Sirius is there." "What if this is a trap set by Voldemort to lure you?" Harry retorted. "But we don't have time. They must be planning something for Sirius. We cannot afford to waste time verifying." Hermione suggested, "We can use the Flu network. It's quite swift. Let us first go to Sirius's home, and if he is not there, we can then proceed to the Ministry. It won't take long." Her words succeeded in persuading Harry, who agreed to first check Sirius's house in Hogsmeade. Ron raised a crucial point, "But how do we use the Flu network?" Hermione replied, "It's class time, so we can sneak into Umbridge's office and use her fireplace. However, Harry, you need to wear your invisibility cloak. We cannot just stroll in openly." Upon hearing this, Harry hastily ascended to retrieve his invisibility cloak, and almost unconsciously, he also placed the resurrection stone in his pocket. The invisibility cloak could not accommodate all three of them, So Harry and Ron donned it while Hermione, albeit clumsily, cast the disillusionment charm, successfully leading them to Umbridge's office. Utilizing the Flu network, they arrived at Sirius's residence in Hogsmeade. However, after searching the entire house, they found no sign of Sirius. They were left with no choice but to use the Flu network again to reach the Ministry of Magic, where they successfully arrived at the Department of Mysteries, a feat that left Hermione almost incredulous. There were no obstacles, no inquiries about their presence, and they did not lose their way. Yet, as Hermione contemplated the abnormality of it all, she noticed Harry's fervent urgency and chose to remain silent. Knowing that even if she voiced her concerns, they would not turn back, Harry was determined to rescue Sirius. They could not leave Harry alone in this predicament. Ultimately, Hermione opted to send a message to Lockhart, reasoning that if she informed him, at least the professors at Hogwarts would be aware of their situation, and Dumbledore would surely be informed as well. Dumbledore would not neglect Harry's welfare. Once she sent the message, Hermione turned to find Harry and Ron debating which direction to take. Harry, think carefully. Was the room you saw in your dream over there? Hearing her, Harry closed his eyes and concentrated. Following his lead, they turned corner after corner until they reached a corridor lined with numerous rooms. Ron stood bewildered. Wow, Harry, are you certain this is the room from your dream? We can't search through them one by one. Harry shook his head. I don't know. After a deep breath, Hermione suggested, then let us all try. After an arduous search, they finally located the room Harry had seen in his dream. Once they confirmed the room's identity, Harry's pace quickened, leading Ron and Hermione swiftly through row after row of shelves. Suddenly, Harry slowed his steps, seemingly in contemplation. What's wrong? Hermione inquired. I remember, it should be over by row 97, Harry replied. Ron glanced at the numbers on the shelves. We're currently at row 53. Hermione looked around. I think we should head to the right. After taking a few steps right, she exclaimed, this is row 54. Yes, we need to go right. Harry tightened his grip on his wand. It appears we're close. Hermione and Ron also readied their wands, holding them tightly. Let us go, Harry said after a deep breath. They ventured deeper into the unknown. However, upon reaching row 97, they found neither Sirius nor any signs of a struggle. Harry paced back and forth in row 97, the very spot from his dream, desperately seeking confirmation. Yet there was no evidence to be found. Suddenly, Ron made a discovery. Ron, Harry, look. Your name is inscribed on this crystal ball. Upon hearing Ron's words, Harry was drawn to the crystal and approached to examine it closely. Meanwhile, Hermione, who had been standing nearby, felt a jolt of anxiety, a foreboding sense that intensified within her. Ron, puzzled, inquired, but why is your name on it? Chapter 279, Weary Lucius. Harry scrutinized the crystal ball. Not only is my name here. Hermione glanced at Harry, perplexed. What do you mean? Harry continued. It also bears Voldemort's name. Ron exclaimed, what? Following this revelation, Harry reached out to seize the crystal ball. Hermione swiftly grasped his hand, stopping him. I believe you should not touch this crystal ball or any of the items here. Harry broke free from Hermione's grip, convinced that since his name was inscribed upon it, he had a right to understand its significance. But my name is there. I must comprehend why. Hermione, feeling a headache coming on, retorted, so what? Who knows what else might be inscribed? Poison? A curse? Perhaps it is akin to that book, designed specifically to lure you into picking it up. However, Harry was resolute, dismissing Hermione's concerns as exaggerated. He stubbornly lifted the crystal ball. Nothing happened. With a hint of joy, Harry turned to Hermione. See, Hermione? Nothing occurred. Your worries are unfounded. He then lowered his gaze to the crystal ball in his hands. Hermione and Ron were similarly intrigued by the presence of Harry's name upon it. Now that no immediate danger seemed apparent, they too desired to take a closer look. Yet, unbeknownst to them, from the shadowy corners cloaked in darkness, an ominous figure emerged. Excellent, Potter. It's time to relinquish the crystal ball in your possession. Lucius intoned with his signature grandeur. The trio of saviors was startled by the sudden voice, turning to find Lucius before them. They soon realized that dark figures were encroaching upon them from all sides, effectively trapping them. Lucius approached the trio with an elegant stride, looking down upon them, and extending a hand toward Harry. Now hand over what you possess, Potter. Harry, indifferent to Lucius's demand, was instead scanning the area for Sirius. To his dismay, he found no sign of his godfather. Lucius, realizing Harry's disregard, felt a surge of irritation, and understood why his son detested Potter so profoundly. Such arrogance and self-importance. Lucius's voice grew stern. I shall repeat myself. Hand over the item in your possession, Potter. Harry remained obstinate, asking, "Where is Sirius?" His question elicited laughter from those around him, for they were well aware of the truth. When Lucius concocted a plan, Voldemort did not retreat. The trio of saviors was left bewildered. "Where is Sirius?" Harry shouted, his urgency mounting. "Where is Sirius?" Bella echoed, amusement dancing in her eyes. "Oh, how foolish he is, no match for the Dark Lord, unworthy to stand as his adversary. It is a wonder who deemed him a savior. He is merely an insufferable child." Lucius, hearing Bella's words, felt an exasperation rising within him. He truly wished to avoid any dealings with this erratic sister-in-law, who defied rational thought. Yet he silently agreed with her final assessment of Potter. Harry's fear intensified and he steeled himself, glaring at them. "I see it. You have captured him, right here." Bella shook her head, twirling her wand as she stepped from the shadows. Look, look! Our illustrious savior awakens from his nightmare, still believing it to be real. Ha ha ha, how amusing." Lucius was uninterested in their banter. He sought only to conclude this encounter. If he could eliminate Voldemort in the process, it would be ideal, allowing him to return to the life befitting the head of the Malfoy family. Lucius pressed the narrative forward. "Enough of this. Give me the prophecy in your possession, Potter." Harry remained steadfast. "Hand over Sirius. I saw you capture him. He is right here." Lucius persisted. "It seems your occlumency skills require improvement. Even the best of teachers cannot instruct the simple-minded. Distinguish between reality and illusion, Potter. Surrender the item, or I shall be forced to use my wand." Harry brandished his wand. "If that is what you desire, then come. I merely want Sirius." In that moment, Lucius longed for the company of his son and Lockhart, wishing for someone who could comprehend human discourse. Why was this savior so obstinate? He had already alluded to occlumency, yet Potter remained oblivious, still inquiring about Sirius. Bella, invigorated by the exchange, exclaimed, "Oh, so you wish to fight us? What can you children possibly do? Shall we demonstrate our spellcasting skills?" Lucius felt wearied, questioning why it had to resort to violence. Could they not simply enact the script peacefully, awaiting Voldemort's entrance, and follow Lockhart's plan for the confrontation between Savior and Dark Lord? Though he doubted the Savior's capacity to defeat Voldemort, he trusted in the contingencies left by Dumbledore and Lockhart's prophecy. Lockhart, like him, had a vested interest in Voldemort's demise. "Potter, I shall reiterate. We desire only the prophecy ball you hold. Surrender it, and you may all depart unharmed. As for your Sirius, perhaps inquire with your occlumency instructor." However, the situation was spiraling beyond Lucius's control. While he spoke, Bella was casting spells. Harry countered with his own. Thus commenced their initial confrontation, with none paying heed to Lucius's words. When the prophecy ball returned to Harry's grasp, Bella squinted. "It appears the children are quite adept at this game," Lucius remarked. "Why must this class be so enamored with one another? I am utterly fatigued. Have you considered what might happen if the prophecy ball shatters?" The beleaguered Lucius addressed Bella. Chapter 280. Meanwhile, although Harry remained in the dark regarding Sirius's fate, he clearly understood that they sought the prophecy ball he possessed, or rather, Voldemort desired it. Harry's mind raced, devising a way to leverage this against them. Thus, as Bella disregarded Lucius and prepared to strike, Harry steeled himself for the impending clash. Harry raised the prophecy orb in his hand, declaring, "If you dare to attack us, I shall shatter it." Voldemort surely would not wish for you to return empty-handed. Would he? At that moment, young Barty emerged from the shadows, sticking out his tongue. "Who says we would return empty-handed? If you break it, we shall take you with us, and I believe our master would be quite pleased to see you." Lucius interjected, "Is this part of the script? Don't be absurd." As the Death Eaters closed in, Harry scanned the surroundings, seeking a flaw in their ranks that would allow him, Ron and Hermione to escape. He did not counter Barty's words, for he felt they rang true. Based on previous encounters, Voldemort would indeed want to see him, and would relish the opportunity to kill him. Moreover, Bellatrix's focus was destined to be different from the others. "You just uttered the Dark Lord's name so freely." Harry tightened his grip on his wand with one hand, while clutching the prophecy orb with the other. "And what of it?" Bellatrix seethed with fury. "How dare you, with your filthy half-blood tongue, speak the name of my master?" Hermione finally found her voice, retorting, "Half-blood? Oh. You must be aware that your infamous Dark Lord is also a half-blood. He carries Muggle blood within him." Harry chimed in, "Indeed, we all know he possesses Muggle blood. He is a half-blood. Only you lot are being manipulated by him." Bellatrix was incensed by their words. "You dare to slander the Dark Lord?" She raised her wand and unleashed a swift attack towards Harry and his friends, so rapid that even Lucius could not intervene. Following Bellatrix's strike, Barty, under Voldemort's banner, commenced his own assault. Chaos erupted in an instant. Lucius, wishing to caution Bellatrix not to ruin the prophecy orb, turned only to find Barty pursuing Harry, with Bellatrix hot on his heels. With no choice but to follow, Lucius kept pace, albeit reluctantly. Nevertheless, Barty, despite pursuing Harry with vigor, was remarkably restrained, ensuring his spells allowed Harry to narrowly evade or counterattack. Each time Harry retaliated, his spells inadvertently veered towards Bellatrix and the other Death Eaters. In Carrington Castle, a captivated Loxis could not help but applaud Barty's finesse. Yes, Loxis was broadcasting the unfolding events live from Carrington Castle. In front of her lay 4 isolated wooden boxes, each containing shards of Voldemort's severed soul. To her right rested a fresh supply of venom from Baster. Watching the live feed, she prepared to annihilate them all with her venom when Voldemort finally confronted Harry. She observed as Harry entered the Department of Mysteries, witnessed his confrontation with Lucius, and saw him fleeing desperately from Barty and his cohorts. She noted the arrival of Sirius, the shattering of the prophecy orb amidst the skirmish, and the increasingly perilous proximity to the veil. Suddenly, a pale hand grasped Sirius, pulling him to safety, and the figure turned to glance at him before vanishing within the ministry. His arrival was sudden, as was his departure, unnoticed by all save the rescued Sirius, who could not even discern the stranger's visage due to the mask obscuring their identity. Who was he? Sirius harbored an answer in his heart, yet he was reluctant to accept it. Sirius. Harry dashed towards him, having seen him nearly topple into the veil behind. Are you all right? I'm fine, Sirius replied, shaking off his troubling thoughts. At that moment, Bellatrix and her cohorts caught up. Lucius, relieved that the main force ahead no longer required his pursuit, took a breath of relief, eager to advance the plot once more, hoping his allies would not hinder him this time. Potter, hand over the prophecy orb, Lucius stated wearily once more. Faced with Lucius's demand, had the orb remained intact on him, Harry would have naturally refused. However, since the orb had indeed been destroyed, neither side could claim it. The best course of action now was to use the situation to their advantage. Harry stepped back slightly. It seems Voldemort truly covets this object. Bellatrix could no longer tolerate Harry's repeated invocation of Voldemort's name, her rage boiling to the surface, eager to execute Harry to vent her fury. Shatter him to pieces. Bellatrix cast her curse in a fiery outburst. Fortunately, the vigilant group evaded her attack. When they turned back to Bellatrix, she pointed her wand at Harry, gritting her teeth. If you wish to leave here alive, silence that filthy half-blood mouth of yours. I will not permit you to utter my lord's name with your vile tongue. If those opposing Bellatrix were from Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, or Slytherin, they would likely temper their reactions upon hearing her words, at least refraining from provoking this evidently deranged woman further. However, the individuals present were all staunch Gryffindors, unconcerned with such considerations. Among them, the only one slightly less impulsive was Hermione, yet she could not contain the fervor of her compatriots. Sirius, upon hearing Bellatrix's remarks, exhibited the most intense reaction. He was not merely a Gryffindor. He had grown up in the Black family, harboring a deep-seated disdain for the constraints imposed by his lineage. Bellatrix, his cousin, was a staunch purist and an embodiment of the very ideals he repelled. Sirius stepped forward with a cold smirk, shielding Harry behind him, and placing himself between Harry and Bellatrix. I truly wonder what your revered Voldemort has brought you. Years in prison? Bellatrix, you remain as detestable as ever. Upon saying this, Sirius raised his wand, aiming it at Bellatrix. Let me be clear. Should you dare to harm my godson in any way, I will not hesitate to send you to join the ancient relics of your family. With that declaration, the already tense atmosphere escalated to a breaking point. Barty, witnessing the spectacle, licked his lips in excitement, finding it utterly entertaining. Lucius, however, felt utterly exhausted. After a lengthy period of lurking, Gray finally sensed Lucius's weariness, lamenting why they could not simply follow the script. Thus, Gray discreetly nudged Barty, now elevated to the head of his family, reminding him of their master's instructions to manage the situation and hasten the narrative. Barty, with a dismissive click of his tongue, retorted, "Ugh, that man is insufferable. Do you think I would forget? I am a capable aide. I have my own agenda." Unbeknownst to all, Bella was thoroughly incensed by Sirius. "You, the disgrace of purebloods, the outcast of the Black family, dare to speak to me in such a manner? For the glory of the Black family, I shall see you executed." With that proclamation, Bella launched herself at Sirius, attacking him with reckless abandon. To avoid endangering Harry and his companions, Sirius could only lead Bella away to engage in their battle elsewhere. Meanwhile, the other adults who had come to assist had begun to clash with additional Death Eaters, resulting in a chaotic fray. Soon enough, only Lucius and young Barty remained on the scene. Lucius let out a sigh of relief, genuinely pleased by the sudden quietude. During this lull, Barty approached the trio of saviors, wand in hand. Now relinquish the prophecy orb. I trust you wouldn't want me to resort to force, would you, my dear students? This address sent shivers down Harry and his friends' spines. Yet, Barty's claim held a kernel of truth. He had indeed taught them under the guise of Moody, and they were all aware of this fact. Harry stifled his discomfort, keenly observing the shifting dynamics of the battlefield, noting that they appeared to hold the upper hand. In a decisive moment, he hurled the already shattered prophecy orb, capturing their attention. Run! After uttering this command, Harry cast a spell on the fragmented orb, ensuring it vanished completely from sight. Barty, having provided the trio of saviors a momentary reprieve, merely smiled as he watched Harry enact this feat, leisurely trailing behind them. Once the trio had gained a sufficient distance, Barty shouted, "They've destroyed the prophecy orb, the one Lord required." His declaration successfully diverted the attention of the Death Eaters, leading to several being dispatched. Just then, Voldemort made his grand entrance. As the ominous smoke enveloped the area, every breath was held in suspense. Far away in Carrington Castle, Rookhiss gripped a vial containing basilisk venom tightly upon witnessing the emergence of the dark mist. Voldemort, devoid of a nose and clad in his emerald green robes, descended upon the battlefield of the Department of Mysteries. With his arrival, the fierce skirmish came to an abrupt halt. All Death Eaters immediately retreated to safety, bowing before him. On the side of the saviors, upon realizing Voldemort's presence, they instinctively clustered together, eyes fixed warily on him. I distinctly recall instructing you to return the prophecy orb in pristine condition. Ignoring his sworn enemies, Voldemort began to chastise his subordinates the moment he appeared. Perhaps this stemmed from his unwavering confidence in his own power, or perhaps it was the significant value he placed on this prophecy. The Death Eaters trembled at his words. Barty instinctively licked his lips, prostrating himself at Voldemort's feet. "Forgive me, Lord, it is entirely my fault. I failed to notice the moment the prophecy orb was damaged, and I was too preoccupied with Potter. Please punish me." Lucius, having just been in Barty's company, understood he would not escape Voldemort's impending wrath either. Thus, he quickly threw Bella under the proverbial bus. "Lord, it is my fault. Had I intervened to prevent Bella from attacking Potter, this chaos would not have ensued, and the prophecy orb would remain intact." Bella, named directly, trembled and crawled to Voldemort's feet. "Forgive me, Lord. I could not bear his slander against you, nor the existence of that mutt who tarnishes the eternally pure Black family, which compelled me to act." As they each offered their excuses, Voldemort's patience began to wane. "Enough. I shall not withhold your punishments, but I did not come all this way for your petty grievances." It was only then that Voldemort turned his gaze to Harry. Realizing Voldemort was about to strike, Sirius dashed in front of Harry, shielding him. With Sirius blocking him, Harry found a measure of comfort amidst the overwhelming fear. His wand now pointed at Voldemort. He had witnessed the Dark Lord's formidable power and in this moment, recognized that he might not survive to see another day. Yet, if it were to be so, he harbored no objections to confronting Voldemort in a final act of defiance. At that moment, upon seeing Sirius, Voldemort hesitated, his hand poised to unleash the killing curse. A fleeting memory of an old acquaintance surfaced in his mind. "I remember you, the pureblood disgrace of the Black family. I never anticipated that the traitor who betrayed his entire family would still be alive." Sirius smirked in sardonic amusement. "I have yet to avenge my brother, and send you to meet Merlin. How could I possibly die now?" "Brother," he scoffed. "I once thought that Orion's death might instill some maturity in you. Yet you remain as juvenile as ever." Voldemort recalled how Orion had struggled immensely due to the troubles caused by his eldest son, even fighting on the front lines while gravely ill, sacrificing his not yet adult youngest son in the process. Orion and Abraxa were among those who had initially supported him. Had it been up to him, Orion should have eliminated this traitor outright, but he chose to spare his eldest son's life rather than resort to an easy curse. Chapter 282 Failure. It was only because of his original supporters that he had granted Orion's request for mercy. Yet, despite this, Orion's eldest son remained unchanged, appearing as immature as he had at the outset. This marked the first time since his resurrection that Voldemort recalled them, all due to the betrayal of Orion's family. Voldemort's emotions remained unperturbed. He merely reflected on the past and felt disillusioned by Orion's choices. Lacking any sentiment, he could never comprehend Orion's decisions. Meanwhile, Sirius found himself utterly bewildered, unable to fathom why Voldemort would mention his father in such dire circumstances. The man had been dead for over a decade, remembered by him as weak and submissive to his domineering mother. At that moment, Bella raised her head defiantly, mocking Sirius. His heart is forever occupied by Potter. How could he possibly acknowledge the sacrifices made by others, especially his family? He can only feel disdain. How could he ever mature? He is nothing but a pure-blood disgrace. Voldemort cast a cold glance at Bella, refraining from reprimanding her, and instead aimed his wand once more at Sirius. Avada Kedavra. In that split second, Harry, who had been fixated on Voldemort, skillfully cast Expelliarmus. In an instant, all eyes turned in terror towards Harry. Voldemort easily dodged Harry's disarming spell, his wand still firmly in hand. However, due to Harry's timely intervention, the killing curse's trajectory was altered. Well done, Harry, Sirius praised, disregarding the gazes of those around them. Observing this turn of events, Rookhiss was plunged into silence, a creeping sense that their plans for the day were doomed to failure, all because of Sirius's presence. Indeed, it was due to Sirius's presence. He was Harry's godfather, deeply devoted to him, willing to risk everything to protect Harry and shield him from all harm. This also implies that as long as Sirius remains alive, Harry will not confront Voldemort directly, nor will he engage in combat with Voldemort as effortlessly as they envision. At least not today. In that moment, Loxias felt a twinge of regret for divulging the prophecy of Sirius's demise to Regulus, and aiding him in reaching the Department of Mysteries undetected to rescue his brother. Reflecting on it, why did she not simply confine Sirius to prevent him from going to the Department of Mysteries? Would that not serve a dual purpose? After a brief moment of silence, Loxias arrived at the answer. It was because she harbored an intense loathing for Sirius, desiring his death. After all, the Department of Mysteries was a chaotic place. Perhaps even with Regulus's timely intervention, Sirius would still meet his end. Thus, the final outcome was that Sirius escaped with the group using the portkey. Overall, he was indeed well prepared. Closing the live broadcast, Loxias sank back onto the sofa, beginning to review the events. Truth be told, she should not have concerned herself with Sirius's fate. After all, she had never liked him. He had even bullied her father during their school days. Moreover, she should not have revealed the reason, time, and place of Sirius's impending death during a casual conversation with Regulus. At the behest of her dear friend, she had acquiesced. And now the plan had failed. They needed to devise a new strategy. Loxias summoned her abilities to attempt another prophecy. Who knew if this diversion would steer events elsewhere? Fortunately, there were minimal changes, save for a certain dead dog bouncing about incessantly. Loxias reopened her eyes, feeling somewhat exasperated. This incident, apart from salvaging a certain dead dog, had not altered any significant future events, including her father's death. The intricate web of causality seemed to return everything to its rightful place. You seem to be in a rather foul mood, remarked Shoot, who was attending to the family business. Loxias candidly replied, Indeed, my plan has failed, and Voldemort remains unscathed. All the portraits within Carrington Castle were aware of Loxias's intentions, and Shoot was no exception. However, they offered her no suggestions or assistance, merely observing from the sidelines. We are all cognizant of your ambitions, yet we have never proffered you any advice, Shoot reminisced. Can you guess why? Because you are merely portraits. Even though you possess memories of your past lives and can mimic former behaviors, there remains an inherent difference between you and the living, Loxias retorted. Shoot chuckled. That is not the primary reason. What is it then? Loxias inquired. The crux of the matter lies in our experiences. To foster your growth and ensure you grasp the limitations of our abilities, you must undergo these trials personally. Only through stumbling can you discern the nature of the challenges. Loxias furrowed her brow, struggling to comprehend Shoot's meaning. But our endeavors are distinct. I am altering the main narrative of the world, not trivial matters. And my changes are destined to deviate from the original course. Shoot smiled, gazing at Loxias as if observing a reflection of his former self. Then tell me, what are the constraints of our abilities? Loxias pondered for a moment. Is it our compassion? Shoot shook his head. That is an erroneous answer. While it is true that the Carringtons are prone to compassion, our trait and our curse, it does not encapsulate the limits of our powers. Loxias, perplexed, asked if not that. Then what is it? With a tender gaze, Shoot regarded the family as sole remaining child. When you fully comprehend the constraints of our abilities, It will signify your maturation into a true Carrington. With that, Chute vanished from his frame, leaving behind a multitude of family affairs he had just resolved, and the diligent Gilly, who remained outside the confines of his portrait. Loxis stood before his frame, contemplating his words, repeatedly reflecting on the limitations of their abilities. Yet, she could not fathom the answer. Each time she wielded her powers, she had never felt constrained. Even when altering events she foresaw, she had not sensed any limitations, only a trajectory of success or failure that she could not entirely control. So, what truly constituted the constraints? However, Loxis was acutely aware that she had little time to dwell on these matters. Other obligations awaited her. Chapter 283. Reunion. The portkey connected to Sirius's residence in Hogsmeade. Upon their return to the house via the portkey, Sirius anxiously inquired if Harry was unharmed. Having exited the Department of Mysteries, Harry felt a profound sense of relief, as the dread instigated by Voldemort had dissipated. He reassured Sirius, "I'm fine, Padfoot. And you?" "Of course I am unscathed. I am your godfather, after all. How could anything happen to me?" Sirius declared proudly. Meanwhile Lupin approached. "Well, since all is well, we should hasten to return them to Hogwarts. There is no place safer than Hogwarts." However, after finally reuniting with his godfather, Harry was reluctant to leave so soon. "I think we can delay our return a bit. We just endured a fierce battle, and deserve a moment to rest and catch our breath." Sirius concurred with Harry's sentiment, longing to spend more time with his godson. "But I believe we must swiftly return them to Hogwarts. If the faculty discovers they are missing, that would pose a far greater problem. Leaving school without the headmaster's permission could incur penalties, and losing points would be the least of our worries," Lupin countered. Harry replied, "It's fine. We have no classes this afternoon, as long as we return before tomorrow morning, and we can always use the secret passage, right?" Ron echoed Harry's sentiments, eager to make the most of their outing. "Exactly. As long as we return before morning, no one will notice we are gone." Yet just as Ron finished speaking, Dumbledore's phoenix appeared at the window. Fawkes delivered a note, which Lupin retrieved, glanced at the contents, and then handed it to Sirius. "It seems this time you have no choice." With that, Fawkes whisked away the trio of saviors. Observing Harry being taken by Fawkes, Sirius resolved to step out for a moment, as he had some lingering questions to address. "Where are you going?" Lupin queried from behind him. 12 Grimmauld Place. "I have some matters to attend to," Sirius replied. Lupin was well aware of the location. It was where Sirius's owl frequently delivered letters before he was completely ostracized by his family during the holidays. Although Lupin was unsure of Sirius's intentions, he refrained from inquiring, knowing it was once his former home. Sirius apparat to 12 Grimmauld Place, disregarding the surrounding muggles and striding toward the house he had not set foot in for over a decade. If he had any thoughts, they were shrouded in tranquility, devoid of any specific notion. He dissented from the family's beliefs, choosing to sever ties with them at an early age, harboring a deep-seated aversion to the pressures imposed upon him. Consequently, when faced with the abode that left him with little fondness, Sirius felt no trepidation about returning home, nor did he experience any joy in doing so. His heart was serene, as if he were venturing to a place of little significance. As he opened the door, he was met with Kreacher's vitriolic tirades. The traitor of the Black family, a disgrace to purebloods, merely a wayward son who knew only how to provoke the mistress's ire. Now that he had returned to the Black estate, Kreacher lamented his inability to expel such a wretch, allowing him to continue to disgrace himself upon their territory. As Kreacher cursed, he furiously swept the floor, deliberately stirring up dust to cast toward Sirius. Sirius, disinterested in the antics of this house elf, recognized him as the most devoted follower of their mother, who prided herself solely on pureblood lineage and family honor. Moreover, his return to this suffocating place was not for the sake of this madhouse elf, but rather to seek his brother, whom he had not seen for an eternity, and with whom he had long parted ways. Regulus, where was he? Let him come forth and meet me. Sirius had no desire to engage with Kreacher, and commanded him directly. Kreacher glanced up at Sirius, his eyes brimming with disdain. "Oh, the disowned son of the Black family thinks he can command Kreacher now?" Kreacher's sardonic remarks infuriated Sirius, who forcefully shoved the obstructing elf aside, and strode deeper into the house. "Regulus! Regulus! Come out!" Sirius bellowed throughout the room. Kreacher, rising from the floor, glared intensely at Sirius. "Oh, the mistress's most detested son is behaving outrageously in this house once again. Too bad the master does not allow Kreacher to lay a hand on this filthy, foolish creature." Upon hearing the voice he loathed, Sirius roared in fury. "Enough! Kreacher, Silence yourself. At that moment, Regulus descended the staircase. Since he had decided to intervene and save Sirius, Regulus was not surprised by his brother's arrival. Creature, you may retire for now, Regulus stated, unwilling to witness the discord between Creature and Sirius, for it held little purpose. Upon seeing Regulus, Sirius's ire subsided, and he fell silent. After Creature departed, Regulus took a seat on the sofa first. Please sit. Sirius remained standing, his disdain for everything in this place palpable. He had no desire to touch anything here. Were it not for his suspicion that Regulus had just rescued him, he would not have set foot in this abode. Noticing his brother's reluctance to move, Regulus did not press him. Speak, what brings you here? I doubt it is merely nostalgia for this home. Sirius, lacking the inclination for casual conversation with Regulus, stated bluntly, you were the one who saved me at the Department of Mysteries, were you not? Regulus retorted. Why do you assume it was I? Sirius simply replied with 2 words. Intuition. Regulus chuckled. So it was indeed I who saved you. What of it? Sirius remained silent for a considerable time. Why did you choose to save me? Regulus candidly articulated his reasoning. I confess. Ever since I discovered you had chosen to evade your responsibilities and consorted with Potter and his ilk to bully the weak, I have been profoundly disappointed in you. Later, when you disregarded the family entirely, prioritizing your own comfort and pleasure, the lofty image of you as my elder brother vanished without a trace in my heart. To speak frankly, even now, I cannot forgive you for that time, for you have caused this family to fracture and be rife with discord. Yet, I chose to save you because you are my brother. But let it be known, this will be the sole occasion. Chapter 284. A Brotherly Discourse. I am grateful to you for saving me today, but all of that is a mistake. The Black family's allegiance to Voldemort, their choice to follow him, was inherently erroneous. They wreak havoc and commit all manner of atrocities, Sirius said, furrowing his brow. As for your claims of bullying the weak, that was merely youthful mischief. Who does not err? Regulus disregarded Sirius's subsequent words, only managing a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, it is erroneous. How could my father and I not recognize it as such? Regulus continued. Sirius, have you ever taken a close look? What? Sirius replied, puzzled. Regulus regarded his brother, who still seemed so immature, as a scion of the Black family. I would think you possess some understanding of the various families within the wizarding world. Have you not noticed? Many families have already dwindled into obscurity. Sirius dismissed the notion. Is that not a natural occurrence? Is it not typical for a family to decline and perish? Just like the Blacks. But for multiple families to simultaneously face such a fate is not normal. Have you not sought to understand the underlying reasons? Regulus sighed, finding it as challenging as ever to communicate with Sirius. Sirius, unwilling to continue this discourse, grew increasingly impatient. What reasons? Merely mismanagement. Not every family is as fortunate as the Malfoys. Regulus shook his head. Then tell me, what of the Potters? Why did their family decline? Without a moment's thought, Sirius answered, because Voldemort killed old Potter and then James, leaving that once wealthy and powerful family with only Harry. Regulus bluntly revealed the truth. Yes, because Voldemort killed old Potter and then James. Do you not comprehend? The Black family had no choice. If we did not align ourselves with Voldemort and bow before him, we would all perish. And the reason you could brazenly join the Order of the Phoenix and still survive, the reason the Black family exists after your foolish and reckless decision, is because our father, despite his grave illness, served Voldemort steadfastly. It is because, to appease Voldemort's wrath, the family compelled me, still a minor, to join the Death Eaters and bear the mark of the Dark Lord. Standing from the sofa, Regulus fixed his gaze upon Sirius, revealing to him all that he was unaware of. Yet he conveyed it all with an eerie calm, devoid of any personal emotion, as if recounting an event that bore no relevance to him. Of course, he did not share this information in hopes of rekindling any affection from Sirius, nor to justify their actions, but rather to make it clear that he was the most egregious of the misguided. He was the one who had abandoned every member of this family. Regulus's revelation struck Sirius like a blow to the head, leaving him momentarily stunned. So, was all of this his fault? No, how could he be at fault? He had merely escaped the dark, filthy family to embrace the right path. How could it possibly be his error? If it were his fault, leaving everything behind for Regulus and the others, what did that make him? A foolish traitor to the family? An arrogant egotist? Or a coward fleeing from the fray? Struggling to refute this, Sirius stammered. Then why did you not simply seek refuge with Dumbledore? His power is such that even the Dark Lord regards him with trepidation. You pledge your allegiance to him, just as the Black family has. Before Sirius could finish his sentence, Regulus interjected loudly, seemingly eager to unleash years of pent-up frustration. Why do you view this matter so simplistically? Aligning with Dumbledore? If he could truly safeguard the Black family, then why did old Potter perish? And do you really believe that no Death Eaters have ever sought refuge with him? Take Severus, for instance. He turned to Dumbledore for Lily's sake, but what was the outcome? Lily died, and he became a double agent, unable to secure his own safety, even relying on his daughter to scheme on his behalf. Regulus's words rendered Sirius utterly speechless, for he could find no suitable rebuttal, even though the example included his most despised figure, Snape. These were undeniable truths. Sirius took a step back, unwilling to confront the reality of his past mistakes. I merely yearned for freedom, resisting the constraints of my family, he rationalized. Yes, you long for light, justice, and freedom. Who doesn't he? But Sirius, you are selfish. You abandoned family members who equally yearned for these ideals. Regulus sighed softly. Freedom is precious, yet it is finite. You have left me alone in this mire. Even now, years later, Regulus still felt the ache of this abandonment. Perhaps those years submerged with the inferi in the lake were merely a fleeting moment of unawareness for him. Everything will be all right. Time will heal all wounds. When all becomes a mere memory, he will still be the pure and proud Black. Sirius seemed to grasp the unspoken sentiments of Regulus. Though it was not his intention, his youthful ignorance of the circumstances, or perhaps his lack of attention to them, had indeed left Regulus isolated in the mire, confronting the oppressive family and Voldemort alone. I'm sorry. In the end, Sirius could only utter these few words. Regulus fell silent upon hearing them, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. But right now, I do not wish to forgive you. Please leave this place. Sirius, Regulus. Regulus turned his head away. Leave here, as if you have never seen me, as if I am still missing. If you wish for me to live and remain undetected by him, do so. Sirius instinctively glanced at the inner side of Regulus's arm. Sirius, so. Regulus understood Sirius's nature and reluctantly explained. The dark mark is etched deep within the soul. To remove it without alerting him is impossible, for now. I've merely had a friend seal it, allowing me to live without his awareness. Sirius, I'm sorry. Regulus, you should go. Sirius remained silent for a moment, surprisingly refraining from acting on his impulses. He turned and walked toward the door. Sirius, I will return to see you. Chapter 285, Not Wanting to. In contrast to Regulus's plight, Loxis had far more pressing concerns. She swept all the books off her desk in frustration. She simply could not fathom what restriction Chute had referred to, and this latest failure left her utterly vexed. When Severus returned to Carrington Castle and found her in her room, he was greeted by this chaotic scene. What's wrong, Loxis? Severus stepped over the scattered books, approached her, and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, inquiring about her well-being. Loxis hung her head, confessing the crux of her distress. I failed, wasn't he killed? Upon hearing this, Severus paused, then recalled something, piecing together the clues that led him to an understanding. Severus voiced his speculation. So? You were planning the recent attempt on him? Lucius sent him to the Department of Mysteries to retrieve that prophecy ball. Was that your doing? Loxis nodded in affirmation. Yes. It's all right. This time you didn't succeed, but there will be a next time. When I study potions, I often do not succeed on the first attempt. Severus awkwardly reassured her. But this is different. Loxis expressed her own concerns. Severus, fully aware of Loxis's apprehensions, sighed silently. Loxis, you must understand that your father is not as incompetent as you perceive. I possess many means to survive under his command, and he would not easily harbor murderous intent toward me. I am irreplaceable among the Death Eaters. Loxis's voice trembled. But I am afraid. Severus met her gaze directly. There is no need for fear, Loxis. You must realize that in your prophecy, I did not resist at that time, which signifies my willingness. I have no grand notions of self-sacrifice. For you, I would never consider such a course. Thus, regardless of the situation, I will not reach that point. Faced with Loxis, whose eyes were red-rimmed and cheeks streaked with tears, Severus's heart softened immensely. He could not afford to adopt a harsh demeanor towards her. Eventually, he resolutely promised Loxis, if it comes to that perilous moment, I will simply leave, remaining here in Carrington Castle with you, until the Dark Lord is dealt with. Loxis looked at Severus, sniffed, and then asked, what about Harry? And don't you want to avenge Lily? Severus gently ruffled Loxis's hair. Harry survives, doesn't he? As for avenging Lily, as long as he dies, it counts as retribution for her. Whether I take action or not is inconsequential. To me, you are the most important thing right now. Loxis gazed at Severus, momentarily unable to discern whether he was comforting her or revealing his true intentions. Really? Loxis inquired cautiously. Yes, Severus nodded. Upon hearing his response, even though Loxis still harbored some doubts, the weight of her worries seemed to dissipate considerably. She chose to trust Severus. He had never deceived her, and all his promises had been fulfilled. Moreover, she still had time and opportunities. Didn't she? In the end, Loxis wiped away her tears. That's wonderful. Seeing Loxis finally emerge from her emotional turmoil, Severus felt a profound sense of relief. He skillfully shifted the topic. It seems dinner time approaches. Loxis, what would you like to eat tonight? Without a second thought, Loxis replied, I want dumplings. Severus, very well. Then tonight we shall enjoy dumplings together. After dinner, Loxis contacted Dumbledore using her communicator. This time, Severus sat beside her, watching the screen. Loxis, Headmaster Dumbledore. Our plan has failed. He did not die. Loxis. Someone asked me to save that black dog, and the living black dog prevented Harry from confronting Voldemort and rescued him. Loxis. While this is ultimately my fault, if need be, I could take action to ensure the black dog meets his end once more. I believe my father would support this idea and said he could assist. Dumbledore. Oh, there's really no need for that. He has been saved, let him remain alive. There's no necessity for him to die again. Dumbledore. Although it is somewhat regrettable that we have not succeeded this time, the outcome was within my expectations. Harry is still too immature and requires further growth. Rahis. How long do you think he needs to grow? My time is rather limited. Dumbledore. Pray tell. Do you have another scheme in mind? Rahis. Almost. Dumbledore. We are not in such a rush, are we? At this juncture, Rahis turned to the side and looked at Snape. Father, are we in a hurry? In response to Rahis' inquiry, Snape naturally shook his head indicating, not at all. There is no rush. It is just about right. Upon receiving Snape's answer, Rahis turned back to continue addressing Dumbledore. Rahis, my father has stated there is no hurry at all. Would it not be better to resolve Voldemort sooner? It would grant everyone peace. And Ariana could join her peers and play sooner as well. Dumbledore, for Harry hastening his growth is not beneficial. Rahis, what does that even count as hastening? It merely solidifies Harry's resolve to confront Voldemort. When the ultimate battle occurs, it is not Harry's strength that is paramount. Dumbledore, very well, share your thoughts. Rahis, let Harry replicate the path I foresaw in my prophecy for the next 2 months. Then confront Voldemort as he invades Hogwarts. Dumbledore, I recall that Grindelwald mentioned in your prophecy that I seem to perish before Harry? Rahis, it is merely an act. Dumbledore, how do you propose to enact it? The killing curse cannot be faked. Please consider my advanced age. Even if you possess the alchemical means to defend against the killing curse, I may not withstand it. Rahis, we could simulate it with a spell that emits green light. The headmaster could simply fall in accordance. Dumbledore, and in doing so, hand over the position of headmaster to Severus? I recall you stating he is the next headmaster. Rahis, your old father has no desire to be the headmaster of Hogwarts. At this point, a sense of foreboding surged within Snape. Rahis blinked innocently. Is 2 years truly too much to ask? Chapter 286, the Best Participation Award. Under Rahis' pitiful gaze, Snape instinctively felt inclined to acquiesce. Yet, as the words formed on his lips, reason regained its hold, and he became acutely aware of his momentary inclination to agree. How could he have even contemplated accepting the role of headmaster at Hogwarts? Had he been infected by the presence of those trolls? Rahis' mere gaze stirred within him a compulsion to comply. He realized that being the headmaster entailed responsibilities far beyond overseeing a single Slytherin. The duties would multiply exponentially. Even issuing detentions would become a daunting task. Moreover, the potions in the infirmary would likely still fall under his purview. Why should he bear such burdens simply due to a glance from his daughter? While he felt a softening inclination to oblige her, it was hardly justifiable. Rahis, your old father has no desire to assume the mantle of headmaster at Hogwarts. It is hardly a favorable position. Snape once again regretfully declined Rahis' proposal. Rahis. Yet in the future I witnessed, you indeed became the headmaster of Hogwarts, albeit for a brief time. Snape replied without hesitation. I must have lost my senses to accept such an appointment. Rahis shook her head. Not quite. Your appointment was bestowed by Voldemort. Snape, that makes sense. With a weary sigh, Snape acknowledged the inevitability. So, it appears I cannot escape this headmastership, correct? What of Dumbledore? Snape inquired. He is dead. Upon saying this, Rahis presented Snape with a communicator, which bore messages regarding Dumbledore's demise. Well, I had forgotten that detail. Dumbledore is deceased, Voldemort remains. And thus your ascension is both logical and unassailable. Snape felt a headache brewing. I know you do not wish to be headmaster, but it matters not. You can resign the moment Voldemort is vanquished. If Dumbledore wishes to continue as headmaster, let him. If he does not, Professor McGonagall can succeed him. I believe she is next in line to be headmaster after you, Rahis encouraged. Moreover, as for the duties of the headmaster, you may delegate them to me, Father. After all, I have already managed such matters in other timelines, and I possess some experience. This revelation alleviated all of Snape's concerns. He found himself at a loss for reasons to refuse. However, he was certain that should he become headmaster, his time for potion research would undoubtedly diminish. Currently, his time for potion studies was already scant. Noticing Snape's slight wavering, Rahis seized the opportunity. Moreover, to speak frankly, our prophecy is unlikely to change unless we intervene. So it is fated that you shall become headmaster of Hogwarts, whether due to this event or others. Hearing this, Snape, however reluctant, understood one undeniable truth. He was now inescapably bound to the role of headmaster. Given the circumstances, with the position of headmaster vacated, Voldemort would surely ensure one of his own would take control of Hogwarts for ease of governance. With this thought, Snape felt an inexplicable headache. Very well, very well. But let it be agreed that once all is settled, I shall resign from the position of headmaster. Agreed, Rahis readily affirmed. In truth, whether Snape became the headmaster was of little consequence to Rahis. It merely facilitated her endeavors within the school. However, if upon her return to school, her father still held the position, it would prove to be quite entertaining. She could leverage her father's influence to engage in mischief, though she could have done so previously. Being the headmaster certainly held more weight than merely being a head of house. Having persuaded Snape, Rahis then redirected her attention to the communicator. At that moment, Dumbledore had replied to Rahis with several messages. Dumbledore, were it not for my knowledge of severest disinterest and profound disdain for the affairs of the school, I would genuinely suspect you of plotting my demise to facilitate Severus' ascension. Dumbledore, while the strategy you propose is not without merit, I believe many matters require careful deliberation. Dumbledore, for instance, let us first examine the complete version of the prophecy. Rahis, if this is your wish, headmaster, I would be most willing to comply. Conveniently, my father is present. Why not bring Grindelwald to Carrington Castle to meet with me? Rahis, a face-to-face conversation is far more effective. Dumbledore, that may take some time. First, I must attend to matters on my end. To this, Rahis readily agreed. She then, in Snape's presence, switched to another interface. It was Hermione's. The conversation was still ongoing, featuring Hermione, Ron and Harry, as they arrived at the Department of Mysteries. On one side, Snape had naturally noticed the message sent by Hermione, and he retorted with unbridled sarcasm. Even the most intellectually inclined among the trio was unlikely to effect any tangible change within their ranks. Lockhart, maintaining an impassive demeanor while replying, commented, "Oh, I assumed you were already aware, Father. Potter's decisions and the subsequent realizations are of a nature that not even 9 oxen could drag back." Indeed, he was every bit his dim-witted father's duplicate. Snape wholeheartedly concurred with this sentiment. Lockhart articulated Snape's unvoiced thoughts. Well, aside from those eyes, there is little resemblance to Lily. What a pity, such splendid genes wasted. After responding to the message, Lockhart observed the silent Snape. By the way, does this not qualify as Lily receiving a participation award? The term participation award was readily understood by Snape in its literal sense, yet when contextualized, it struck him as rather accurate. That Potter bore no resemblance to Lily apart from the eyes, and he had not inherited her prodigious talent in potion-making. TSK, that wretched Potter. Utterly oblivious to the value of good inheritance. What a useless being. Noticing Snape gradually aligning with his perspective, Lockhart suddenly pondered something and continued. However, in my view, Father, you do not seem to qualify for a mere participation award. Snape paused, directing his gaze at Lockhart. Indeed, he did not merely fit the label of a participation award. While the eye color and hair hue were uncertain, his features, save for the nose, revealed a discernible reflection of Snape's visage, along with her aptitude for potions. No, it was certainly more than a participation award. Chapter 287. Arranging a funeral for the headmaster. As dinner time arrived, Dumbledore escorted Grindelwald to Carrington Castle. This prompted Snape to suspect that they had intentionally timed their arrival to partake in the meal. Ever since Lockhart had withdrawn from Hogwarts, the presence of Chinese cuisine had markedly diminished, and even the few remaining dishes had fallen prey to magical alterations. For instance, stir-fried pork with green peppers had been transformed into pork and tomato sauce. Yes, pork and tomato sauce. Not even the simple stir-fried pork with tomatoes. The reason being an underclassman had been reduced to tears by the spice, and had sought the house elves' assistance to cater to their aversion to heat, compounded by a few elegant serpents refusing the less graceful Slytherin fare. Thus, spicy pork had ultimately devolved into pork and tomato sauce. As for why it wasn't simply pork with tomatoes, they deemed tomatoes too ostentatious for the dish. In response to this peculiar turn of events, Snape remarked, "If you enjoy it, partake, if not, depart." Regarding the unexpected guests, the house elves at Carrington swiftly and calmly prepared several dishes to ensure there was ample food for 4. After the meal, it was time for deliberation. Lockhart first presented her prophecy, which extended until Voldemort's demise. As Snape was already aware of his future death, this no longer warranted Lockhart's deliberate concealment. Upon reviewing the prophecy, Dumbledore lapsed into silence. Grindelwald's expression was far from pleasant. He fixed a piercing gaze on Snape, seemingly eager to engage him in a duel, to relieve his pent-up frustration. For Grindelwald believed that although Dumbledore's death was primarily due to the curse laid by Voldemort, Snape was the one who had directly extinguished Dumbledore's life, even if it had been by Dumbledore's own command. Nevertheless, the fact remained that Snape had brought an end to Dumbledore's life. It was no wonder that when Lockhart had previously shown him this segment of the prophecy, she hastily concluded the sharing without revealing the face of the person who had killed Dumbledore. Dumbledore, too, sensed Grindelwald's fury. He gently patted Grindelwald's hand in a soothing gesture. Then he turned to Lockhart. "Well, now that we are all aware of the future, could you share your thoughts? Why must Harry undergo all of this in advance, even if merely as a performance?" Lockhart summarized her reflections, and combined them with a question posed by another, leading her to some conjectures. She believed that only by adhering to the form of prophecy could they effectuate changes at certain junctures while minimizing sacrifices in the quest to vanquish Voldemort. "Is that merely it? This is but your hypothesis." Dumbledore scrutinized Lockhart through his crescent-shaped eyes, unconvinced by her reasoning. Lockhart replied, "Indeed, just a hypothesis. Yet, I believe it is worth attempting. After all, even in failure, we stand to lose nothing, do we? The fact that Harry will not be killed by Voldemort is a certainty, given the magic of love that resides within him." After stating this, Lockhart observed Dumbledore, who appeared deep in thought. Subsequently, Lockhart directed her gaze at Grindelwald. "What are your thoughts?" Grindelwald's index finger tapped lightly on the table twice, his expression shifting rapidly between differing emotions. Ultimately, he looked towards Lockhart and chose to side with her. "I find it feasible." "Gerald?" Dumbledore turned to Grindelwald. Grindelwald replied, "We have grown old, Albus. In our final moments, I wish to be with you, rather than receiving news of your death while in Nurmengard." Dumbledore furrowed his brow. "Yet, the Horcrux that led to my demise has already been dealt with by you. Who knows? Without that rat, did he not return?" Grindelwald countered. Dumbledore found Grindelwald's reasoning somewhat unreasonable. Grindelwald fixed his gaze upon Dumbledore. "I cannot wager your life. If you refuse to comply, I will not hesitate to rally the saints once more to pursue my unfinished business." At this, Dumbledore closed his eyes resigned. "Very well, I shall acquiesce to your wishes." Seeing this, Lockhart smiled. This was precisely why she had insisted on Dumbledore bringing Grindelwald along. She was confident that Grindelwald, unwilling to witness Dumbledore's demise, would compel him to agree to her plan. Lockhart continued, "Now, let us ascertain our current progress. I believe the Ministry of Magic should now be convinced of Voldemort's resurrection, and have withdrawn umbrage?" Dumbledore affirmed. Indeed, they witnessed Voldemort's revival with their own eyes. Lockhart pondered for a moment. "Next, we must ensure Harry learns about the Horcruxes and Voldemort's past. After that, Headmaster, you may feign death." Dumbledore was taken aback. "So soon?" Lockhart replied, "There's no alternative. My father's notes are my possessions, and I shall not relinquish them. Moreover, the locket is already in our possession, so you need not escort Harry there. Of course, if you wish to indulge in self-punishment by drinking from that object, I shall say nothing. Also, the only other significant matter remains these two." Upon reflection, Dumbledore acknowledged the truth of her words. "Perhaps you could summon Malfoy to create some semblance of a scene, to make him feel his actions are peculiar?" Lockhart responded, "If you insist on this phase, It is not unfeasible. Draco would be thrilled to play along. After Lockhart finished speaking, Grindelwald interjected. Next, we shall address the roles you two are to play. Snape awaited this moment. Though he was not particularly fond of concocting dental potions for the old bee, he could not bring himself to end his life directly. Roxas. We require a spell that emits the green light of Avada, and with that, we can have Professor Dumbledore collapse in the tower. Followed by organizing a funeral for him. Snape interrupted Roxas. What is the rationale behind this? Roxas. I believe we can utilize the age-old justification of Voldemort's demands. Snape. He likely hasn't issued the command to kill Dumbledore yet. Roxas. Not to worry, I have spies who are capable of executing this. Snape narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems you have considerable faith in their abilities. Roxas. Naturally, and with this proposal, they might also evade some of the repercussions this time. Upon hearing this, Snape understood the implication, for Voldemort's reckoning would not wait for them to deliberate for too long. So, you have already set them in motion? Indeed. Roxas replied with a smile. Chapter 288. It's entrusted to you. Snape. But I recall you were quite troubled and exceedingly furious at that time. Roxas. That did not hinder me from finding a solution. After all, I couldn't allow them to endure Voldemort's Cruciatus curse for real. If it were a sham, and their performance fell short, Voldemort would certainly notice. The stakes are too high. Snape appeared astonished. You even contemplated faking it, acting as if under the Cruciatus curse? Roxas candidly confessed. Yes, but later I discovered their acting skills were inadequate. They could not convincingly portray the agony, so I had to substitute the potion that mitigates the Cruciatus curse instead. The item I provided you in your third year had a similar effect. Snape, you seem to have considered every angle. It appears you have conducted quite a few experiments behind my back. At that moment, Grindelwald spoke up. Roxas nonchalantly replied. It's not as if I was hiding it from you. You simply didn't inquire, nor did I report back. I have long been capable of brewing independently. It's impossible for me to consult you on every matter. With that, Roxas tossed a small brooch to Grindelwald. Grindelwald caught it, and began to examine the brooch with keen interest. Dumbledore glanced at Grindelwald before steering the conversation back. So, what about the spell that can emit the Avada color? Developing spells is quite a formidable challenge. Roxas shrugged nonchalantly. It's not particularly difficult. It's merely about producing a specific color of light. With both of you here, I believe it shouldn't pose any trouble, right? Roxas's statement successfully redirected Grindelwald's attention from the brooch back to her words. He was quite pleased with this remark, not merely for her acknowledgement of his and Albus's capabilities, but rather for the prospect of spending more time with Albus. Indeed, it was not a daunting task. Grindelwald cast a glance at Dumbledore. Feeling Grindelwald's intense gaze, Dumbledore awkwardly took a sip of his unsweetened tea. Carrington Castle has this one flaw. It fails to provide sweeteners like sugar cubes or honey for those with a penchant for sweetness. The flavor is utterly lacking. Thus, after finishing the tea, Dumbledore retrieved a handful of his beloved lemon drops from his pocket. Would you care to try some? They are quite delightful. Dumbledore, as usual in his office, offered the young men his favorite candies. Roxas resolutely shook her head. Grindelwald happily took one to taste, while Snape expressionlessly confiscated half. Dumbledore, I recall, Severus, that you do not particularly favor sweets. Seeing the quantity of candies diminish significantly, Dumbledore felt a pang of regret, and cast a mournful glance at Snape. Snape, without a hint of remorse, replied, the old professor responsible for brewing your dental strengthening potion does not wish to bear this heavy burden during his day of rest. Dumbledore sought to protest but ultimately could not. For at his age he truly required the dental strengthening potion that Snape prepared specifically for him. Upon hearing this, Grindelwald's expression darkened slightly, yet he remained silent. Roxas, however, found amusement in witnessing Dumbledore's predicament before her father, such a rare sight indeed. Moreover, from Grindelwald's gaze, Roxas sensed he harbored yet another nefarious plan aimed at Dumbledore. Most likely, her father would no longer have to shoulder those unwarranted extra responsibilities. A true win-win situation. A delightful outcome for both parties. With this, Roxas felt her spirits lift considerably, dispelling the gloom of her previous failed plans. Simultaneously, she resolved to lend her support to Grindelwald. Roxas propped her chin on her hand and addressed Grindelwald. Therefore, the development of the spell, as well as the task of portraying my father in the act of killing Professor Dumbledore, is entrusted to you, Gellert. Oh, entrusted to me? Grindelwald met Roxas's gaze. Well, since it's not a matter of actual murder, I will need you to rehearse with Professor Dumbledore. My father has been exceedingly busy lately, and likely lacks the time to engage in such an act without alarming anyone. Upon comprehending the implication of her words, Grindelwald readily agreed, for that meant he would have more time to spend with Professor Dumbledore. Grindelwald was well aware of this, and he understood Roxas's underlying intention. She wished to prevent him from causing Snape any inconvenience, and to allow Snape a lighter workload. Nevertheless, as he was also a beneficiary of the situation, he was unconcerned. In a cheerful tone, Grindelwald stated, "Leave it to me. I shall execute this task diligently. Dumbledore, shouldn't you consult me, as one of the parties involved, for my opinion?" In any case, the outline was thus established. Harry began his rapid journey of growth, albeit only in terms of psychological development. First he learned about the Horcruxes and delved into Voldemort's youth, then he sensed something amiss with Draco. Yet before he could ascertain what was troubling Draco, the undercover agents arranged by Roxas, along with Snape, cleverly secured Voldemort's agreement to employ Draco to kill Dumbledore. In truth, they did not exert much effort in this endeavor. It was purely Voldemort's long-held desire to eliminate Dumbledore. Regardless of whether their suggestion of Draco succeeded, he faced no loss. Thus, without much thought, Voldemort acquiesced to the plan. Subsequently, unbeknownst to Draco himself, the assassination plot against Dumbledore commenced. Draco, Roxas, you have no idea. I've been toying with Potter, and he genuinely believes I have some scheme in motion. Draco, it's so amusing to deceive him. If such opportunities arise again, do remember to seek me out. Roxas, it seems you are unperturbed by your fanbase. Do you realize that recently, there has been an influx of fanfiction surrounding you too? Draco, could you refrain from bringing up such distasteful topics at this time? I have a girlfriend, you know. Draco, it's utterly absurd. Why is it that my girlfriend and I share such a close bond, yet no fanfiction exists about us, while there's in abundance with that damned Potter? Roxas, because rivals make for the best pairings. Draco, Roxas, by the way, there is indeed a plan you intend to implement. Draco, what plan do I have to execute? Chapter 289, a scheme. Draco, why am I unaware of what plan I am supposed to execute? Loxias, because we have undertaken a task from Voldemort on your behalf. Draco, what are you saying? Is this some sort of jest? Loxias, quite the contrary. It is simply a matter of fact. We have taken on a task from Voldemort, and both Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy are aware of it. Draco, what? What else have you been concealing from me? Why have my father and mother not informed me? Am I truly their son? Loxias, we have not concealed anything from you. We merely chose to wait until the plan was sufficiently developed before sharing it. Draco, should I express my gratitude to you? Loxias, no need for thanks. Draco, since you are revealing this to me now, it must mean you have a use for my assistance. Pray tell, what must I do? I shall benevolently cooperate with you to complete the remaining tasks. Loxias, you are to kill Dumbledore. Draco, Albus Dumbledore? Loxias, it is commendable that you recall his full name. However, I am referring to Albus Dumbledore. Draco, goodbye. Loxias, do not bid farewell just yet. This is a task assigned to you by Voldemort. If you fail to carry it out, the consequences will be dire. Draco, Loxias, spare your curses, they are futile. My communication device can filter out profanities, rendering them as mere gibberish to me. Draco, you truly are a wonderful friend, taking on such perilous matters for me. What do you intend to achieve? This is no trivial matter that can be resolved with a few bags of spicy snacks or bowls of snail noodles. Loxias, relax, it is not a genuine assassination. You merely need to make an appearance in a designated location, portraying a scene of profound anguish that you must endure. Draco, what do you mean by that? Loxias, quite literally, and rest assured, Headmaster Dumbledore will not truly perish. You shall understand in due course. However, for the safety of Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy, this matter must remain confidential, even from Astoria. Draco, what are you truly planning? Loxias, in due time, someone will enlighten you. Just remember to convey your suffering convincingly. I have faith in your acting prowess. It is undoubtedly superior to Harry's. Draco, is he involved in your performance as well? Loxias, to some extent, though he remains oblivious. Playing himself. Draco, understood, I shall perform admirably. Draco, nevertheless, I cannot shake the feeling that your scheme is grand in scale, with significant ambitions at play. Loxias, when the plan reaches fruition, I shall reveal all the answers to you. Draco, I trust you, Loxias. Draco, but rest assured, I shall hold you accountable for this once you return to school. Loxias, save that remark until you have seen the other cast members. Having concluded his conversation with Loxias, Draco furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he opened their family group chat. He sought not only to glean information from his parents, but also to inquire why they had kept him in the dark. Was he truly no longer their beloved son? He confided everything to his father, yet his father concealed everything from him. His mother, too, stood by his father's side, shrouding him in secrecy. At the age of 16, he was capable of assisting his family in numerous ways. Ultimately, Draco received only vague responses from his parents, instructing him to cooperate with the performance. Draco, am I not your most cherished little dragon? In any case, Draco reluctantly joined the rehearsal, though his spirits lifted upon seeing the cast. There stood his favorite pairing, Grindelwald and Dumbledore. Loxias, I forgive you. However, Grindelwald was not particularly welcoming towards this unwanted third wheel. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. The poignant scene of Dumbledore's demise unfolded before Harry, delivering a significant blow to his small world. His animosity towards Snape intensified once more. Yet, aside from Ron and Hermione, no one else seemed to care. Grindelwald employed the disillusionment charm, cradling Dumbledore's lifeless form as he enacted a tragic drama, with Dumbledore reluctantly playing along. Snape returned to Carrington Castle, burdened with a large stack of documents for which the headmaster was responsible. Draco returned home, crying and demanding to know why his beloved parents had conspired against him. Loxias leisurely sipped her afternoon tea, while plotting the next scene for Harry. Snape placed the documents he had brought on the table. This is what you promised your father. Leave it there. I shall look at it later, Loxias replied indifferently. After all, if she chose not to review it, she could always pass it to the portraits at home. Salazar and Godric might relish the opportunity to challenge the workings of Hogwarts a millennium later. Loxias believed they would be quite eager, considering it was their founding institution. Snape observed Loxias as she scribbled. What is this? Loxias, a simplified script for Harry. Snape leaned in to glance. Dumbledore's funeral, his departure from the school to seek Horcruxes, an attack by the mysterious figure, Dumbledore's grave being exhumed, and the school appointing young Barty as the defense against the dark arts professor, while Slughorn takes up the potions position. Upon reaching this point, Snape could read no further. So you intend for your father to lose his job? Loxias, huh? But isn't your job that of the headmaster? Do you secretly enjoy being the head of Hogwarts, father? Snape. Loxias. I think you should understand that I did not mean it that way. Snape ground his teeth in frustration. Loxias. All right, once everything concludes, and after you resign as headmaster, if you still wish to teach at Hogwarts, wouldn't you be perfectly positioned to take on the defense against the dark arts position? Moreover, isn't that the very subject you've always aspired to teach? Snape narrowed his eyes, grasping Loxias's implication. The prophecy foretold Slughorn's role as the potions professor, while Death Eaters infiltrated the school. Thus, allowing the current known Death Eater, young Barty, to teach at Hogwarts would align with the prophecy. Furthermore, Barty was an ally and would refrain from any egregious actions towards the students. Once everything was resolved, Barty could simply depart from Hogwarts. Following this, the vacant defense against the dark arts position would be his for the taking, should he desire it. Snape patted Loxias on the shoulder. A clever idea, Loxias. Chapter 290. The Funeral in Progress. Subsequently, the scene shifted to Dumbledore's funeral. Unlike other funerals, Dumbledore had meticulously planned every detail of his own ceremony, and he was present throughout the proceedings. However, aside from those in the know, no one was aware of this fact. Many individuals from various walks of life attended Dumbledore's funeral, each holding diverse identities within the wizarding community, spanning a wide range of ages. All gathered to mourn the passing of Albus Dumbledore. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. The Great Hall of Hogwarts could scarcely contain the multitude. Consequently, the funeral was held on the flat ground by the Black Lake. Following this funeral, numerous wizards engaged in discourse. Not merely because Dumbledore had personally orchestrated and attended the event, but rather due to the fact that the arrangements resembled anything but a traditional funeral. Apart from the absence of a Christmas tree, everything bore an uncanny resemblance to a festive Christmas gathering. Through the enhanced communication device, which now boasted video capabilities, Loxias was able to witness the proceedings firsthand. To be frank, even Loxias herself felt that the device increasingly resembled a social media platform. Father, are you truly attending a funeral? She eagerly inquired as Snape retreated to a corner. Despite the looming threat of Voldemort, Snape had chosen to attend the ceremony. though he was met with a welcome as cold as the grave, save for the deceased. In that corner, Snape remained unperturbed by Loxias's words, responding, "I had thought by now you were aware of Dumbledore's aesthetic sensibilities." Loxias pondered for a moment before conceding, "That is indeed the case. Dumbledore's taste has always been thus. It pales in comparison to that of Aberforth and Ariana. Clearly, he is ill-suited for child-rearing. What if he corrupts the child's sense of beauty?" Snape cast a glance toward a certain direction, where Grindelwald and Dumbledore, utilizing the disillusionment charm, appeared to be engaged in an animated critique of what Snape deemed a rather absurd funeral. Without a doubt, Snape surmised they found it rather commendable. Even if Grindelwald possessed a more conventional sense of aesthetics, could one truly expect him to alter his tastes due to Dumbledore's influence? To be candid, Snape deemed this funeral the least impressive of all the funerals he had attended. If considering those he had not, this one would surely rank second to last, with the very worst being that of Eileen and Tobias. Snape, regaining his composure, began to retort to Loxias's opinion. "Why do you assume that with Grindelwald present, Dumbledore would find time to attend to a child?" Loxias readily agreed. Indeed, Gellert would undoubtedly monopolize Dumbledore's attention, leaving him no time for child-rearing. She continued, "But father, how does Dumbledore know so many people? I believe I just spotted several renowned alchemical masters who have declared their retirement. How I wish I could partake in this funeral. The intellectual exchange would be immensely enriching. Partake in a discussion offline? Have you conversed with them before?" Snape inquired, taking a sip of red wine. Upon finishing, he immediately regretted it. True to Dumbledore's style, the wine was sweet. He ought to have harbored no hopes regarding Dumbledore's palate, even in the matter of a simple glass of wine. Meanwhile, Loxias, oblivious to Snape's sensory ordeal, lamented her missed opportunity to converse with the esteemed figures. "Well, Kilcher knows them, and through her grandfather, I have become acquainted with them. We have exchanged inspiration and experiences online. But I always feel that virtual interactions pale in comparison to face-to-face encounters," Loxias elaborated, still expressing her regret. Snape replied flatly, "There will always be another opportunity. Dumbledore is not truly dead." Loxias's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. "True. But do you think Dumbledore's next funeral will be as extravagant? He won't be the one planning it." Snape narrowed his eyes. "That remains uncertain. The wishes of the deceased can hold significant weight." Loxias exclaimed, "Oh, I do hope he adopts a different style. Consistency breeds monotony. He ought to consider the desires of the participants." Meanwhile, the father-daughter duo began to speculate about Dumbledore's next funeral, while Grindelwald and Dumbledore continued to revel in discussions about the current ceremony. "This scene, adorned with red and yellow sequins and ribbons, is quite splendid," Dumbledore mused, his spirits lifted by the spectacle before him. Grindelwald, ever the loyal companion, agreed, "Indeed, it is a fitting tribute orchestrated by my dear Al." Dumbledore then glanced at his friends, whose expressions were heavy with sorrow, feeling a twinge of guilt. "I do feel somewhat remorseful, though I have not departed. I have still caused them to mourn." This remark ignited a spark of jealousy in Grindelwald, as Dumbledore's gaze rested on Newt and the close friend he cherished, Minerva McGonagall. He chafed at the thought of being powerless against them, much like that insufferable bat. Were it not for Loxias, he would have long since fulfilled the prophecy that foretold his demise at Dumbledore's hands. He dismissed notions that the prophecy had failed to materialize or that it was Dumbledore's directive. Even in his absence, Dumbledore's fate was sealed. If he wished to confront someone, especially one who irked him, there was nothing to deter his cunning. Having perused numerous tomes, Grindelwald, though vexed and yearning to unleash his fury, recognized what he needed to do. He gazed at Dumbledore with his captivating heterochromatic eyes, feigning a pitiful expression. "Al, do you not worry for me? Originally, I should be awaiting news of your demise in Nurmengard, all alone." For a moment, Dumbledore found himself at a loss for words. The image of Loxias portraying Grindelwald's death flashed in his mind, a solitary figure defiant against Voldemort. With a heavy sigh, Dumbledore grasped Grindelwald's hand in a gesture of comfort. Seeing his aim achieved, Grindelwald's lips curled into a subtle smile, which he suppressed, instead returning Dumbledore's grip with fervor, whispering, "It matters not, Al. As long as you are here, everything else pales in significance." Dumbledore's gaze met Grindelwald's, no longer shrouded in complexity, but tinged with caution. He observed him, an emotion akin to tenderness flickering in his eyes, reminiscent of the way he had looked at him in their youth. Chapter 291, The Proactive Ones. In stark contrast to the amiable atmosphere between the father-daughter duo and the couple, Harry was engulfed in profound sorrow. He mourned Dumbledore's passing. The the loss of his most revered headmaster who had been a guiding light throughout his journey at Hogwarts. Dumbledore had encouraged, enlightened, and taught him. In Harry's heart, Dumbledore occupied an irreplaceable position, akin to that of his godfather. As Harry gazed upon Dumbledore's lifeless form, his resentment towards Snape and Voldemort intensified immeasurably. He cast a venomous glare in Snape's direction, who not only had slain Dumbledore but also attended the funeral with an air of nonchalance, devoid of any remorse. Harry, consumed by rage, yearned to strike him down, yet the remnants of his rationality cautioned against such impulsive action. He could not disrupt the peace of Dumbledore's memorial. He owed it to his beloved headmaster to ensure he departed without unrest. Tears streamed down Harry's cheeks, clenched fists trembling as he fought to maintain control. At that moment, Ginny grasped his hand, offering solace. After the burial of Dumbledore's body, Snape severed his connection with Loxis. He now had to report back to Voldemort. At that moment, Harry caught up with him, brandishing his wand and accusing, "You are the murderer of Professor Dumbledore. Do you intend to simply walk away? You are Voldemort's lackey." Severus Snape regarded Harry with a frigid stare, momentarily recalling the vision that Rookwood had shown him. Yet in that prophecy, Draco and Bellatrix were also present. Bellatrix had even set fire to Hagrid's hut. But now it was just him and Harry. This simplified matters considerably. At least he no longer had to concern himself with Bellatrix or worry about Harry's fragile life. He could act upon his own volition and deal with this defiant Potter as he pleased. How splendid! Snape's wand slipped from his sleeve into his hand, and he envisioned 100 ways to torment Potter. "Do you truly believe you are speaking to whom, Potter?" "The Cruciatus Curse. I am conversing with a murderer." Hatred fueled Harry's incantation of the unforgivable curse. However, Snape regarded Harry's feeble attempts with disdain, as they posed no threat to him. He could easily deflect or evade them. Snape curled his lips into a sardonic smile. "A murderer, indeed. Potter, perhaps you should dust off that rusting brain of yours. Without me, others would rise. The Dark Lord will not permit Dumbledore to linger in this world, obstructing his plans." Snape's words stoked the flames of Harry's fury, compelling him to cast the dark arts once more. The Cruciatus Curse. Snape continued to effortlessly evade Harry's attacks, countering with a simple spell, Expelliarmus. Harry barely dodged, landing awkwardly on the ground before swiftly regaining his footing, fixing Snape with a determined glare. Snape was aware that Harry would not relent, yet he had devised a method of punishment, one that he deemed rather innocuous. "Do not cast dark magic at me again, Potter. Your attempts are utterly pathetic. However, considering today is Dumbledore's funeral, I shall overlook your transgressions. Next time we meet, you shall address me as headmaster." He emphasized the word headmaster deliberately, intending to further provoke Harry, while also providing material for Voldemort's report. "You are not the headmaster. The headmaster can only be Dumbledore," Harry shouted vehemently. Observing Harry's outburst, Snape felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction, reminiscent of the pleasure he derived from tormenting James Potter. Dead men cannot be headmasters. The Cruciatus Curse. Perhaps incited by Snape's taunts, Harry's attempt was somewhat more formidable this time. Snape had gathered enough material for his purpose. He decided to conclude the encounter. After evading Harry's curse, he raised his hand and cast Petrificus Totalis. Instantly, Harry was rendered immobile. "Hang upside down. You will remain here to contemplate in the breeze. While I do not expect your feeble mind to comprehend much, you must at least learn to regulate your behavior." Snape nodded in satisfaction as he observed Harry suspended, continuing, "You should consider yourself fortunate that your life is of interest to the Dark Lord. Thus, I can only afford you a mild lesson this time." With that, Snape departed. In his view, this hardly constituted a punishment for Harry, nor would it prompt any reflection on his actions that day. Yet, a night of cold wind would surely clear his mind. Moreover, this place still belonged to Hogwarts, and for the time being, no Death Eaters would be present except for him. With Dumbledore still among them, Harry's life remained secure. At most, he would suffer a mere cold from this night. As for requiring potions to remedy his cold, Snape had already retired from his position as potions master at Hogwarts. The medical wing would need to seek assistance from the next potions master. However, given Slughorn's disposition, he would likely be reluctant to shoulder such a heavy burden immediately upon his appointment. Snape left Hogwarts in a buoyant mood, leaving Harry to contend with the cold winds alone, ensuring his inevitable cold. The medical wing just happened to lack the necessary potions, leaving Harry to endure the discomfort on his own. However, it must be said that youth possesses remarkable resilience. Within a few days, when he received the heirlooms Dumbledore had left for them, his cold had completely subsided. Upon receiving the heirlooms, Harry and his companions, guided by those Dumbledore had arranged, set forth to leave the school in pursuit of the Horcruxes, with the intention of vanquishing Voldemort at the earliest opportunity. And indeed they accomplished this. Snape sat in the newly arranged headmaster's office, alongside Grindelwald and Dumbledore, observing the departure of the trio of saviors through the monitor provided by Rookwood. Ah! Harry is truly a man of action. Once he makes a decision, he acts without delay, Dumbledore remarked, nodding approvingly at Harry. This, however, only fueled Grindelwald's jealousy once more. He recalled how just days prior, Snape had suspended that boy upside down, prompting Dumbledore to cast a protective charm around him. Indeed, nothing is more irksome than Dumbledore's favorite student. When he was teaching that dullard in remedial classes, he should have been much harsher. Snape glanced at the sullen Grindelwald. Having spent considerable time with him and gleaned insights from Rookwood's musings, he discerned Grindelwald's jealousy. This indicated that Potter had successfully provoked Grindelwald, ensuring that his upcoming days would not be pleasant, much like those of Newt Scamander in the past. Snape relished this turn of events. He then broached the subject of tormenting Harry openly. So, are you certain you wish to send Harry into that cave? Dumbledore nodded, determination evident in his gaze. I must bolster his resolve against that man. At this juncture, Grindelwald instantly grasped their intentions regarding Harry's forthcoming endeavors. It was precisely as foretold in the prophecy, where Albus, accompanied by his now favored student, ventured into that cave. Within the cave lay a potion that forced one to confront their deepest sorrows and suffer the torment of their past. He eagerly anticipated Potter's reaction to drinking such a potion. Alas, he could not personally inflict the pain upon him. He would not be the one to send him to meet Merlin. To achieve your expectations, guidance is necessary. Have you selected a suitable candidate? I doubt that Black Dog would allow his protege to endure such suffering, Snape inquired. After sipping his unsweetened tea, Dumbledore replied, I conferred with Rookwood, and we ultimately decided that Creature would serve as the guide, as he is among the few familiar with the cave's existence. Snape held a vivid recollection of the house elf from the Black family. Creature was indeed a complex creature. He wished to honor his friendship with Regulus yet harbored resentment due to Regulus's mixed blood, fearing it might tarnish his purity. Of course, all animosity dissipated after he and Rookwood rescued Regulus from the clutches of the Inferi. Now, Creature was eager to visit the Black family estate and spend time with his young master, provided there was no danger involved. Inviting Regulus to join him for outings was also a possibility. Drawing from his own experiences with Creature, Severus Snape harbored a skeptical attitude towards Creature's potential to effectively guide Harry. However, he held an unwavering confidence in Creature's ability to torment Harry with utmost precision. His disdain for Sirius Black, who had callously abandoned his family, mirrored his equally strong aversion towards his godson, Harry. Regrettably, this was not the time to dwell on personal grievances. The priority lay in allowing Harry to fulfill his narrative and vanquish Voldemort. Could Creature truly be an effective guide for Harry? Snape pondered this doubt. Dumbledore smiled and accepted the honey offered by Grindelwald. I have conferred with Rookwood, and we have decided to enlist Regulus to persuade Creature to comply with our plan. According to Dumbledore, this approach would indeed simplify matters, while allowing Creature to act in accordance with his inherent dislike for his current situation. With this thought, Snape's dismal mood, stemming from his acceptance of the headmaster position, dissipated significantly. As for Grindelwald, despite his unfamiliarity with Creature, he found no hindrance in extracting the information he sought from Snape. In that fleeting moment of eye contact between the two masters of legilimency, they reached an unspoken agreement to exchange memories, thereby uncovering the secrets they desired. Grindelwald's lips curled into an unabashed smile. Oh, this is splendid news, Albus's favorite pupil. Regardless of their subsequent discussions, the trials faced by the trio outside the school became increasingly formidable. Time slipped by swiftly. In a mere month and a half, Harry and his companions traversed the majority of the path outlined by Rookwood in conjunction with Dumbledore. With less than a week remaining until their OWLs, young Barty diligently conducted his defense against the dark arts classes at Hogwarts, employing a teaching style reminiscent of his impersonation of Moody, albeit with even greater rigor and madness. The young witches and wizards of Hogwarts expressed that while they indeed learned much under his tutelage, the experience was undeniably arduous. Snape, ostensibly aligned with the Death Eaters, maintained an indifferent stance, stating it was not his concern as Barty had not harmed the young students. On the weekend, Snape returned to Carrington Castle, leisurely sipping coffee opposite Rookwood. What are your next plans concerning Potter? It was a rare weekend for Snape, as Voldemort had finally ceased summoning him to report on Hogwarts affairs. Due to Voldemort's incessant demands for updates, he had missed several meetings regarding the trio's training. Consequently, he had to seek information from Rookwood in private. In response to Snape's inquiry, Rookwood did not withhold the truth. He is now aware of the Elder Wand, and soon Aberforth will arrive to escort him back to Hogwarts. As for what follows, both Dumbledore and I concur that having endured so much, there is no necessity for the trio to brave Gringotts vaults, particularly since the relationship between wizards and goblins does not warrant such animosity. Snape contemplated this. So, you intend to provide Voldemort with strategies to assault Hogwarts? Rookwood replied, indeed. Furthermore, when that day arrives, I kindly ask you to remain at Carrington Castle. I will assign Barty to fulfill your role. After all, he was not present in the prophecy's climax. Rookwood further cautioned Snape. If you do not stay put during that time, I would not hesitate to employ coercive measures. Snape felt a mild headache. The thought of being confined to Carrington Castle without participation was somewhat unappealing. However, gazing into Rookwood's resolute eyes, he considered that perhaps staying with her was not such a burden. Before acquiescing to Rookwood's request, Snape inquired about her intended coercive measures. Rookwood candidly replied, for instance, I could have Goyle and the others forcibly bring you back here, or I could cast a spell to put you into a deep slumber until it is over. Snape remarked, your methods seem rather gentle. Rookwood responded, there is no other choice. After all, you are my father. Had it been someone else, stunning them would be the mildest option. Mutilation would not be out of the question. Chapter 293, Envisioning the Future. Ultimately, Snape provided Rookwood with a definitive answer. If this is your wish, then my response is very well, my Rookwood. With this clear affirmation, Rookwood ceased further discussions on the topic. Instead, she began to dream of the future. Father, I estimate that everything will conclude with the end of this academic year. How would you like to arrange our summer vacation? Snape pondered briefly before uttering 4 words. Everything as usual? Rookwood shook her head. That simply won't do. I have just emerged from my awakening period. Voldemort has been vanquished, and all risks associated with outings have been mitigated. How can we possibly revert to the status quo? That would be exceedingly mundane and utterly uninspired. Snape furrowed his brow. He realized he was somewhat out of touch with what girls of this age truly desired. After all, he had been preoccupied with work, leaving little time to consult educational literature on the subject. Clearly, he needed to allocate time to read more about raising a 16-year-old. Unsure of what Rookwood envisioned, Snape articulated his thoughts. No novelty? I find it brimming with creativity, as my potion research has been stagnant for an extended period. Once this is resolved, I shall have ample time to immerse myself in the enchanting world of potion making. Oh, father, you truly adore your potion mistress, Rookwood teased, resting her chin on her hand. Listening to Rookwood's playful banter, Snape reluctantly capitulated. Very well, then share your summer plans with me. Rookwood picked up a flower from the table's decorative arrangement, inhaling its fragrance, which enhanced her already delightful mood. She articulated her intentions. I have just navigated my final awakening period, and am now capable of conducting time travel with others. Therefore, I wish to take you to that time and place I previously mentioned. The time without me? Snape inquired. Rookwood met his gaze and replied, indeed. I promised you I would bring back my future self at the appropriate moment, and you agreed to live well. We must both uphold our commitments. Snape fell silent for a moment, uncertain of whether the version of himself existing in that time without her would indeed fulfill his promise to survive, especially given the unpredictability of intertemporal travel. Thus, he hesitated to offer Rookwood a definitive response. Ultimately, Snape could only ask, are you certain your abilities will allow for safe time travel with others? Absolutely, I am exceedingly confident, Rookwood declared, resting her chin on her palm. Receiving her assured answer, Snape conceded, then let us proceed according to your plan. Rookwood beamed and shared her post-return intentions. All right, upon our return, shall we take the opportunity to visit present-day China? Severus Snape. Is that the country you lived in before the age of 8? As Lachesis responded, she increased her stakes to entice Snape to agree to her journey. Yes. Moreover, there are numerous herbs there that are absent here. Traveling there could indeed aid your potion research, father. In truth, Lachesis did not need to utter that latter statement. Snape would have consented to her visit to Hogwarts regardless. After all, he was eager to uncover the environment in which his daughter had grown up. She held such affection for that place, so it must have been quite splendid. The allure of potion research captivated him. Yet the life and upbringing of his daughter, Lachesis, were equally precious to him, not to mention the exclusive herbs that awaited them. Very well. However, did you not reside in the future Hogwarts? Why then are we traveling to present-day Hogwarts? As he agreed, Snape voiced his inner confusion. Lachesis explained, because there are many acquaintances living in this era. Moreover, the primary reason is that time travel does have a cooldown period. I cannot simply abandon you in the future Hogwarts, as that would be rather dull. Snape nodded. All right. If you have made up your mind, I shall prepare the necessary materials and establish contact with the magic authorities there. Upon hearing Snape's words, Lachesis directly proposed, the Ministry of Magic there? Father, what I envision is that we take a flight to that location. A flight? A Muggle airplane? Snape expressed disbelief. Indeed. Lachesis provided a firm answer. Snape replied, I am not particularly keen on that. Snape felt a headache approaching. He truly did not wish to endure the tribulations of Muggle transportation. While he harbored a strong aversion to interacting with the Ministry of Magic, the prospect of Muggle travel seemed far more burdensome in comparison. With a sense of resignation, Snape remarked, My dear Lachesis, if you remember that your father is a wizard, you should understand that he would prefer to travel by wizardly means, especially to such a distant locale. But father, I believe the experience of flying is not as dreadful as you imagine. Consider it an opportunity to embrace something new. I genuinely wish to fly there. Just accompany me. Father. Besides, did you not find the Muggle car ride acceptable previously? Lachesis employed her charms with determination. Snape furrowed his brow. That is not acceptable, Lachesis. Do not presume your father is unaware. Flying entails being in close proximity to a multitude of Muggles, and your father cannot endure such scrutiny. Upon hearing this, Lachesis blinked. If your concern lies with that, I could arrange for a private jet to take us, ensuring that apart from the essential crew, it would only be the two of us on board. A private jet? Snape expressed surprise. Yes, I own a private aircraft that can cater solely to my needs. Lachesis elucidated. Snape realized he could find no grounds for refusal. He could hardly claim to detest broomsticks while simultaneously rejecting the notion of flying on an airplane. Ultimately, Snape could only respond with a resigned tone. If that is the case, it may not be entirely objectionable. Receiving Snape's affirmative response, the proactive Lachesis promptly set about contacting the necessary arrangements. I shall instruct my associates to coordinate the flight and facilitate the visa process. Chapter 294. The battle begins. Over Hogwarts, dark clouds loomed ominously, seemingly heralding the approach of misfortune. After traversing the plot, Harry, in disarray, returned to Hogwarts with Ron and Hermione through the secret passage provided by Aberforth, their goal being to locate the final Horcrux. Of course, Lachesis had preemptively fabricated a replica of this Horcrux, embedding a fragment of Voldemort's soul within it, just as she had done with the other replicas, and returned it to its original location via Snape, awaiting their destruction. The return of Harry and his companions was met with jubilant applause and cheers from their fellow students, who were overjoyed. This celebration was particularly significant given that aside from Snape and Barty, the Carrow siblings had also been assigned to Hogwarts. Crucially, Snape and Barty were unable to directly deal with these two or intervene in their torment and punishment of the students. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to Voldemort. Consequently, Snape had no choice but to feign ignorance and avoid appearing anywhere outside the headmaster's office. As for Barty, he was already mad and found it easy to collaborate with the Carrow siblings in their derangement. This left Snape momentarily unable to discern whether Barty was truly an ally, or merely a pawn of Voldemort. Thus the students suffered greatly. The return of Harry and his friends symbolized a beacon of hope, a harbinger of victory, especially for those in the GDA who had long been in opposition to them. However, they were soon summoned to the Great Hall, as reports of Harry's whereabouts had surfaced. As the gathering drew to a close, Snape, who stood in the hall, had been replaced by Barty, who was impersonating him under the influence of Polyjuice Potion. To be frank, Barty felt quite uncomfortable playing the role of Snape. He could not stick out his tongue or act mad, and he was required to stand rigidly, speaking with an elegant precision. He simply could not manage it. Should there be another occasion, he would never accept such a task again. Fortunately, the words he needed to utter were few, allowing him to escape under the pretense of urgency after delivering a brief statement. His master had instructed him to perform in this manner. However, that Potter seemed to possess some mental deficiencies. How dare he question Barty about standing in the spot once occupied by Dumbledore? It was evident that Dumbledore had spent nearly a century at Hogwarts, apart from the depths of the Black Lake. Was there any place on the grounds he had not stood? Was he to float instead? Barty thought to himself, perhaps he should demonstrate that? Consequently, Barty fled with remarkable speed, Following the script, he hastened to report back to Voldemort. Fortunately, without the Elder Wand in play, his life was assured. Meanwhile, Harry sought the object of his quest. Professor McGonagall was busy organizing the students and preparing for the impending battle. Standing upon the platform, McGonagall announced, "Those students wishing to remain and defend Hogwarts, please stand to the right. Lower year students and those unwilling to stay, please stand to the left, under the guidance of their respective house leaders, who will escort you through the secret passage to leave Hogwarts." After arranging the students, McGonagall directed Neville and Seamus to destroy the bridge leading to Hogwarts, summoning stone sentinels to guard the school. While McGonagall and the others prepared for battle, Harry, guided by Luna, located Helena. Gazing at the spectre hovering above, Harry inquired, "Greetings, are you Helena Ravenclaw?" Helena turned to Harry. "Are you a friend of Luna's?" Harry replied, "Yes, she mentioned you could assist me." Helena, "So you too are seeking my mother's diadem?" Harry's heart raced. "Another? Has someone else come seeking it?" Helena, "Seek? No, to be precise, she stumbled upon it by accident. Her insatiable curiosity led her to discover it, and come seeking me to learn how to utilize it. As my mother was reluctant to divulge its secrets, preferring that she explore it herself." "Harry, who is she?" Helena floated gracefully in midair. She was a descendant of Uncle Salazar and Uncle Godric, yet she was no longer a resident of Hogwarts. Harry was momentarily taken aback. Descendants of Gryffindor and Slytherin? Does she still possess the diadem? "I cannot say for certain, but she is unlikely to covet it. If you genuinely wish to locate it, you might try your luck at the Room of Requirement." With that, Helena drifted away. Harry attempted to pursue her, but he could not keep pace with the ghostly Helena. The Room of Requirement? Wait, why would it be there? With no answers forthcoming, Harry resolved to race towards the Room of Requirement. Time was of the essence. Meanwhile, Ron and Hermione, in search of Fong, encountered Gilly along the way. "This is a delivery from my master for you," Gilly stated. Ron, who had never seen Gilly before, instinctively raised his wand. "Wait, Ron, I've seen him." "He is the house elf from the Rookwood family," Hermione quickly interjected. Ron looked perplexed. "What? She is Snape's daughter, which means he is Snape's house elf. Snape is allied with Voldemort." Hermione shook her head. "Not necessarily." "What?" Without further explanation, Hermione bypassed Ron and accepted the item Gilly offered, a dagger stained with basilisk venom. "The item in the chamber won't serve your purpose, so my master instructed me to give you this dagger, which will fulfill your needs." With that, Gilly vanished before their eyes. Hermione and Ron exchanged glances. Ron asked, "Should we trust her?" Reflecting on their journey thus far, Hermione gazed at the dagger and concluded, "Why not? I'll follow your lead," Ron replied. The two then set off to find Harry. Fortunately, they encountered him along the way. Without the Marauder's map, they would have struggled to locate him. Eventually, the trio convened in the Room of Requirement, where they discovered the replica of Ravenclaw's diadem, deliberately placed there. Although the diadem was a counterfeit, the piece of Voldemort's soul contained within it was undeniably authentic. Shortly thereafter, Goyle and Crabbe made their entrance, setting the room ablaze. However, due to Rookwood's assurance, Draco was absent. He had long since retreated to the safest location in all of Hogwarts, alongside younger students who had failed to evacuate with the main group. "Wow, this place is incredible. I had no idea Hogwarts held such wonders." The younger students followed Draco to the chamber containing the portraits of the four founders, their gazes immediately drawn upward in awe of this unfamiliar realm. Chapter 295, A Delightful Snack. Draco, preoccupied with worry for his parents, was in no mood for merriment. If it hadn't been for the fact that they were only first and second years, destined to be mere casualties in battle, he would have been reluctant to bring them in. "All right, find a place to sit and refrain from touching anything here. I cannot guarantee that there are no concealed enchantments or curses," Draco admonished, his mood still sour yet softened by his concern for the younger ones. This warning may have fallen on deaf ears for the Gryffindor cubs, but it resonated profoundly with the younger Badgers and astute Ravenclaws. No sooner had Draco's words left his lips than they quickly settled into their seats, silent and attentive. The adventurous little lions, however, were undeterred by his admonition. But Draco's foul mood was not to be trifled with. He cast a spell to compel them to remain obedient. As for the snakes, those who understood the importance of weighing their options were either aligned with Voldemort's ranks or had long since vacated Hogwarts, leaving none but Draco in this chamber of portraits. "Why are there 4 portraits here, each corresponding to the 4 founders?" After a lengthy silence, a young badger quietly inquired of a nearby eagle. "I do not know," the eagle replied, shaking its head. Although their voices were hushed, Draco overheard them. He refrained from reprimanding them. In truth, he shared their curiosity, plagued by countless unanswered questions, with no one to provide clarity, based on what he currently understood. He knew only that remaining here ensured his safety, and that his parents had resolved to stand with Rookwood against Voldemort. Time passed, long enough for hunger to set in. Fortunately, one of the badgers had the foresight to carry provisions, generously sharing their food. Draco had a share as well, but he found himself unable to eat. Moreover, the appetites of the badgers visibly waned, their despair rendering even the most delectable morsels ineffectual in soothing their spirits. Finally, Helga could no longer contain herself. She emerged from the portrait. "You need not worry too much. The situation outside is not as dire as it seems." The sudden voice startled Draco. "Who are you?" "I am Helga Hufflepuff." The young badger quickly deduced the answer, noting the name beneath her portrait. Draco's heart raced as he recalled Rookwood's revelation. The founders? At that moment, Salazar also materialized. "Helga, you could not resist, could you?" "I couldn't help it. Seeing them so anxious and restless, I simply had to intervene." "Could you have remained indifferent?" Salazar admitted. "Indeed, it is difficult to suppress such feelings." In that instant, Draco's anxiety and tension began to dissipate somewhat. "So you are Mr. Slytherin?" Draco stepped forward to inquire. Salazar acknowledged his identity, lifting his chin in pride. "Indeed, I am Salazar Slytherin. You appear to be a descendant of the Malfoys." "Yes. I am Draco Malfoy," he introduced himself. Salazar scrutinized Draco. "Draco Malfoy, I have heard Rookwood mention you. You are unlike the others. It is no surprise she chose to befriend you." At the mention of Rookwood, Draco, still unsettled, blurted out his burning question. Rookwood said she is a descendant of you and Godric Gryffindor. Is that truly the case?" "Indeed," Salazar replied with a measured glance. "What the child said is accurate." Feeling compelled to clarify, Draco seized the moment. "And you were deeply in love, with 3 children?" Salazar nodded yes. Just then, Godric appeared from behind Salazar, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. "Indeed, we were very much in love, quite contrary to what your revised history of magic suggests." While Draco was still astonished, he found himself more accepting of this reality, the shock lessening. However, the younger students behind him lacked such composure. "So the fanfiction I read is true," exclaimed one badger. "So the fanfiction I write and read is real," chimed in the eagle. "Little lion. How is this possible? The brave Gryffindor could never be paired with the malevolent Slytherin." The minds of the onlookers were utterly shaken. If Snape were here, he would surely say, "Spare their pitiable minds, which are even less than that of a troll. Your words will leave them utterly confounded." In any case, with the emergence of the 3 founders, the anxious atmosphere that lingered in the chambers was significantly dispelled. Time passed, and eventually, Rowena's figure appeared within the frame. "It's all over, Voldemort is dead," Rowena stated succinctly. Following this, footsteps were finally heard from outside. Despite hearing Rowena's words, Draco, tense as ever, raised his wand instinctively. He approached the door and pointed his wand towards it. A knock echoed, a rhythm familiar to Draco. He inquired, "What was the first thing I brought back from the Muggle world?" As he posed this question, he felt his heart racing violently. He was uncertain of what lay beyond the door, or the fate of his parents. Even though Rowena had declared Voldemort's demise, he remained oblivious to the well-being of those he cared for. Thus, he was exceedingly anxious. A pure white necklace and a golden brooch, came a voice Draco recognized. He swiftly opened the door, revealing his parents, whom he had been so worried about. Draco rushed towards them, exclaiming, "Father! Mother!" Lucius and Narcissa extended their arms, catching him as they embraced. "Little Badger, this seems rather delightful." "Little Eagle, the family fanfiction has begun to take shape." "Little Lion, what just happened?" "Godric, Salazar, look, they are just like our family." Salazar, indeed. Chapter 296, A Headache. Once the family reunited and confirmed each other's safety, Draco eagerly asked, "How did you find this place? Mom and Dad?" At that moment, the Malfoy couple's gaze shifted to a rather peculiar figure cloaked beside them. To say he was human would not be entirely accurate, for Draco distinctly observed his hands. Crafted from wood and metal, they belonged to no human. Each of his movements was jerky and mechanical, distinctly unlike those of a normal person. After a prolonged silence, Draco contemplated and tentatively uttered a name. "Loxias?" A raspy, stuttering voice responded, "Correct, but unfortunately, there is no prize." "How did you transform into this ghastly form?" Draco scrutinized the strange Loxias. Loxias explained in a stuttering manner, "In simple terms, it is an alchemical product I created." You could consider it a puppet of sorts that I can control remotely by channeling my magic into it. I intended to lend a hand, but my family was concerned for my safety and forbade me from coming here. Hence, I devised this method to bypass their worries. Draco's eyes sparkled with curiosity, reflecting his eagerness. A puppet? Remote control? This sounds fascinating. How much? Loxias replied, it's somewhat pricey. Your own vault may not suffice. Draco, skeptical, retorted. How expensive could it possibly be? The Malfoy vault is unlike those of other families. It contains nothing but gold galleons. Loxias declared, 100,000 galleons. Draco sighed. That is indeed a bit steep, but no matter. I can seek sponsorship from my family. I can afford it, and I am certain it will be worth every galleon. Loxias glanced at the younger witches and wizards nearby. Now is not the time for such discussions. Let us escort them to Professor McGonagall. They appear to be in decent spirits, but I suspect you lack experience in handling children, correct? Draco turned back to the onlookers. Oh, but what about you all? Loxias spread his hands. Who do you expect? Me, who is hardly flesh and blood. Or Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy? Draco paused, acknowledging the truth in Loxias's words. He could hardly expect his parents to tend to children, especially considering many were of Muggle descent. As for Loxias, while the alchemical creation he controlled was indeed intriguing, Draco doubted its stability. It could very well fall apart at any moment should he insist on using Loxias to care for the children. Thus, it seemed he was the only one left. Would he care for the children? Ridiculous. He was a Malfoy after all. How could he engage in such juvenile tasks? Draco addressed his parents. Very well, father, mother. I shall take them to the Great Hall to find Professor McGonagall. Lucius nodded gracefully. Of course, you go ahead. Your mother and I will wait for you at home. They parted ways. Lucius took Narcissa's hand, leading her away from Hogwarts back to their Malfoy manor. Meanwhile, Draco, accompanied by the jerky Loxias, guided the younger students towards the Great Hall. Halfway there, Narcissa paused, glancing back. It's all over, isn't it? Little Dragon is safe. Right. Lucius tightly grasped Narcissa's hand. Yes, Little Dragon is safe. It's all over. However, it is far better for him to remain here than to return with us. He needs friendship and prestige. Narcissa turned to Lucius. Let us go. Indeed. After that, the Malfoy couple did not look back or pause, proceeding directly to their Malfoy manor. Meanwhile, Draco and the puppet-controlling Loxias arrived at the Great Hall. The hall had suffered extensive damage, with everyone seated haphazardly, conversing and boasting about their bravery in vanquishing several Death Eaters, reveling in the post-war euphoria. Thanks to the timely arrival of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, Hogwarts had not endured significant fatalities, though there were many injuries. A visible issue arose. There was a shortage of potions. Professor McGonagall, Professor Sprout, and Professor Flitwick, you may need to coordinate, Loxias stuttered, swaying as he approached. Upon hearing Loxias' voice, the three professors moved towards her. What is it, Loxias? Loxias responded. Some first and second year students who didn't manage to leave through the secret passage have just been brought to a safe chamber by Draco. Now that everything is over, they must be properly accommodated. Professor Sprout glanced behind Loxias and gasped, Merlin's beard. Why are there still first and second year students here? Weren't they taken away by the older students? A small badger, cradling a toad, gazed up at their startled headmaster. I'm sorry, headmaster. I thought I left Lick in the dormitory, and I was worried about him, so I sneaked away from the group. They all came to find me. The young eagles, too, acknowledged their mistake, readily admitting, we're sorry, headmaster. We were concerned about the books we hadn't finished reading in the library. The little eagle and the badgers took turns admitting their mistakes, which somewhat alleviated the fury of Flitwick and Sprout. At the very least, these children were willing to acknowledge their errors. However, McGonagall found herself in a different predicament. Throughout the ordeal, not a single one of the Gryffindor lions had the decency to admit their faults. They merely observed as their counterparts from the other two houses confessed. It was as if they considered themselves blameless, existing in a state of righteousness. McGonagall felt a headache brewing. So, gentlemen and ladies, do you have nothing to say? The lions responded, Headmistress, should we say something? With a stern expression, McGonagall replied, for instance, why did you not follow the main group out, and instead chose to disobey by remaining at Hogwarts? The lions raised their clenched fists in defiance. Of course, to defeat Voldemort and protect Hogwarts. And Headmistress, you must not be aware that if it weren't for that nefarious Slytherin, we would have helped long ago, rather than being trapped in that chamber. Lockhart remarked, wow, Professor McGonagall is in for a headache. Draco added, at least they don't belong to Slytherin. Imsikunekil site? Feeling the weight of her responsibilities. Chapter 297, The Inescapable Headmaster Role. Next came the time for those young wizards to face the consequences of their actions. After bidding farewell to the younger students, Lockhart sought out Dumbledore, who was seated alongside Grindelwald. A multitude of onlookers observed them, as they were well aware that the pair had garnered quite a following at Hogwarts. As Lockhart approached, he remarked, "Albus, Gellert, it appears you are both faring quite well." Grindelwald cast a disdainful glance at Lockhart's puppet. "I trust you realize that the vessel you are currently inhabiting requires significant improvement." Lockhart, hands on hips, replied nonchalantly, "Of course I am well aware. However, this contraption took me a month to cobble together, so it is admittedly a bit shabby. Fear not, improvements will be forthcoming." Dumbledore smiled. "Oh Gellert, Lockhart has already achieved so much at such a tender age. Perhaps you ought to ease up on the child." Grindelwald raised an eyebrow. "Ease up? Oh Albus, you should know that if I am not strict with this one, she will throw caution to the wind and neglect her studies entirely." Dumbledore acknowledged, "Indeed. A firmer hand may be necessary. By the way, does Severus know about this?" Lockhart responded, "Of course he does. How could I possibly keep it from my father? He is right here with me. Speaking of which, father, do you have anything you wish to convey to Albus?" At that moment, Dumbledore and Grindelwald heard Snape's voice emanating from Lockhart's puppet. Snape stated flatly, "No." Lockhart relayed, "All right, my father says no." Dumbledore squinted. "Ah, this vessel indeed requires significant refinement." Lockhart waved a hand dismissively, redirecting the conversation. "Oh, I will address that later. I came here to inquire about your plans for the restoration of Hogwarts and the subsequent tasks at hand." Dumbledore replied cheerfully, "Oh Lockhart, it seems you have forgotten that the current headmaster of Hogwarts is Severus. You ought to consult him." Meanwhile, far away at Carrington Castle, Lockhart instinctively turned to Snape. Unsurprisingly, Snape's expression was far from pleasant. With clenched teeth, Snape responded, "Dumbledore, assuming your mind isn't ensnared by that sticky honey, you must realize that my headmastership was bestowed upon me by Voldemort. Now that he is dead, why would you think I could remain in this position? Not to mention, I have no desire to be headmaster." Dumbledore was not taken aback by Snape's words. He understood him well. Stroking his beard, Dumbledore remarked, "However, everyone is now aware that you are on my side, an undercover agent among the Death Eaters, diligently serving me. Your contributions have been invaluable, and no one will contest your headmastership. The ministry will not allow you to resign so easily." At that moment, Snape realized the truth in Dumbledore's words. Indeed, the ministry would not permit him to step down without a fight. Those purebloods who followed the Dark Lord could leverage Snape's influence to clear their names. However, due to Voldemort's legacy, they would struggle for a considerable time in the wizarding world, and their children at Hogwarts would likely be ostracized. In this context, having a headmaster from Slytherin was of utmost importance to them. They would not allow him to relinquish his position so easily. Moreover, since Lockhart had not yet graduated, it meant he would be teaching at Hogwarts for at least another 2 years. As long as he remained at Hogwarts, Snape could not relinquish the headmastership. With a sardonic smile, Snape addressed Lockhart. "My dear Lockhart, I believe you would be quite willing to explain this predicament to your dear father." Lockhart replied, somewhat sheepishly, "Father, let us think positively. At least your beloved daughter can leverage your position to dominate the school." Snape retorted, "Oh, is that so? I was unaware that my delightful daughter aspired to reign supreme in the school." Lockhart averted her gaze, feeling guilty. "All right, father, rest assured I will assist with your duties. You can consider it merely an additional title." Snape began his 3 probing questions. "Oh, will you handle the bureaucratic wrangling with the ministry? Or will you manage the hiring of new faculty? Perhaps you will oversee the potion shortages in the hospital wing?" Lockhart admitted, "I cannot be of much assistance with the first, but I can help vet candidates for the second, and, as for the third, it is quite simple. I have no lack of galleons and would be glad to offer those students at Hogwarts with commendable potion skills an opportunity to earn some galleons. I believe they would be eager to assist me." Meanwhile, Dumbledore overheard the exchange and wholeheartedly agreed with Lockhart's solution to the third issue. "I believe Lockhart is quite correct. We can utilize galleons to have those proficient students brew potions for the hospital wing. However, it should not be Lockhart who funds this. After all, your galleons do not come from thin air." Snape concurred, "The governors should cover this expense. Then we can promote this initiative within the school and the wizarding community. This way, we can resolve the potion shortages, restore the tarnished reputations of those pureblood families, and provide some spending money for the talented students. Truly a win-win situation." Snape acknowledged. A suggestion worth considering. After discussing various matters with Dumbledore and Grindelwald, Lockhart returned to the ranks of students. "What on earth did you do out there?" Draco exclaimed, shaking Lockhart animatedly. Having grasped a portion of Loxias's actions on the front lines, Draco found himself unable to contain his emotions, seizing Loxias and shaking her vigorously. Loxias felt as though the puppet body she had crafted might indeed disintegrate under his fervent grasp. "I haven't done anything too outrageous. I merely engaged in actions that Voldemort would find humiliating," she mused. Chapter 298. The Front Lines. The scene shifts back to the onset of the grand conflict. Early that morning, Loxias had already created a tremendous commotion within Carrington Castle. Naturally, Snape received numerous complaints from the portraits, urging him to keep a closer eye on his daughter. Thus, upon exiting the potions lab, he proceeded directly to the hall. Upon entering, he beheld a humanoid figure that appeared on the verge of collapse, while his daughter, much maligned by the portraits, was crouched on the ground, tinkering with this very figure. Considering the day's impending events, Snape harbored legitimate suspicions regarding Loxias's intentions. "I believe it is imperative for you to clarify to your father what this is, and what you intend to do with it," he stated. Loxias paused her actions, turning her gaze toward him. "Oh father, this is a humanoid puppet I created. By channeling my magical energy, I can control it. I plan to use it to assist at Hogwarts. I cannot simply stand by while my classmates valiantly fight," she replied. Snape's lips twitched slightly. "If you recall, you had a specific reason for insisting that your old father remain here with you." "Of course I remember," Loxias retorted, "but this creation, if damaged, poses no detrimental effects to the controller. I have tested it. Besides, don't you wish to lend a hand and gain first-hand insights from the battlefield?" Snape fell silent for a moment before seating himself upon the sofa. "How does one operate this contraption?" "Simply channel your magical energy and control it with your thoughts," Loxias explained. She then crouched down, completed her final adjustments, and before Snape's very eyes, infused the puppet with her magic. Under Snape's watchful gaze, the puppet commenced its antics, performing handstands, splits, and somersaults, even riding a bicycle while tossing plates into the air. Snape remarked, "Perhaps you should remember the original purpose of creating such a thing." Finally, he could no longer contain his frustration. Loxias, sensing his exasperation, replied, all right, I know. I merely wished for you to witness its capabilities." She then opened a time-space portal, accurately dispatching her humanoid puppet to Hogwarts. After completing this task, Loxias fiddled with a screen before handing it over to Snape. Upon looking down, he saw the very scenes of Hogwarts captured on its surface. He deduced it was a first-person perspective from the puppet. Subsequently, Loxias settled beside Snape, controlling the puppet as it dashed through Hogwarts toward the main battlefield. Yet, the puppet proved to have its limitations. It was capable only of physical attacks. Thus, Snape watched as Loxias's puppet dispatched one wizard after another with a single blow each. It remained unclear what materials Loxias had utilized to construct this puppet, as typical spells seemed ineffective against it. Even powerful offensive spells struck the seemingly fragile puppet, which, instead of collapsing, merely swayed momentarily before regaining composure and resuming its assault. Thanks to its presence, Hogwarts suffered minimal casualties. Snape mused, "It is indeed impressive, albeit rather painful to behold." As the climactic confrontation between Voldemort and Harry approached, Loxias again maneuvered her puppet to the forefront. Voldemort, of course, noted this peculiar entity, not only for its conspicuousness among the throng, but also due to the considerable losses it had inflicted upon his ranks. Voldemort was far from convinced that this was a creation of the so-called savior, as he was acutely aware of the latter's limitations. Beyond mere bravado, the only weapon Harry possessed was the so-called magic of love. Had it not been for that, he would have dispatched Harry with a single Avada Kedavra long ago. "I believe it is time for you to introduce yourself. Someone capable of creating such a thing cannot possibly be an unknown entity," Voldemort remarked, stroking his elder wand. Loxias stepped forward, positioning herself at the very front of the battlefield. "Oh, are you referring to me?" she replied, undeterred by the collective gaze of the assembled crowd. Adhering to the principle that the puppet was not her own, she declared, "Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously inform you that I am Loxias Slytherin, the 32nd descendant of Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor. According to the family tree, you should address me as aunt or nephew." At this point, Loxias felt a surge of joy. She had long wished to make this revelation public. It was not only to inform the world of the love shared between Salazar and Godric, but also to remind Voldemort that, regardless of his turbulent reign over the wizarding world, He was, in fact, a generation beneath her. However, Voldemort dismissed Loxias's words entirely. He was well aware of the existence of the Gaunt family, and the notion of descendants from Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor was not lost on him. Slytherin and Gryffindor had never been allies. Such a fact was undeniable. Loxias quickly discerned Voldemort's skepticism. Do you doubt me? Do you believe the Gaunt family has been entirely extinguished, rendering my claims false? Voldemort scoffed. Ha! I have eliminated all members of the Gaunt family. Are you suggesting that your assertions hold any truth? It seems you are more eager to rush toward death than our illustrious savior. Loxias shook her finger dismissively. Not at all. And why do you assume that Salazar and Godric possess only a single line of descendants? Though we remain hidden, we still exist. My family tree is safely stored at home. Portraits of Salazar and Godric also adorn my residence. Voldemort was taken aback, his belief in Loxias's claims wavering, yet simultaneously, his desire to eliminate her intensified. One descendant of Slytherin was sufficient. He certainly could not afford to confront an additional formidable foe at this critical juncture. Since we are both descendants of Slytherin, I presume you should align yourself with me in the pursuit of pureblood supremacy, should you not? Voldemort proposed. Loxias, however, evaded the question. Do you know why Salazar championed pureblood ideology? Initially, he believed that only purebloods could wield magic more powerfully, enabling them to confront the Church effectively. However, he later recognized his ideological error. When he sought to amend his views, one of his Muggle-born students betrayed him, leading to his demise alongside Godric's firstborn in a cataclysmic fire. Thereafter, even as he abandoned the pureblood doctrine, he continued to harbor a disdain for Muggles and Muggle-borns. In the century that followed their deaths, subsequent generations distorted the magical history records, shaping them into what we see today. Chapter 299, In Disguise. For Voldemort, the information Loxias presented was overwhelmingly substantial. Even if Voldemort were to accept her identity as a descendant of Slytherin, he could never bring himself to believe that Salazar and Godric were lovers. He understood all too well that, should this notion hold any truth, he could not acknowledge it. Otherwise, the justifications for his actions over the years would amount to naught. Salazar Slytherin's recognition of the flaws in pureblood ideology stemmed solely from his hatred for Muggles after the tragic demise of a child at their hands. In his era, the tension between the Church and wizards was inescapable. Now that the Church has fallen, if her claims were indeed accurate, then Salazar Slytherin's motto would lose all relevance. As for Godric Gryffindor, he was a man who believed in the harmonious coexistence of wizards and Muggles. If he were to be Voldemort's ancestor, then he would prove utterly useless to him, aside from adding another strand to his lineage. During this tumultuous period of reflection, Bellatrix, in a bid to lend credence to her words, resorted to speaking in Parseltongue. Though there were no snakes present, both Voldemort and Harry comprehended her, affirming the authenticity of her serpentine speech. The majority of those in attendance were swayed to believe in Bellatrix's claim of being a Slytherin descendant, and they began to suspect the truth behind her assertions. Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor were indeed a pair. This realization prompted them to glance instinctively at Dumbledore and Grindelwald, who stood side by side, having altered the course of battle. What a farcical chapter in magical history this was. The astonishment of the day far exceeded that of any single year prior. All that remained was a fervent hope that there would be no further revelations. Observing the expressions of the crowd and the murmurs of their discourse, Voldemort discerned that they had come to accept Bellatrix's declarations. This was an exceedingly unfortunate development for him. If he were unable to secure victory today, his ambitions would plunge into a hellish abyss. The reason was simple. His Horcruxes had been nearly annihilated. And apart from his current nemesis, his plans for immortality had been all but obliterated. Furthermore, in the aftermath, the wizarding community would likely become aware of today's events, grasping the reality that Salazar and Godric were entwined, leading those who did not subscribe to the pureblood doctrine to unite against him. His influence would suffer a grievous blow, and expansion would remain unattainable for a considerable time. Moreover, the revelation of Dumbledore and Grindelwald's alliance would mean that those saints would become his adversaries. Voldemort had come to realize that his power was waning, not merely due to Dumbledore and Grindelwald's partnership altering the battlefield, but rather because of Bellatrix's assertions and her validation of her lineage. If she truly possessed portraits of Salazar and Godric, their mere presence would spell his doom. Did he dare to gamble that she lacked such images? He could not afford to take that risk. He had to secure victory today and eliminate her. With his wand clenched tightly, Voldemort fixed a baleful gaze upon Bellatrix, a surge of murderous intent coursing through him. Bellatrix, well aware of the malice in his eyes, felt no surprise at his desire to kill her. Having already unveiled the truth about Salazar and Godric, she harbored no illusions of Voldemort's goodwill toward her. After all, he was but a fractured soul, not a fool. Thus Bellatrix boldly proclaimed, "Ah, dear great-nephew, are you so enraged by the truth that you wish to silence me? Great-nephew." At that moment, everyone recalled Bellatrix's earlier assertion regarding their family tree, and the term great-nephew hung in the air. It was, to say the least, quite absurd and thrilling. Such a family tree capable of overshadowing Voldemort's lineage was truly remarkable. As Voldemort raised his wand, his voice chilling, he declared, "If you all perish today, no one shall know of this, Avada Kedavra." Bellatrix dismissed his threat, retorting, "Oh, my dear great-nephew, do you truly believe that the killing curse can vanquish me? What stands before you is merely a puppet under my control. Should you destroy it, I shall suffer only a minor loss of galleons, and it would bear no impact on me." Voldemort's ire surged anew, prompting him to cast several more killing curses in frustration. Even if he could not slay her, he would at least find some solace in venting his wrath. Bellatrix nimbly evaded his attacks, ensuring that her puppet remained unscathed, though she had no shortage of galleons. Avoiding unnecessary expenditure was always prudent. "Can't hit me, dear great-nephew. By the way, your beloved aunt has prepared a gift for you." Observing Voldemort's escalating fury, Bellatrix prepared to unleash her most formidable tactic, one that would ensure he could never rise again. After all, a person's dark past, especially one known to all, would irrevocably tarnish their reputation, making it exceedingly difficult for them to rally forces for another conflict like today's. As for the dark mark, once Voldemort was defeated, she could devise a means to eradicate it. It should not prove overly challenging, as her family possessed relevant magical records, and with so many portraits available, collective ingenuity would surely yield a solution. Once free from the constraints of the dark mark, and burdened by this indelible dark history, those proud and elegant purebloods would likely shun any inclination to join Voldemort's ranks, unless, of course, they were willing to forsake all dignity for the sake of so-called pureblood glory, willing to serve under such a figure and on the collar of slavery. However, based on Bellatrix's understanding of pureblood aristocrats, they were unlikely to abandon their pride. This was merely her conjecture regarding future developments, predicated on her failure to eliminate Voldemort this time. Perhaps he would resurrect yet again. Yet she felt certain that such a moment would never come to pass. For this time, they were destined to vanquish Voldemort, ensuring that he would have no opportunity for resurgence. What Bellatrix unleashed was an image that Harry found strikingly familiar, for it was a depiction of Voldemort in his youth, dressed as a woman from his second year. Bellatrix had meticulously recreated the image from her memories of Voldemort's youthful cross-dressing. Upon its reveal, the younger attendees were baffled, while the older generation instantly recognized it as Voldemort's youthful drag portrait. So, Voldemort was a cross-dressing master? What a scandalous revelation! The ancient wizarding world, following in the wake of Salazar and Godric, Dumbledore and Grindelwald, faced yet another seismic shock. Ultimately, they simply could not accept the reality of Voldemort as a cross-dressing figure. Chapter 300, Post-War Conversations. Voldemort in drag. You never showed me that. And you never told me that Voldemort is your nephew. Am I still your best friend? Draco vigorously shook the puppet of Loxias, as if he were determined not to cease until he had thoroughly disassembled her marionette. Unfazed, Loxias calmly patted Draco on the shoulder, remarking, "At least you were the first to learn that Salazar and Godric, Grindelwald and Dumbledore, are indeed real couples." Draco expressed his profound dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "Ah, but I missed such a significant scene. I also missed Voldemort's furious reaction. Just hearing their descriptions, I can tell it must have been utterly breathtaking." He then recounted the memorable moments shared with him, particularly how Voldemort's shock upon seeing his own image in women's attire rendered him speechless, his trembling hand clutching his wand, a moment he would never again experience in this lifetime. Loxias reassured him, "Do not fret. Your life is far more important than any memorable scene. No matter how remarkable the moment, one must consider the myriad of green lights that Voldemort unleashed once he regained his composure. Had it not been for Harry's timely disarming charm, we would have suffered considerable losses." Draco remained discontented, retorting, "That may be true, but that wretched Potter witnessed the scene while I did not. How infuriating." Loxias shrugged, suggesting, "Look on the bright side. You conversed with the Founder's portraits while Harry did not, right? Overall, you have not fared poorly." Draco mused. "I suppose I find some comfort in that." He ceased shaking Loxias, inquiring, "Are you certain Potter will have no opportunity to meet the Founders?" Loxias affirmed, "I am certain. For apart from me, no one else will know how to open that chamber. Draco paused. But I know how. I opened it today. Loxias replied. Who told you that the method remains the same? The password changes, you know? Draco narrowed his eyes, seriously regarding Loxias. So you are certain you won't inform Potter? Or take him to meet the founders? Loxias replied, I am certain, and Salazar and the others would prefer not to be disturbed. With Loxias's promise secured, Draco released her. Soon after, the trio of saviors sought out Loxias once more. Draco said, sigh. Loxias, with a natural pivot, inquired, Hermione, Harry, Ron, you all seem to be faring well. Although Harry was eager to confront Draco, he recognized the importance of the matter at hand and stepped forward. Thanks to you, our situation is, well, manageable. Loxias replied. That's good to hear. Harry continued, actually we are here to apologize, to you and Professor Snape. Previously, due to matters concerning Headmaster Dumbledore, we spoke harshly towards Professor Snape and harbored ill will towards you. Loxias dismissed his concerns. That is quite normal. Anyone would react that way, Harry. I doubt my father would mind your behavior. Harry scratched the back of his head. Well, thank you for coming today. You've helped us avoid significant harm. Loxias responded. It is my duty. I am also a member of Hogwarts, and everyone here is my friend and classmate. Draco interjected, Speak up, Potter. What is it you truly want? Hermione sighed in exasperation and stepped forward. In fact, we have some questions we wish to pose to you. Loxias, unsurprised, replied. I anticipated as much. Go ahead. Draco's expression mirrored that of a knowing conspirator. Harry asked, what you discussed with Voldemort. Was it all true? Regarding Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor? Loxias affirmed, indeed. And I am a descendant of both. Harry protested, that is quite impolite. How could they have possibly conceived children? It defies logic. Hermione, not needing Loxias to respond, promptly smacked Harry on the head. For goodness sake, read more. In our wizarding world, there are potions for male wizards to conceive, she chided. Harry replied, Oh, I apologize for not recalling that at the moment. Loxias asked, Well then, do you have any further inquiries? Harry continued. I heard from Headmaster Dumbledore that you were aware of all of this long ago. Were the subsequent events also part of your scheme with them? Loxias confirmed, correct. Harry pressed on, then, is it true that Professor Snape loved my mother? Did he go undercover with Voldemort all these years to protect me because of her? From Carrington Castle, Loxias glanced at Snape, whose expression was thoroughly displeased. Loxias was certain he had devised 100 ways to eliminate Harry and avenge Dumbledore for the words spoken. Aware that Snape had no intention of speaking, Loxias manipulated her puppet to address Harry. That is indeed your most genuine reason for seeking me. Harry nodded. Loxias continued, frankly, I believe it would be wiser for you to approach my father directly. Would it not? Harry replied. But I believe Professor Snape would refuse to answer, and would deduct points from Gryffindor, perhaps even confine me. Loxias affirmed, that is indeed correct. My father would certainly do so. However, is the answer truly that important? Harry responded, I do not know, but I simply wish to know. Loxias shrugged. Harry, I would have thought that after all you have been through, you would grasp the concepts of discretion and privacy. Matters like this, we Slytherins prefer to keep to ourselves. Draco chimed in, I can attest to that. While we may ship couples, we understand the importance of knowing when to hold back, particularly concerning those we cherish. Harry opened his mouth. So I should not have asked this question, correct? Loxias nodded. You should not even consider sharing this with anyone else. Harry conceded, all right, I understand. Please thank Professor Snape on my behalf. Loxias replied, I will. By the way, do you still have the resurrection stone? Harry produced the stone and handed it to Loxias. I heard from Headmaster Dumbledore that this belongs to you. Thank you. Loxias replied, no need for thanks. Harry inquired. Voldemort will not return, will he? Loxias affirmed. Of course not. We are all free now. Chapter 301. Aftermath in Alternate Realities. What followed was the reconstruction of Hogwarts. Snape and Dumbledore became quite occupied. Snape, as the headmaster, had to oversee the renovations of Hogwarts and manage various matters concerning the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore, on the other hand, faced the repercussions of his dramatic fake death. Countless friends, upon learning the truth, rushed to confront him, condemning his actions while offering their blessings to him and Grindelwald. Naturally, he also had to deal with the Ministry of Magic, as his numerous titles and responsibilities were overwhelming, and some positions had yet to be filled with suitable candidates. They required his return to resume his duties. After a whirlwind of activity, the time for Loxias and her peers' OWL exams was finally scheduled for the first week of the next academic year. Loxias observed Snape's return and inquired, Father, Have you completed your tasks? Snape nodded, providing Loxias with a clear response. Yes, we can now proceed according to our plans and go where you desire. Upon receiving the answer, Rahis promptly rose to gather her belongings. Then we shall journey to that time and space tonight, and set off for Hogwarts the day after tomorrow. I will start packing now, Father. Severus Snape replied, Very well. That night, both father and daughter completed their packing and settled side by side on the sofa. Rahis grasped Snape's hand, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Father, are you ready? We are about to embark on our temporal journey. Snape affirmed, I am prepared. Then I shall begin. The initial experience of time travel may feel rather peculiar, so remember not to release my hand, Rahis cautioned earnestly. I understand, Snape replied. Moments later, a wave of dizziness enveloped Snape, and after fleeting images danced before his eyes, he and Rahis arrived in an alternate time and space. They found themselves in his headmaster's office. The familiar decor allowed Snape to immediately ascertain his location. Turning to Rahis, he inquired, Is this the alternate dimension you spoke of? With a smile, Rahis confirmed indeed. Nearby, the portrait of Albus Dumbledore blinked awake. Ah, it appears we have the Severus of another timeline, along with his daughter. Long time no see, Headmaster Dumbledore, Rahis greeted. Indeed, it has been a while, Rahis, and welcome to this alternate realm, Severus, Dumbledore responded warmly. Snape stood, approaching Dumbledore's portrait. I never anticipated you would truly perish, Dumbledore. Dumbledore replied, though I wished otherwise, it was inevitable. Rahis interjected, if my temporal calculations are correct. We should be here during Voldemort's assault on Hogwarts, am I right? Dumbledore provided an accurate answer, yes. Rahis looked at Snape. Then Father, let us see if you honored your vow. Very well, Snape agreed. Thus, they made their way to the Shrieking Shack. At that moment, Harry and his companions were departing after retrieving Snape's tears from this timeline. Observing their departure, the near-lifeless Snape struggled to rummage through his pockets. Recalling the promise he made to Rahis, he genuinely yearned to see his daughter. At that juncture, a figure emerged. It was Professor McGonagall. Upon noticing her, Rahis discreetly dispelled her disillusionment charm and hurried forward to administer a potion to Snape. Leave it to me, Professor McGonagall, Rahis assured. Seeing Rahis, McGonagall relaxed her guard. Very well. I shall take my leave to attend to other pressing matters. Rahis nodded in agreement. Once McGonagall departed, Snape revealed his presence. Gazing down at his unconscious self on the ground, he then cast a few diagnostic spells with his wand. Snape concluded, life has been restored, but he will require careful recuperation henceforth. Father, let us first relocate this version of you to a safer place. Remaining in the Shrieking Shack is not advisable, Rahis suggested. Snape pondered, though he could not conceive of a secure location. Spinner's End hardly qualified as safe. After some deliberation, he proposed, shall we send him to Carrington Castle? Yes. I shall lead the way, Rahis replied. Snape lifted his alternate self and followed Rahis as they departed Hogwarts. When Snape next opened his eyes, he was roused by the sound of an infant's cries. Instinctively he reached for his wand, only to discover he was in an unfamiliar place, without his wand nearby. You're awake. A voice drew his attention to a younger version of himself, appearing more youthful and fit, with a wand resting at his side. Snape instinctively queried, Who are you? Regret washed over him as pain constricted his throat, rendering his voice hoarse, preventing him from completing his thought. He surmised it was due to the basilisk's bite. The younger Snape closed the book he held. I believe, given your intellect, you will recognize that remaining silent is your wisest course of action at this moment, for even with immediate access to the antidote, the damage from the basilisk's bite cannot be alleviated in an instant. He then handed Snape paper and a quill. I trust you grasp my meaning. Snape replied, You are the other version of me that Rahis mentioned from an alternate timeline? In mere moments, Snape deduced that this individual was indeed himself from another dimension. So, is Rahis here as well? The realization quickened his heartbeat. He was eager to meet this child from an alternate reality. Snape provided himself with an affirmative nod. Yes. And her? Snape inquired. Before Severus could respond, Rahis burst in, cradling the infant version of herself, who was wailing. Father. She won't stop crying. What should I do? Snape took the infant, and drawing upon his experience soothing 3-year-old Rahis, he attempted to calm the less than 1-year-old version of her. Unfortunately, the technique suitable for a toddler proved ineffective on a mere infant. Eventually, it was Leiko who ended the cries of little Rahis. She skillfully changed the infant's diaper and prepared a bottle at the right temperature. With the physiological issue resolved, The little one quieted down, clutching her bottle and intently feeding herself. Rahis remarked in realization, so it was just hunger, and she had a dirty diaper. Snape echoed her sentiments, indeed. I have learned something new. That was quite the experience, Snape mused. After the chaos subsided, Rahis played with the tiny hands of her younger self, turning to Snape. By the way, Father, would you like to hold her? This is the version of me that was sent to the future from this timeline. The concept of Rahis from this timeline being sent into the future was profound. This was indeed his Rahis. Upon hearing her words, Snape's eyes brightened. And though he longed to respond, reality rendered him speechless. He could only nod vigorously. Subsequently, the infant Rahis was passed from Snape's embrace to Severus's arms. It was Snape's first time holding a child, and coupled with the anticipation he had felt since Rahis had mentioned this child, he held her with utmost care, though his movements were somewhat stiff. Little Rahis, however, was not fazed. In her eyes, nothing surpassed the importance of her meal. Thus, after settling into Snape's arms, she merely adjusted herself until she found a comfortable position and resumed her feeding. Snape cradled little Locusis, feeling her diminutive, soft form as if she were a fragile creature, easily susceptible to harm with the slightest pressure. This awareness rendered Snape all the more cautious and rigid in his embrace. Observing this, Locusis prodded Snape with her elbow and remarked, "Papa, isn't it rather peculiar seeing you hold the younger me over there?" Snape concurred with her observation, acknowledging the strangeness of it all. Indeed, I can only hope that his foolish actions are not a consequence of the basilisk venom's lingering effects. Snape interjected, "I am not mute, merely temporarily speechless." After approximately 2 weeks, supported by the Carrington family's resources, Snape recovered fully. Once healed, he devoted his entire being to caring for the child, leaving no time for other thoughts. In the early morning, after feeding little Locusis and burping her, he took her on a stroll through the gardens surrounding Carrington Castle. During one such outing, he discovered her fascination with the butterflies flitting about the garden. Each sighting would light up her eyes, prompting her to clap enthusiastically for prolonged periods. Henceforth, as long as the weather permitted, Snape would carry Locusis about the garden. Aware of this routine, Locusis aptly located him and inquired, "By the way, Papa, wouldn't you like to step outside and oversee things?" While adjusting Locusus's hat, Snape replied, "I have completed all my obligations. Voldemort is dead. I trust you understand that everything outside is no longer my concern." "Really?" Locusis questioned. "I assume your hearing remains intact." Snape retorted, "Indeed, it does, but are you truly certain it doesn't pertain to you? Even if Harry has proclaimed your affection for Lily to the world, revealing that your commitment to Dumbledore's mission was solely due to her?" Upon hearing this, Snape paused, articulating each word with precision. "What did you just say?" Locusis boldly responded, "I believe my dear father is not deaf." With a sardonic smile, Snape replied, "Indeed, I am not." He then strode purposefully toward the castle, holding Locusis securely in his arms. "Papa, where are you going?" Locusis inquired, hurrying to keep pace with him. "To find another version of myself to tend to the child." Snape replied. Locusis jogged to his side, extending her arms, signaling for Snape to hand little Locusis over to her. However, Snape sidestepped, evading her outstretched hands. "Why not?" Locusis queried. "Do not assume I am unaware. Once little Locusis is in your grasp, she becomes a mere toy, especially when I am not watching. You would only exacerbate the situation." Locusis shrugged nonchalantly, "And what of it? I don't mind, and besides, I'm not hurt." Snape smirked wryly, bypassing Locusis entirely and delivering little Locusis into his own counterpart's arms. "I must attend to some matters. The child is temporarily entrusted to you." Snape's counterpart nodded knowingly, adjusting his hold to ensure little Locusus's comfort. Seeing the child transferred to another's embrace, Locusis stepped forward, eager to take her. Yet Snape, still somewhat apprehensive, swiftly returned little Locusis to his counterpart's arms before departing the castle with Locusis in tow, heading for Hogwarts. "Is that permissible?" Locusis asked. "Snape, Professor!" Harry exclaimed upon their arrival at Hogwarts. The moment he received word of Snape's presence, Harry rushed forward, intending to embrace Snape and express his tumultuous feelings. However, Snape could not abide a person resembling James Potter charging towards him. He deftly sidestepped, causing Harry to tumble unceremoniously to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, Locusis recognized the value of her visit and promptly entered a spectator mode. As anticipated, Harry rose, casting a pitiful gaze at Snape. This time, Snape remained silent, unable to withstand the sight of those sorrowful green eyes directed at him, constraining his own venomous words. Glancing between Harry and Snape, McGonagall interjected to ease the tension. Harry, Severus, let us sit down and converse properly instead of standing idly. At her prompting, Harry settled a short distance from Snape, originally intending to sit beside him. But little Loxis occupied that seat. Once everyone was seated, McGonagall nodded in satisfaction. Very well. You may now express what you wish to say. Should you require my assistance as a mediator, I am more than willing to oblige. Thank you, Professor McGonagall, Harry replied, while Snape merely nodded in acknowledgement. Then with sincerity, Harry addressed Snape. Professor Snape, it is truly wonderful that you are alive. Moreover, I am immensely grateful for everything you have done for me. Snape found Harry's words rather nauseating. What did it mean to thank him for everything? His actions had been motivated by Lily, not Harry, and he had merely inherited her eyes. Thus, Snape responded without hesitation. I too find it quite good to be alive, but Potter, my actions were not for you. You need not feel so gratified, and if you truly wish to express gratitude, kindly refrain from divulging my personal matters. Ah. Snape's bluntness left Harry momentarily bewildered. Hermione and McGonagall, having understood, exchanged glances, but the nature of the situation made it difficult for them to voice their thoughts. Ultimately, Loxis, in her straightforward manner, clarified for Harry in simple terms, he is advising you not to speak of things you shouldn't, such as divulging your old professor's personal secrets. Harry, perplexed, looked at the unfamiliar girl sitting beside Snape. What? Loxis tilted her head. You don't expect me to explain the boundaries of personal privacy to you, do you? Upon hearing this, Harry hastily shook his head. He then turned to Snape. Professor, rest assured, I will never disclose any of your matters. Snape sipped his coffee. That is most commendable. Should I discover you have breached my privacy, I assure you, I possess a myriad of methods to make you comprehend the torturous capabilities of potions. Harry instinctively shivered at Snape's ominous words. Harry could only reassure, I won't, Professor. After his words lingered in the air, he noticed Snape's silence and ventured further. So, Professor Snape, what do you plan to do next? Will you continue teaching at Hogwarts? May I visit you from time to time? Snape cast a fleeting glance at Harry. Yet he was disinclined to respond to his inquiries, let alone entertain the prospect of visits. To him, everything was in the past, and he ought to embark on a new chapter in his life, such as raising his daughter, or delving into potion research that piqued his interest. As for Lily, gazing into Harry's verdant eyes, Snape conceded that he harbored an ineffable and complex sentiment towards her. Nevertheless, that was all behind him. It was time to forge ahead. Snape parted his thin lips, saying, I believe my future is of no concern to you, and you too should live your own life. Harry was momentarily taken aback by Snape's words. Stuttering, he replied, but I thought we could see each other again, after all we've been through. I mean, at the very least, let me visit you. To be frank, the intensity of Harry's former disdain and loathing for Snape was now matched by an earnest yearning for his attention and care. In this devastating war, he had lost so much, starting with his parents, followed by the esteemed Dumbledore, his godfather Sirius, and his beloved Professor Lupin. Stripped of love and friendship, he felt, in a sense, utterly alone. Yet Snape had always provided him with protection and concern, which was overshadowed by the perilous sacrifices his mother had made for him. In his eyes, he regarded Snape as no different from Lupin or Dumbledore, perhaps one of the few remaining elders he had left. The realization of all Snape had done for him, coupled with the knowledge that he was still alive, instilled within Harry a profound sense of relief. He found himself increasingly reliant and reluctant to part ways with Snape. He longed for the days of yore. Even if it meant enduring Snape's acerbic remarks or facing his detentions, it would at least signal that he had not lost everything, that nothing had truly changed. Yet now, it seemed as though everything had irrevocably shifted. He was leaving Hogwarts, and it appeared Snape would also vacate the castle, no longer to teach there. Moreover, he had no knowledge of the professor's address, rendering a visit impossible. Harry felt a crushing sense of despair. Being a double agent, Snape naturally picked up on Harry's emotions and instinctively frowned. Potter, surely you are not still nursing, wishing to remain a helpless infant? The mere thought of Harry's face appearing before him in the future left Snape somewhat irked. Unexpectedly, Harry grasped the underlying meaning of Snape's words. I'm not, he stammered. I just find it hard to let go of you. This time, Snape remained silent, his reticence stemming from the sorrow reflected in Harry's green eyes. Eyes that mirrored Lily's. Witnessing this, Loxis interjected, it's all right, he isn't dead. Although he has temporarily left Hogwarts, it doesn't mean he won't return. If you wish to see him again, I suggest you visit the nursery. Snape refrained from countering her statement. causing all eyes to turn toward Loxias. Ultimately, Harry mustered the courage to voice his curiosity. Who are you? Loxias, resting her chin on her hand, answered with a smile. His daughter. Harry. Ron. Hermione. The three exchanged glances, their eyes flitting between Loxias and Snape. It was Professor McGonagall who ultimately provided them with confirmation. Yes, Loxias was indeed Severus's child. Chapter 304. A Stroke of Luck. Harry instinctively inquired. Why does Professor Snape have a child? We've never heard of this before, nor did I see anything in his memories. He hesitated, his lips parting but ultimately refraining from continuing. It seems you are quite interested in your old professor's private life, Loxias remarked, adopting Snape's characteristic tone as she spoke on his behalf. Snape cast a sidelong glance at Loxias before settling into a comfortable position against the backrest, indicating his intent to allow her to take the lead in this conversation. Loxias's familiar intonation momentarily stunned the other three. At first blush, it was unmistakably familial. Before they could fully process this revelation, Loxias continued, however, I believe it is essential for you all to understand something. This is my father's personal life, entirely separate from his teaching career. In broader terms, it is his privacy, and it is perfectly normal for you not to know. But you haven't even attended Hogwarts. This is the finest magical school in all of England, Ron interjected. As his words hung in the air, all eyes turned toward him, with Harry and Hermione displaying expressions of agreement. Loxias was not without her retorts. Indeed, this is the premier magical institution in England, yet it is also one of the most perilous. I trust you three are well aware of this. My father, aside from Mr. Potter, has other lives to safeguard from his espionage days. In this context, ensuring her anonymity in the wizarding world is paramount, is it not? At least it prevents Voldemort from targeting her. This assertion left Harry and his friends momentarily speechless, for her words rang true. Hogwarts had indeed been fraught with danger, particularly in recent years. Reflecting on the tumultuous events over the past few years, Quirrell and Voldemort in their first year, the Basilisk and Horcrux in the second, Dementors and Werewolves in the third, the Triwizard Tournament and Death Eaters in the fourth, Umbridge in the fifth, and Voldemort and the Death Eaters until last month in the sixth. Harry realized those years had been a thrilling yet treacherous journey. Listening to Loxias, he gleaned some insight into Snape's desire to protect his child. He glanced at Snape, pursing his lips, painfully aware that he might not see him again in the future. Professor Snape, can I truly not visit you anymore? This time Loxias fell silent. Snape regarded Harry's lily-like eyes for a long while before finally closing his own, delivering a definitive response, no. For no reason would he ever permit a Potter to tread upon his domain. Moreover, this particular Potter appeared to be an even more troublesome presence than Lucius. He had no desire to deal with a Potter, especially not after resigning. He was already exhausted taking care of the child. God knows how he managed to sleep these past few days, as little Loxis would awaken several times throughout the night, and he had to rise to comfort her, change her diapers, and prepare her milk. Despite his weariness, he still had to deal with a shameless and impudent Potter, who often intruded upon his life. The mere thought of it made him feel faint. Moreover, he contemplated that, regardless of the circumstances, he must embark on a new chapter in his life. He needed to learn the art of letting go. It was not about relinquishing Lily, but rather, simply about releasing the past and the regrets that lingered in his heart. Upon hearing Snape's rejection once more, Harry lowered his head in disappointment. He truly cherished Snape and longed to see him frequently. Even if each encounter meant enduring his venomous tirades, he would gladly accept it. However, without the enhancement of Lily's eyes, Harry's bowed head did not evoke any softness in Snape's heart. He calmly sipped his coffee instead. Then Snape rose. Minerva, I have completed my resignation procedures and resolved all matters. I believe it is time for me to bid you farewell. McGonagall also stood, nodding at Snape. Then, I wish you happiness, Severus. Furthermore, the doors of Hogwarts will always remain open for you. Snape responded with a simple, Loxis, trailing behind Snape, addressed McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, do not worry. In at most 11 years, my father will return to teach. McGonagall glanced at Loxis, puzzled. Loxis mischievously winked. Because he has given me a little sister. If all goes well, my sister will come to Hogwarts. And my father certainly won't allow her to attend alone. He will come along. Snape merely observed in silence. McGonagall and the others looked at Snape in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the notion of him having a second child, and surprised by the depth of his concern for his offspring. As I said before, if Mr. Potter truly wishes to meet my father, He might have some luck at the nursery, Loxis pointedly remarked, directing her gaze at Harry. Harry finally registered her words, and his disappointment began to dissipate. Listening to Loxis, Snape resignedly stated, "All right, Loxis, we must return home." I know. Loxis waved at the others before following Snape out. Once outside, Hermione patted Harry on the shoulder. "Don't be disheartened, Harry. At least you can still see Professor Snape." Harry forced a smile. "But you know this isn't the kind of meeting I desire." Hermione shrugged. "What can you do? Do you think Professor Snape is the type to comfort you gently? He is not of that disposition, and you are well aware of the grievances from his generation. Given your face, him not physically attacking you is already a mercy, considering your eyes." Harry sighed. "Do you think Professor Snape will go to that nursery?" Ron replied, "I don't know." Hermione added, "That's really just a matter of chance." Harry sighed again. Hermione continued, "Actually, there is another way for you to meet Professor Snape." "What is it?" Harry inquired. Hermione explained, "Professor Snape is a master of potions, and he is often invited to conferences on potionology. If he finds them interesting, he may attend. If you could obtain an invitation to such a conference, you would have the chance to see him, although considering your potion expertise, that might be quite challenging." Harry sighed once more. "I suppose I should just frequent the nursery and try my luck." Chapter 305. The Ancestor. After departing from Hogwarts, Snape and Loxis first visited a Muggle supermarket to buy some toy storybooks for little Loxis, before returning to Carrington Castle. Upon their arrival, Snape immediately took little Loxis from Severus, preventing Loxis from treating her as a mere toy once again. Loxis chased after Snape, exclaiming, "Daddy, let me play, hold me. My childhood self was so delightful." Snape glanced at another version of himself, calmly seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. "Can't you manage her?" Severus did not even lift his eyelids. "My Loxis knows moderation." As Snape watched Loxis disregard him, she snatched away little Loxis's pacifier, using it to capture the infant's attention, coaxing her plump little body to lean toward her. Fortunately, little Loxis had a pleasant temperament. As long as she was with familiar faces, she would not cry regardless of how they teased her, except when someone snatched away her bottle during mealtime. Noticing that little Loxis was gradually leaning away, Snape's eye twitched, and he swiftly adjusted his hold on her. Even with a change in position, little Loxis's head was deliberately turned in the opposite direction by Snape. Yet, after a few breaths, her gaze remained firmly captivated by Loxis, and she joyfully began playing with her. Ultimately, after a series of struggles, Snape realized resistance was futile. He surrendered and handed little Loxis over to Loxis, who happily accepted her younger self and ventured into the cloakroom with a camera. The miraculous little Loxis was officially about to begin. From that moment, little Loxis was left with a plethora of beautiful photographs, along with some peculiar ones. All thanks to Loxis's antics, including her transforming into a machine gun-wielding little Loxis, and striking a pose reminiscent of a golden rooster. By the time Loxis and Snape departed this timeline, 2 months had already elapsed since their arrival. During these 2 months, Snape not only regained his health, but also became adept at managing little Loxis, successfully embodying the role of a superdad while brewing potions. Meanwhile, Loxis had not been idle. She recalled playing with her younger self and before leaving, visited the future of this timeline, advising her adult self to frequently travel to the past, bringing along her younger self and their old father for vacations in the Land of Harmony. As for Snape, he appeared to be the most leisurely of all. Yet in reality, he had gained much. He learned how to care for a newborn, and for reasons unknown to him, felt he would surely need this knowledge in the future. Simultaneously, through dialogues with different versions of himself, he discovered new avenues for potion research. Upon returning to their timeline, Loxis and Snape prepared to embark on their journey to the Land of Harmony, a plan they had long laid out. However, on the eve of their departure, Loxis experienced a dream. No, rather than a dream, it was an adventure, transporting her to a realm she could not otherwise reach. Upon drifting into slumber, Loxis found herself not in the usual hazy dreams, but within a space of purest white. Gazing upon this pristine expanse, she felt an unshakable certainty that she was not dreaming. Loxis, guided by an instinctive compulsion, set forth in a particular direction. She felt as though she had traversed a considerable distance. Yet paradoxically, it also seemed as though no time had passed at all. Ultimately, she sensed that she had arrived at the very precipice of this enigmatic realm. This peculiar sensation enveloped her just as she was grappling with the unfolding mystery. At the edge of this space, she discerned a vague silhouette. Taking a few tentative steps closer, she still found the figure shrouded in ambiguity. instinctively frowning. She felt an impulse to sprint forward for a significant stretch, yet that shadow remained indistinct. Reluctant to advance any further, she called out, "Who are you?" Upon uttering these words, Loxis felt an exhilarating rush course through her veins, her heart racing uncontrollably. The figure, seemingly attuned to her voice, slightly turned, casting a glance in her direction. It appeared to affirm her presence, raising a hand to snap his fingers. Instantly, the distance between Loxis and him diminished. In that fleeting moment, Loxis finally beheld the figure with clarity. He was no ordinary being. His form radiated a silvery luminescence that was both striking and yet curiously unobtrusive. No matter how intently Loxis scrutinized him, his features remained elusive, visible only as a nebulous outline. As she studied him, he too regarded her in turn. "Who are you?" Loxis inquired once more. "Chaosrot," he replied. Upon hearing this name, Loxis felt a tightening in her chest. "So you are." Before she could articulate her thought, Chaosrot stepped forward and placed his index finger gently upon her lips. He winked at her, saying, "This is something you need only understand for yourself. There is no necessity to voice it." "Very well," Loxis replied, though perplexed yet respectful. "So, esteemed progenitor, my arrival here is indeed due to you. Are you aware of the purpose behind my visit?" Chaosrot countered. "What do you surmise would prompt me to summon you?" Loxis pondered for a moment. "In the annals of my family, I seldom encounter instances of you calling upon others. It must be for something of considerable significance. Considering my recent endeavors, I suspect it pertains to my alteration of the world's principal narrative." Chaosrot conjured 2 chairs within this ethereal space. Indeed, a perceptive child. "Come and take a seat." Loxis complied, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for the compliment." Chaosrot, gazing into her eyes, stated, "Concerning your alterations to the world's principal narrative, I wish to inquire. After all you have experienced, do you now comprehend the constraints that bind your abilities?" Loxis felt a jolt of surprise, akin to a student being unexpectedly quizzed by a teacher. After a brief silence, she looked up at Chaosrot and ventured, "Causality?" "Correct," he affirmed, though with a hint of disappointment. "What led you to this revelation?" "I believe, esteemed progenitor, you are aware that I was raised in Hogwarts. Within its unique cultivation system, causality is regarded as a pivotal element. As one sows, so shall one reap. In my youth, although I did not formally study their practices, I was nonetheless influenced by them. When I recognized that no matter how I intervened, events continued on their predetermined path, I began to harbor doubts. Later, when Shute posed a similar question to me, I contemplated it extensively and ultimately arrived at this conclusion. Voldemort believed in the prophecy, chose to kill Harry, which led to the death of Harry's parents, only to be rebounded by the magic of Lily's love. This was the cause he set in motion. With a cause established, the effect naturally followed, culminating in the prophecy's fulfillment. Voldemort meeting his demise at Harry's hands. All that transpired in between was merely a facet of this causal chain, such as Voldemort's resurrection or the efforts of his Death Eaters. Of course, there were other causal elements intertwined, such as the Minister of Magic, who, in his pursuit of power and status, refused to acknowledge Voldemort's return, ultimately dispatching Umbridge to Hogwarts, which led to his own downfall. At this juncture, Loxis paused for 2 seconds before continuing. "And then there is my father." By revealing the prophecy, he felt a sense of guilt, which was his cause. He resolved to sacrifice everything to ensure Harry's survival, only to fall on the eve of dawn. This was his effect. To alter this outcome, my only recourse was to orchestrate my plans without disturbing other causal threads. Chaosrot interjected. "Thus you identified the direct causal line leading to his demise." Loxis nodded. "Indeed. Initially, my father was destined to die due to the wand's allegiance issue, so I transformed the wand into an object perceived as ownerless by the world, allowing him to extricate himself entirely from that line. I also ensured that others, bearing his likeness, would complete the remaining causal chain." Upon hearing this, Chaosrot smiled. "A commendable strategy. Yet, do you understand? Even if you did not disturb other causal threads, unlike your unfortunate predecessor, you have still altered the world's principal narrative. And thus, a price must be paid." When Chaosrot articulated this, Loxis remained unperturbed. If the cost were her life, Chaosrot would not be engaging in such lengthy discourse. Surely, these words were not merely to elucidate her demise? Her esteemed progenitor must indeed be quite idle. Observing Loxis's stoic demeanor and unchanging expression, Chaosrot discerned her unspoken thoughts. He was not aimlessly passing the time. Loxis, it seemed, would not have to confront death. "Chaosrot, Aren't you curious about the price you must pay? As long as it is not my life, and I can continue to live, that is sufficient, Loxis replied, steadfastly meeting Chaosrat's gaze. Chaosrat responded, however, for many, what you have lost is far more precious than mere life. Loxis furrowed her brow slightly. What could possibly hold more significance than life? Leaning forward, Chaosrat closed the distance between them, halting just a fingertip away, his lips parting. The opportunity to ascend to divinity. Upon hearing this, Loxis was momentarily taken aback, though she felt a semblance of ease. In light of her chance to achieve divinity, she was more concerned about another aspect. Is there still a possibility for ascension in the wizarding world? I had assumed that since ancient times, such an opportunity had vanished. Chaosrat replied, in truth it still exists, albeit with far greater difficulty, perhaps 1,000-fold more challenging than in our era. The reason you possess this chance is due to the strong presence of my bloodline within you, which can be said to directly trace back to your progenitor, the first Carrington. Loxis was well versed in her family's history. Yet, I recall that the first ancestor of the Carrington line did not attain divinity. Chaosrat fell into reminiscence, recalling his obstinate granddaughter. Indeed, that child did not achieve divinity. She deemed the solitude of divinity too profound and ultimately relinquished the final trial. Suddenly, Loxis asked, do you feel lonely? Chaosrat paused, momentarily taken aback. At times, yes. However, it seems that you do not feel sorrow over this matter. Are you not afraid of regretting it in the future? Loxis shook her head, saying, it is merely an opportunity. Whether it materializes is still uncertain. I am quite clear about what I desire. A few close friends, the companionship of family, and a carefree life. That is all. As for whether I will have regrets in the future, I cannot say for certain, but I doubt it. Hearing Loxis's response, Chaoslat gazed at her for an extended period. Though Loxis felt as if he were looking through her, perceiving others instead. Has someone else spoken the same words to you? Loxis inquired proactively. Chaoslat did not conceal the truth. Indeed, you are truly her descendant. Your response mirrors hers perfectly. I cannot fathom why my offspring would produce such beings as you. So devoid of ambition. Loxis replied, devoid of ambition, you say? Chaoslat nodded affirmatively, completely unlike me. Loxis countered, I hold a different perspective on this matter. Perhaps there is indeed a lack of ambition, but this world is not short of diligent individuals, nor is it lacking those who seek to transform it. Amidst so many striving souls, must we not allow some to pursue poetry and distant horizons, love and freedom? Furthermore, it is said that the divine loves humanity. You are a god, no longer merely human. Your essence is imbued with divinity. I believe that had you not possessed these traits, perhaps you would be quite similar to us. Just as we, despite being human, are influenced by a fragment of your bloodline, always yearning to love humanity and save them. In times of tragedy, there will always be some Carringtons who strive to alter fate, even if it bears no relation to us. Even if the outcome is a curse that brings death. Is this the reason you still disregard the cautionary words in your family tree, and the vivid examples? Choosing to flout the family rules? Chaoslat did not reflect on Loxis's words but retorted. Chapter 307 Names. Loxis weakly replied. One could say so? Chaoslat responded. Should I applaud you for violating family rules for the sake of your father rather than a stranger? Loxis broke into a cold sweat, an ominous premonition washing over her. She could not comprehend how the conversation had veered so far afield due to Chaoslat. That is unnecessary. Chaoslat snorted in annoyance. You seem to be enjoying yourselves. Yet no one considers this poor old ancestor of yours, who has given birth to 3 troublesome beings. In just a blink of an eye, after thousands of years, only you remain as my lone descendant. Ah. Loxis was clearly taken aback that Chaoslat would still pay attention to their distant descendants. After all, he had already ascended to divinity. Chaoslat retorted. A what? From now on, tend to your own little patch of land and refrain from engaging in any more violations. Understood? Loxis awkwardly cleared her throat twice. I will do my best. But speaking of which, esteemed ancestor, you are already a god. Why do you still take things to heart? Families naturally experience both prosperity and decline. Chaoslat. So, are you teaching me a lesson now? Loxis shook her head vigorously. That is not the case. Ella, unwilling to continue this trivial banter with Loxis, felt irritation at the sight of her. Then, without allowing Loxis to say anything further, Chaoslat struck her forehead lightly. Time's up. You must return. With that, Loxis's figure vanished from the white space. At that moment, Chaoslat, facing the empty expanse, murmured, For even though I am a god, capable of traversing many places and witnessing countless landscapes, objects, and people. I often find myself profoundly lonely. It is only by observing you that I feel a semblance of connection to this world, realizing that I am not alone. As for Loxis, upon opening her eyes, she discovered herself back in her bedroom, with only the faint remnants of temporal power lingering, assuring her that this was no dream. Yet there was no time to ponder. Loxis promptly arose, for today she planned to fly back to Hogwarts. After breakfast, Loxis boarded a private plane alongside Snape. As the aircraft ascended, Snape felt a tinge of nervousness, but once the flight stabilized, he found it to be a rather novel experience, not at all displeasing. The plane arrived punctually at the destination airport, where they were greeted by the Gu family awaiting their arrival. The Gu family members were meeting Loxis for the first time. Though for her, it was not their first encounter. They appeared significantly younger than she remembered. After exchanging simple greetings and introductions, they boarded the car arranged by the Gu family and headed toward the ancestral home. Along the way, Loxis beheld a landscape starkly different from that of 20 years hence. This compelled her to marvel at the rapid development of Hogwarts over the past 2 decades. Upon reaching the Gu family residence, Loxis spotted an elderly man she had only seen in portraits. Gubo waved at Loxis as she entered the hall. "Child, come here." "Hello, uncle." Loxis recognized him and naturally greeted him. Gubo's smile widened, and he produced a gift he had prepared for their meeting. "Ah, good child. Here is a token for you from your uncle." Loxis graciously accepted. "Thank you, uncle." Thereafter, Gubo gazed intently at Loxis. "I had heard about your family's troubles and had prepared to welcome you. But I did not expect that unreliable Kilcher would send you 20 years into the future. Ah. One must know that I could never agree to marrying Tao Tao off to that lad back then, but I am content to see my Tao Tao's little grandchild in my lifetime." Listening to Gubo's words, Loxis sensed something amiss. "But uncle, have you not met my cousin Amabel?" Gubo thumped his cane on the ground. "That is entirely different. You are you and he is he." At that moment Guche approached. "Dad, dinner is ready. Loxis and the others have traveled all day and must be famished. Shall we eat while we chat?" "Yes, let us dine first. We cannot let Loxis go hungry." Upon hearing Guche's suggestion, Gubo immediately agreed, taking Loxis by the hand, eager to lead her to dinner. The meal consisted of Chinese cuisine, which both Loxis and Snape found quite delightful. After dinner, considering Loxis and Snape's long day of travel, Gubo and the others refrained from keeping them for further conversation, allowing them to rest instead. Once the door was closed, Snape remarked to Loxis, "It appears you had a rather pleasant childhood here." Loxis nodded. "Indeed, but it was all thanks to my grandmother. She was the youngest of her generation and the only girl, and her brothers, including the uncles you met today, cherished her dearly. It is said that when my grandfather came to propose according to the customs of the Hua Kingdom, he was almost beaten to a pulp by my uncles. Had it not been for my grandmother, who had already taken a liking to my grandfather, coupled with the capabilities of our Carrington lineage that allowed my grandmother to return home at any moment, they would have never consented to this union." Severus Snape expressed understanding, remarking that if some yellow-haired fellow were to abduct his Lockhart so far away, he would not hesitate to poison that rascal, considering it a mercy for Lockhart's sake. Suddenly, Lockhart pondered. "Father, do you know the meaning of my name in the Hua Kingdom, Gu Ming?" Snape inquired. "What does it mean?" Lockhart explained. "In the Gu family, we adhere to a lineage. My generation belongs to the Re character. Hence my name incorporates the character for son. It is derived from the Great Learning, which states that the essence of higher learning lies in illuminating virtue, fostering the people, and striving for ultimate goodness. They understood that I would bear the heavy responsibility of my family's rise and fall in the future. Thus they hoped I would possess a radiant character to lead our family towards greater prosperity." Although Snape did not fully grasp these nuances, he listened earnestly, comprehending the expectations embedded within Lockhart's name. Snape pressed his lips together. "So they view you as the hope of the family, wishing for you to embody noble virtue?" Lockhart affirmed. "Yes, that is precisely it." Snape earnestly remarked, "Lockhart, I wish for your future happiness, safety, well-being, and health, so that you may lead the life you desire." Chapter 308. The Grand Conclusion. During her month in the Hua Kingdom, Lockhart led a fulfilling and joyful life. In her own words, she rediscovered the feeling of her childhood. The only difference was the variety of subjects she studied each day. For Snape, the abundance of medicinal herbs here far surpassed that in England, akin to paradise. Of course, it would have been even better if he did not have to periodically check on Lockhart's academic progress. However, a month passed, and it was time for Lockhart and Snape to embark on their journey back to Hogwarts. One for the sake of a so-called education, and the other to ensure the other had that same so-called education. Although Lockhart regarded her qualifications as merely a piece of paper, Snape could not bring himself to accept the notion of his child lacking formal education. Even if she possessed immense wealth, what if it were needed someday? Upon returning to England, Snape first went back to Hogwarts, as he was now the headmaster and needed to prepare for the upcoming term. Even though he did not have to greet the Muggle-born newcomers, the responsibilities of a headmaster were still quite burdensome. As for Lockhart, she too was quite busy. With the family affairs overseen by their AI ancestor, she need not worry, but she had letters to respond to from her classmates, visits to make to retired acquaintances in Newmungard, and preparations to undertake for the upcoming OWL exams. She could not fathom the thought of her owls not achieving the ideal results she envisioned. In responding to her classmates' letters, she was particularly diligent with those from Hermione, Ariana, and Draco. Hermione's letter included her future plans and aspirations for her career in the Ministry of Magic, which piqued Lockhart's interest. She felt that the ancient wizarding world was in need of reform, and some of Hermione's ideas resonated with her own. Lockhart believed that while she could not reveal herself, she could realize her ambitions through Hermione's endeavors. Ariana's letter recounted amusing family anecdotes and delightful travel experiences, complete with scenic photographs. Lockhart cherished this glimpse into a joyful life, thus she invested even more thought into her reply. As for Draco, his correspondence was merely a lengthy stream of banter. Nevertheless, Lockhart dared not dismiss it, for she could hardly withstand his charm. While reading Draco's letter, Lockhart could not help but jest about why he, despite having a girlfriend, was writing her so many letters. Was his girlfriend not enough to satisfy him? Or was he simply bored? However, upon returning to Hogwarts and encountering Astoria, Lockhart soon realized that Draco's antics were simply a matter of their mutual dynamics, as Astoria endured far more of Draco's antics than she did. Yet, Lockhart quickly recognized that they were a couple engaged in a dance of mutual affection and annoyance. Observing Draco, who was scheming to catch Harry by the braids, she lamented to Astoria. "So, you mean to say that Draco appears mature, yet remains at heart just a child?" Astoria shook her head, revealing an expression of understanding that Lockhart found puzzling. "Actually, I think it's quite charming the way he is." Lockhart sighed. "So you two are just playing your roles? Am I the only one caught in this?" With a resigned breath, she added, "Well, the OWL exams are tomorrow. I should make the most of this last moment to review." However, as soon as Lockhart finished speaking, Draco, who had been formulating plans to catch Harry, appeared before her. "You're studying? Count me in." "No, let us make it a trio." Lockhart glanced at Draco, puzzled. "Astoria, didn't you have no exams these days?" Astoria smiled and replied, "I have to take my OWLs this year too, so I should start preparing." Observing the couple, Lockhart fell silent for a moment. "Fine." Thus, the trio occupied an empty classroom for their review session, with Lockhart feeling inundated by their affection, questioning why she had agreed to study with them. For Lockhart, the OWL exams were not particularly challenging. The only daunting aspect was the sheer number of subjects. She ultimately passed with all Os, much to her delight. This led Snape to become quite the proud parent, frequently declaring, "Did you know my Lockhart achieved all Os in her OWLs?" He had become a veritable echo of Lucius Malfoy. Following this, Lockhart and her classmates embarked on their 6th and 7th years. Throughout those 2 years, they experienced the typical life of students, untroubled by the looming threats of Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Upon completing their 7th year with nude examinations, Lockhart and her peers successfully graduated from Hogwarts. After graduation, Lockhart, along with Draco and most of the Slytherins, returned home to inherit their family legacies. Hermione entered the Ministry of Magic to commence her political career. Harry took on the role of an Auror, although his internship proved to be quite grueling. Ron assisted his brothers at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, serving as a shop assistant. In essence, each individual embarked on their respective paths, initiating diverse life journeys toward brighter tomorrows. On the very year of Lockhart's graduation, Snape resigned from his unsatisfactory position as headmaster and departed Hogwarts, where he had spent over 20 years, alongside Lockhart. On the day they left Hogwarts, Lockhart inquired, "Father, won't you feel any sadness?" Snape stood on the express train, gazing at the receding Hogwarts. "I suppose I will feel a trace of it. Loxias, if Father wishes to return, we shall come back here for a visit. I believe everyone will be most welcoming to you." "Snape, if you are referring to those younger wizards, that may not be the case." "Loxias, to be frank, Father, you are not as unlikable as you claim." There are indeed many young wizards who admire you. Snape turned his head away, letting out a cold huff. Admire me? Do not jest to comfort your old father. Loxias shrugged. This is no jest. Everyone knows you are a tough exterior with a soft heart, a true serpent king. While you may often unleash your venom, you also provide a medicinal potion for everyone. And if one listens attentively, there is always something to learn in your classes. Father, cease with these self-deprecating remarks. Although they may indeed fear you, they also genuinely like and respect you. Loxias smiled at Snape as she spoke. Upon hearing Loxias' words, Snape felt a twinge of embarrassment and retorted. It is merely the trivial opinions of inconsequential individuals. Loxias. Yes, the trivial opinions of inconsequential individuals. Snape, slightly irritated by Loxias, exclaimed, Loxias. Loxias, undeterred, laughed heartily. Snape shot her a glare, ultimately resigned to waiting for her laughter to subside. Snape. Congratulations on your graduation, Loxias. Loxias. Thank you, but father. Snape. Loxias. We Hogwarts shall never graduate. Magic shall never fade. Snape. Indeed, magic shall never fade. Chapter 309. Side story. Snape as a single father. Since Loxias and Snape departed from his timeline, Snape embarked on the journey of being a single father, raising Loxias on his own. Although he was uncertain of the intentions of his counterpart in another timeline for requesting the infant version of Loxias, Snape acknowledged that it was a splendid idea. This way, he missed none of Loxias's developmental milestones, and the burdens of parenting kept him occupied, leaving little room to dwell on other matters, such as the distant past he preferred not to recall. Caring for a child, while undeniably arduous and exhausting, with scarce sleep and limited focus on potion-making, proved to be rather fulfilling for Snape. Holding the warm and cuddly Loxias felt as if he cradled the entire world. The only downside was encountering that Potter frequently at the Muggle toddler playground. How vexing. Hadn't he become an Auror? Why was he so idle? Moreover, considering the capabilities of the Death Eaters under Voldemort, they should not have been so inept as to be completely apprehended. This suggested that instead of capturing competent Death Eaters, he chose to confront Snape at a toddler playground. What a foolish decision. Even more infuriating was that upon realizing Snape's disinterest and lack of cordiality, Potter turned his attention to Loxias, showering her with attention. The innocent Loxias, who only knew how to babble, was easily won over by a toy she had never seen before, designating that insufferable Potter as an ally. He initially intended to avoid Potter by choosing a different toddler playground. However, Loxias had taken a particular liking to this one, and insisted on visiting weekly. Consequently, he found himself face to face with Potter once a week. How bothersome. Couldn't Potter simply refrain from parading before him? Naturally, this situation would improve as Loxias grew older, for she would no longer require the toddler playground. However, the limited edition good behavior of Loxias had mysteriously vanished. In the blink of an eye, Loxias reached the age where she became both adored and disliked. Having recently learned to walk and talk, Loxias remained soft and adorable, yet her curiosity had burgeoned. She frequently engaged in activities that Snape found perplexing, such as drawing not on paper, but on walls or portraits, using his cauldron as a cooking pot, or insisting on braiding her hair. Her comprehension was still developing. Whenever he addressed her, her eyes would widen with innocence. This often compelled Snape to acquiesce to her whims. Fortunately, this phase lasted only 2 to 3 years. By the time Loxias turned 5, there was some improvement. However, new challenges arose as she became increasingly inquisitive about the world. Frequently, she would inquire why. If her questions pertained to potions or spells, Snape could easily respond and clarify. Yet, should she one day point to a Muggle object and ask why, Snape found himself at a loss. At this juncture, Loxias's innate magical abilities had begun to manifest. If he failed to answer her why, she would attempt to unravel the mystery herself. This often led to her inadvertently unleashing her magic, resulting in chaos throughout the castle. Additionally, Loxias had reached the age where she needed to learn some fundamental knowledge, including but not limited to English writing, potion making, alchemy, and the history of magic. The most challenging of these, without a doubt, was English writing. Snape could not fathom why, although Loxias spoke English fluently, her writing was riddled with various errors. The grammatical structure of her sentences was often so flawed that throughout an entire essay, few were correct. Had this been during his tenure at Hogwarts, regardless of the content, he would have given her a failing grade simply based on the myriad of grammatical mistakes, followed by a few scathing remarks. However, this was his daughter. She feared him not. She would retort his jibes. This conundrum left Snape utterly exasperated. Ultimately, He resorted to the advice shared with him before his departure and hired a tutor for her English studies. The only silver lining was that he no longer had to encounter Potter with such frequency. Loxia, engrossed in her studies, had little time for play, allowing him to remain at home without pretense. However, this idyllic scenario did not last long, as Loxia expressed a desire to attend a Muggle school, citing her boredom from being home alone without friends. Yet, what could a Muggle school offer a witch? Snape vehemently opposed the idea, believing that Loxia could learn sufficient witch-related subjects at home without the need to venture into a Muggle school for the sake of socializing. Thus, the father and daughter engaged in a heated argument, ultimately concluding with Snape's reluctant compromise. Loxia donned her little backpack and began attending Muggle school. From that point onward, things spiraled further out of control, as Loxia, exposed to the concepts of science and technology, became obsessed with blending Muggle technology with wizardry. She even went so far as to electrify Carrington Castle. It is unclear how her ancestors, portrayed in the portraits adorning the walls, came to a consensus and granted her permission. The wizarding world earned its title as the ancient wizarding world, precisely due to a cadre of antiquated individuals resistant to change. The figures in those portraits are, for the most part, the epitome of such antiquity. Observing the exuberant Loxis, Snape's mind is consumed with the hope that she reaches the age of 11 swiftly, for only then can he escort her to Hogwarts, alleviating the burdensome task of managing a child. However, when the day arrives, after 11 long years, as he resumes his role as the potions master and head of Slytherin House, Snape knows that the circumstances may not improve. "Daddy!" Without awaiting his consent, Loxis barges in. And even in his deafness, Snape recognizes the audacity of this little serpent. With a sigh, he sets down the newspaper he was perusing. "Speak, my dear Loxis. What mischief has transpired this time?" With enthusiasm, Loxis exclaims, "I wish to explore the Forbidden Forest with you tonight." Snape responds, "Explore? At night? Do not tell me you plan to venture out after curfew." Loxis gazes at him with eager anticipation. "Yes. I've heard from everyone that the Forbidden Forest is thrilling at night." Snape exhales deeply. "If your mind were functioning properly, you would understand that the reason it is deemed forbidden is due to its perilous nature. At that hour, you ought to be sound asleep in your room, not gallivanting about." "Exactly. That's why I invited you, Daddy. As the headmaster, your presence will ensure that I won't be penalized for sneaking out." Snape contemplates whether he should commend her for her meticulous planning, unlike a Gryffindor who would recklessly charge into the forest without consideration. "Now tell me, what prompted this desire to explore the Forbidden Forest?" Snape inquires. Loxis replies, "I've heard tales of unicorns, eight-eyed spiders, werewolves, centaurs, and various magical creatures residing in the forest. I am curious to see if they truly exist as described in the books, so you will agree to take me one to you?" Gazing at the expectant face of Loxis, Snape ultimately finds himself unable to refuse her request. Upon receiving his consent, Loxis leaps in joy, singing as she exits Snape's office, "Hooray! I'll come by your office before curfew." Yet, Loxis' anticipated adventure in the Forbidden Forest is thwarted that day. In the afternoon, Snape receives a complaint from the head of Gryffindor House regarding Loxis' altercation with a group of young lions, sparked by their disparaging remarks about her. While it cannot be said that Loxis was entirely at fault, the sight of the injured Gryffindors in the hospital wing, rendered incapacitated, inevitably becomes the reason for the cancellation of Loxis' excursion. Standing beside Snape, Loxis pouts, observing him concoct potions for the wounded Gryffindors. "They spoke ill of you, Daddy. How is it wrong that I defended your honor?" As he brews, Snape replies, "You are not in the wrong, and I appreciate your choice to defend me. However, Loxis, your actions were overly forceful." Contemplating the injuries inflicted upon the young lions by her magic, Loxis lowers her head. "All right. I concede that I may have been a bit too rough. I won't act this way again. It doesn't make sense to hurt them, and then have you concoct potions for them." Snape asks, "So, what do you intend to do next time?" Years of parenting experience prompt Snape to inquire. "Perhaps I shall discreetly administer a laxative, causing them to suffer all day. Or perhaps instruct the house elves to add an excessive amount of salt to Gryffindor's dinner. Or stealthily toss a niffler into their dormitory," Loxis suggests. Snape raises an eyebrow. "As long as it does not result in any physical harm?" Knowing Loxis would never instigate trouble, Snape focuses solely on the methods she considers for retaliation. As Loxis' suggestions avoid inflicting serious injury, Snape refrains from further admonishing her. Seeing that the potion nears completion while Loxis remains discontented, Snape proposes. "The potion is nearly finished, and your plans for the Forbidden Forest are alas cancelled. Would this lovely young lady care to accompany her father to the astronomy tower to admire the night sky instead? Loxis readily agrees. The astronomy tower? Stars. Yes. After sending the potion with a house elf, Snape escorts Loxis to the astronomy tower to gaze at the stars. What do you think? He inquires. At that moment, Loxis, captivated by the constellation-studded sky, begins to forget her earlier displeasure. I see the trajectory of a star. It is utterly resplendent. Snape remains silent, gently brushing his hand through Loxis's hair. Lost in the moment, Loxis succumbs to slumber against Snape. Observing this, Snape picks her up, shaking his head in resignation. Yet you clamored to visit the Forbidden Forest. Beneath the starry sky, the astronomy tower of Hogwarts is enveloped in tranquility, and gazing at Loxis's serene visage, Snape feels an unfamiliar warmth in his heart. Indeed, it has been quite some time since he has experienced any negative emotions. Upon reflection, he finds no lingering grievances, only a sense of acceptance. Thank you for being by my side, my dear Loxis. Chapter 310. An interlude of viewing after several sleepless nights fulfilling Dumbledore's directives. Snape's countenance is far from pleasant. All he desires is to return to his dungeon and indulge in a restorative slumber to salvage his precariously hanging life. Heaven knows whether his total hours of sleep this week have exceeded 20. Of course, before that, he has the opportunity to deduct a few points from the raucous Gryffindors who have caused him such a headache, which might elevate his spirits just a touch. After deducting several points from Gryffindor, a profound silence descends upon the corridor, as all the little wizards present become acutely aware of the presence of their dungeon's Serpent King, and thus, dare not breathe a word. As Snape allows himself a moment of satisfaction, his mood slightly uplifted, and continues striding towards his dungeon, an impetuous Gryffindor interrupts the hard-earned tranquility, exclaiming loudly, "Everyone, hurry to the Great Hall! Something strange has appeared there." Clearly, as he concluded his statement, he became aware of the oddness of his proclamation, and finally noticed Snape's penetrating gaze upon him. Professor Snape, the Gryffindor stammered, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. Snape's previously improved mood plummets once more due to this Gryffindor's intrusion. With a disdainful huff, he casts a dispassionate glance at the boy and states, "For your reckless alteration of the professor's name, and your boisterous behavior in the corridor, 10 points from Gryffindor." What? The Gryffindor exclaims, aghast. After deducting the points, Snape recalls the Gryffindor's earlier words, compelling him to abandon his plans for a restful retreat to the dungeon. He must pay a visit to the Great Hall. It is not so much curiosity about the peculiarities that Viti spoke of, but rather a simple concern regarding the potential for unnecessary chaos. The already precarious safety of Hogwarts, compromised by the presence of werewolves, could easily devolve into uncontrollable calamity, leading to dire consequences for the foolish trolls. By the time Snape arrived at the Great Hall, it was already in a state of uproar, with students from all 4 houses gathered, gazing upwards and gesturing animatedly at something suspended in the air. Following their gaze, Snape beheld a colossal screen displaying faces of startling familiarity, set against a backdrop he recognized all too well. The Shrieking Shack. The very place where Lupin spent every full moon during his time at Hogwarts. To his dismay, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Sirius, individuals who should not have been there, were indeed present on the screen. Without a moment's hesitation, Snape surmised that the accursed werewolf had facilitated the Black Dog's entrance, and that the trio of heroes was meddling in affairs beyond their understanding. Following the reckless werewolf to the Shrieking Shack, Snape withdrew his gaze, scanning the crowd for the trio, intent on discerning the true nature of the spectacle above. Was it a prophecy, a current event, or perhaps the machinations of Voldemort? Upon spotting Harry and Ron, Snape's certainty grew. This was no mere projection of present events but something entirely different. At that moment he appeared on the screen, attempting to capture Sirius and escort the trio away. Yet Harry, driven by an insatiable thirst for the truth, aimed his wand defiantly at Snape, seemingly intent on casting a spell. Witnessing this, Snape's brow furrowed in disbelief, his dissatisfaction and fury reaching a boiling point. How dare he act so brazenly against him? However, before his anger could fully manifest, an unexpected twist unfolded. A strikingly handsome man emerged and inquired, "What are you doing here?" The man offered no reply, instead swiftly turning the tide of the situation. He disarmed Harry, incapacitated and subdued Lupin, and sent Sirius flying backward. After executing these maneuvers, he uncorked a vial of potion and poured it into Lupin's mouth, explaining, "I came to deliver the Wolfsbane potion." Snape observed the exchange between himself and the man on the screen, noting Sirius calling out the name Goo, taunting him. From their brief dialogue, Snape discerned that they were not adversaries, and that he had been allied with this man for over 20 years. 20 years ago, during Snape's third year at Hogwarts, there was no student by the name of Gu in attendance. What could possibly be the explanation for this anomaly? Before Snape could fully process this revelation, the screen presented another shocking moment. Lockhart, on screen, declared, "If you don't believe me, I have a love letter your mother wrote to me." Your mother? To me? Lily? To him? That insipid charlatan? How dare he? What confounded Snape further was the apparent acceptance of this truth by his on-screen counterpart, who merely regarded Lockhart with an expression of bewilderment. To Snape's utter disbelief, that man produced a photograph of himself with Lily, and the very love letter she had penned for him. Snape's brow knitted in agitation, his grip on his wand tightening as his composure unraveled, the atmosphere around him growing increasingly oppressive, causing even the nearby creatures to instinctively withdraw further into the shadows. In the hall, aside from Snape, only Harry appeared similarly affected, uncertain of the screen's significance, and whether the revelations were genuine. He nonetheless chose to believe in the truth of what unfolded before him. His instincts told him it was real, and no one had ever disclosed such information to him. If this were not true, then what could be? Subsequently, the figures on screen revealed everything that had long remained hidden. The truth about the Savior's father, their beloved Professor Lupin, and the recently infamous escaped convict, all intertwined in a web of friendship. During their school years, they had often bullied their peers, including the very Professor Snape they had long feared. Moreover, the truth surrounding Harry's parents' deaths was also laid bare. These ancestral grievances, unknown to them, were enough to leave them in stunned silence. In that moment, the great hall erupted with a cacophony of voices, Ron's face paling to a ghostly hue. Yet, regardless of the tumultuous reactions of those present, the screen continued its relentless exposition. Having divulged all, Lockhart exited the shrieking shack with Snape, the trio of saviors, the incapacitated Lupin, and the bound Sirius, drawing forth the Dementors in their wake. Upon the appearance of the Dementors, Snape felt no surprise. After all, Sirius, the black dog, was a wanted fugitive, and his presence would inevitably attract them. However, what transpired next was even more difficult for Snape to fathom. As the screen displayed the perspective of Harry, Snape could only watch as the image revealed him and Gu standing at a distance from the trio, the specifics of their interaction obscured. He beheld himself as he removed his cloak and draped it over the man, holding him close while sharing intimate words. This moment inexplicably reminded him of the man's previous smile, before they had entered the shrieking shack. Each gesture suggested an intimacy that bordered on romantic, perhaps even a deeply affectionate relationship. Realizing this, Snape felt as if a thunderclap had struck him, rendering his mind blank as his eyes widened in shock. What sort of relationship could he possibly have with another man, particularly one to whom Lily had once written a love letter? What was the meaning of this? Was the screen a contrivance of Gryffindor, devised specifically to tarnish his reputation? If he were to discover the identity of the one who dared to mock him, he would ensure they comprehended the full extent of his wrath. Clenching his teeth, Snape could now clearly hear the murmurs of the trolls surrounding him, each new revelation on the screen intensifying his disbelief. As the atmosphere thickened with his mounting fury, Snape's immediate vicinity transformed into a palpable vacuum. Even the smaller creatures wisely retreated to a safe distance, unwilling to be caught in the crossfire of his wrath. Eventually, everyone was led to Snape's office, while the creatures in the hall remained by the side of the trio, enduring the venomous ire of the Serpent King. Those of weaker constitution trembled violently, shedding tears as if the scorn directed at the screen's occupant were their own. Upon hearing the venomous assault he had unleashed, Severus Snape felt no emotion. Instead, he employed his mental occlusion to instill a sense of calm within himself, subsequently continuing to glare fiercely at the unfolding scenes on the screen. Now unperturbed by emotion, Snape had come to a clear understanding of the sudden appearance of this screen, and its significance to them. If all of it were indeed true, they could at least gain access to information previously unknown to them. For instance, the truth behind Lily's demise and the identity of the traitor. The only unfortunate aspect was that the black dog might evade culpability as a result. That black dog and the werewolf, he surmised, shared a common goal of eliminating that rat. He had just witnessed the werewolf departing the Great Hall, presumably to rendezvous with the black dog. He thought, no matter how loathsome that wolf and dog might be, they would not be so inept as to allow the rat to escape once more. As for him, the content displayed on the screen was as crucial as capturing that rat. At last, Snape awaited the moment when Harry and his companions despondently exited his office. He thought it was time for the figure on the screen to engage in conversation with that man, Through their dialogue, he was certain he could glean some valuable information and recall the identity of this individual. However, the screen was focused solely on Harry, and once they departed from Snape's office, the entirety of his surroundings became invisible to others. They could only observe Harry and his friends as they discussed and utilized a time turner to venture into the past, releasing the Patronus. He would have been better off leaving with the werewolf. At least, after capturing that rat, he could extend his most sincere wishes to it. As Snape noticed the absence of the information he longed to see on the screen, his frustration intensified. He turned to leave, no longer inclined to pay heed to the tedious antics of the trio designated as the saviors. After all, he could not behold what he wished to see. Yet, a remark made by Hermione halted him in his tracks. "Loxis, how do you and Professor Snape plan to spend the summer? Will it be the same as in previous years?" Who was Loxis? Would she truly spend the summer with him? Was there such a person at Hogwarts? Would he even agree to such an arrangement? Why on earth would he? Snape turned around once more, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the screen suspended in midair. There, he saw a girl adorned in Slytherin attire, with black hair and eyes, who responded, "Of course, my father adores his potions mistress." Hermione on the screen smiled. "But does Professor Snape know you describe him in such terms?" Loxis nonchalantly replied, "My father is quite liberal, you know. If I tell him I don't want to be dragged into brewing potions, he won't be the slightest bit upset. After all, it's the truth." Their ordinary exchange illuminated for Snape the identity of Loxis on the screen, his daughter. The furrow in his brow, already tightly knit, now felt utterly insurmountable. A daughter? How could he possibly have a daughter? And one who appeared to be of similar age to that Potter? With whom had he conceived this child? That man? The absurdity of it all was utterly incomprehensible. Countless thoughts and ideas flitted through Snape's mind as he fixated on Loxis, contemplating any conceivable possibility of his having a child. However, he could not arrive at an answer. He could not fathom how, aside from being manipulated by others, he could have fathered a child. Surely, it could not be the result of an emotional entanglement with the figure on the screen. Upon considering this, he recalled the figure that had appeared on the screen. According to the information he gleaned, if he had indeed developed such feelings, the object of his affections would almost certainly be this goo. As he watched the screen display Slytherin claiming the house cup, Harry bid farewell to his friends and boarded the express back to the Muggle world. Snape realized that the lengthy segment that followed held no significance for him. Even if there were vital matters to address, Dumbledore would undoubtedly be informed. The subsequent events bore no relevance to him, and thus he deemed it unnecessary to remain. Therefore, Snape turned away, making no further delay, and strode out of the Great Hall. However, upon returning to his office, he pushed open the door to find a familiar yet unfamiliar figure seated in his chair. Chapter 312. Viewing the extras 3. Upon seeing the individual perched behind his desk, Snape instinctively took a step back, glancing outside the door to confirm that he was indeed in his own office. Afterward, he cautiously re-entered, warily allowing his wand, which had been concealed within his sleeve, to slip into his palm, gripping it tightly. With a flick of his wand, he closed the door and fixed his gaze upon Loxis, stating, "Miss, you do not belong here. I believe it is necessary for you to introduce yourself." Seated at Snape's desk, Loxis responded with a smile, "Oh, my dear Daddy. I thought after watching for so long in the Great Hall, you would already know the answer." If the answer was that which the screen had displayed, Snape was indeed aware. Yet, what he sought to comprehend extended far beyond what the screen revealed. Snape approached, pointing his wand at Loxis, demanding in a stern voice, "I have no recollection of your existence. Who exactly are you? And what is the meaning of that screen hovering above?" Loxis admitted that she had never witnessed this authoritative side of her father, yet she could not deny that in such a state, he appeared quite handsome and imposing. Nevertheless, despite any sense of intimidation, Loxis felt no fear, for her familiarity with her father exceeded 90%. Knowing how to handle him and earn his trust was a simple task for her. Moreover, she had brought her father from her own timeline. "Perhaps, Daddy, it would be better if you explained," Loxis suggested. Her words momentarily stunned Snape. If he understood correctly, she was asking her father to clarify matters to him. And she had just referred to him as her father. Was he to explain himself? Was this not the epitome of foolishness? If she were indeed a fool, he hoped that everything she had just said was mere jest, for he had no time to entertain a foolish daughter. As Snape contemplated this, a noise emanated from his storeroom of potion ingredients, prompting him to redirect his wand instinctively. Then he beheld another version of himself, one that appeared more refined in every aspect, even in better physical condition than he. Gazing at the flawless skin of the other, devoid of any sign of fatigue, Snape instinctively arrived at a conclusion. Despite these discrepancies, his professional instincts led him to think of the polyjuice potion. However, the identical figure before him seemed to know precisely what he was pondering. In a voice similarly low and resonant, he dismissed Snape's unvoiced speculation. This is not the result of the polyjuice potion. This is my original form. With those words, Snape's vigilance heightened. This was his original form? A figure, strikingly similar to himself, suddenly materializes, accompanied by a screen suspended in midair. What could possibly be the purpose of all this? What ulterior motive does he harbor? Severus gazes at the reflection of his alternate self from another dimension, and without a moment's hesitation, he realizes that he has undoubtedly succumbed to conspiracy theories. After all, the version of himself in this timeline is a pitiful wretch, devoid of a daughter, perpetually on edge, and contending with the detestable werewolf. Given his current predicament, merely entertaining conspiracy theories without resorting to direct action is a testament to the remnants of his rationality as a spy. Emerging from the shadows, Severus strides towards Lucius, coming to a halt behind him, and resting a hand on his shoulder. Severus, observing the wary Snape, begins. Allow me to elucidate the perplexing circumstances that currently elude your understanding. I am Severus Snape, your counterpart from an alternate reality, and this is my daughter, Lucius. We have arrived here due to our appearance on the screen in your hall. Snape, skeptical, retorts, What? Another version of me? Hearing Snape's sarcastic and disbelieving tone, Severus remains unperturbed, casting a fleeting glance at Lucius. At the silent behest of Severus's gaze, Lucius vanishes from their sight, only to reappear beside Snape in an instant. Snape, taken aback, swiftly points his wand at Lucius. Severus interjects, I believe, given your capabilities, you should be able to discern that this is not mere apparition. As Severus's words conclude, Lucius vanishes once more, returning to the chair she had previously occupied. Snape's icy demeanor betrays the rapid calculations churning in his mind. Are you truly another version of me? What then is the purpose of all this? Severus pats Lucius on the shoulder. She retrieves her wand and begins to wave it slowly in the air, as if performing for an audience. Bloodline spell. As Lucius utters the incantation's prefix, 2 crimson threads emerge, linking her to the other 2 occupants of the room. Witnessing this, Snape opens his mouth to speak, but finds himself at a loss for words, ultimately relinquishing his wand. Finally, Snape manages to stammer, This child, is she yours and Goo's? Goo. Severus and Lucius exchange glances. Severus's brow furrows in confusion. What has driven you to such irrationality, leading to this bizarre misconception? Snape scoffs, Misconception? You embraced her in front of Potter, and she bears such a resemblance to him. Please comprehend the meaning of misconception before engaging in discourse with me. Severus pauses, recognizing that this is indeed an unexpected justification. Lucius, feeling awkward, touches her nose and timidly raises her hand, weakly explaining, In fact, that goo is me. Snape crosses his arms, incredulous. What? I thought if you intended to deceive me, you would at least concoct a more plausible excuse, rather than treating me like a fool. Lucius coughs lightly, producing a ring and simultaneously retrieving an aging potion from Severus's pocket. In front of Snape, she consumes the aging potion and dons the ring. Moments later, the long-haired female version of Goo appears before Snape. Snape inhales sharply, his chest heaving as he struggles to contain his expletives. What in the world is happening? Has he inadvertently become embroiled in scandal with his own daughter? Truly, the absurdities life throws at him are boundless. Gradually calming the tempest of emotions within, Snape steps closer to Lucius, extending his palm. She comprehends his unspoken request, willingly removing the ring from her finger and placing it in his hand. However, to Lucius's astonishment, rather than scrutinizing the ring as others would, Snape simply stashes it in his pocket. Confiscated, he declares. Lucius is left bewildered, looking up at Severus, her expression clearly questioning. Why does this version of you not conform to the expected norms? Severus refrains from elaboration, offering a reassuring glance towards Lucius. Truth be told, were their roles reversed, he would undoubtedly act in the same manner. The sheer shock of suddenly having an unfamiliar romantic interest entwined with his daughter, then encountering another version of himself, only to be informed that the unexpected romantic interest is indeed his daughter. How utterly preposterous. The fact that he has not unleashed his venomous ire is a testament to the bond of blood that binds them. While Severus reassures Lucius, Snape has already seated himself on the sofa, observing the father-daughter duo, and to his surprise he feels a flicker of envy. Is he envious of the other Severus for having a daughter? No. He understands that his envy stems from the fact that the alternate version of himself has someone who has pulled him from the abyss, and has succeeded in doing so. Snape easily discerns the differences between the two men, not due to physical attributes, but rather the glimmer of light that shines within the other's eyes. Yet, one question remains. With whom did this child come into existence? Why does the alternate version of himself have a daughter, while he does not? Wait. A child with anyone other than Lily? The very notion is peculiar and difficult to accept. Do they possess entirely different life experiences? The more Snape ponders, the tighter his brow furrows. It appears to be an unsolvable enigma, yet it stirs his thoughts relentlessly. Ultimately, he decides to inquire further. So, with whom did you conceive her? Casting a glance at Lucius, Snape refrains from uttering Lily's name. He has no desire for his private affairs to be known by the daughter of his alternate self, even if she might already have an inkling. His reluctance to vocalize it represents his last vestige of obstinacy. Severus turns his gaze toward his counterpart, intuitively grasping the turmoil within him. Envy, confusion, and discomfort intertwining in his heart. Severus explains, I am not acquainted with Lucius's mother. Our paths merely crossed at Hogwarts. Lucius was conceived through an extraordinary method, and it was only upon her enrollment at Hogwarts that I became aware of her existence, eventually recognizing her when she turned 12. Snape is momentarily stunned. Not through artificial means, potions, alchemy, or dark magic. Could it have adverse effects on her health? Severus shakes his head. Lucius was born through alchemy, but a portion of her lineage is divine, ensuring that she will not suffer any detrimental effects. Snape gazes at Lucius as if she were a rare artifact. Divine lineage? I recall reading of such a phenomenon in an ancient tome. I never imagined it to be real. Why then, is she absent from my timeline? Severus pondered for a moment, saying, I have traversed numerous alternate timelines with Loxias, each presenting its own unique circumstances. I have witnessed instances where individuals were mistakenly sent 30 years into the future without a return, and I have also seen Loxias assigned to Hufflepuff. It is possible that in your timeline, unforeseen changes have occurred, resulting in this outcome. Loxias continued, we can investigate this matter. We shall swiftly ascertain the results. Moreover, I firmly believe that my counterpart exists in this timeline, for I can feel their presence. Upon hearing their words, Snape felt a sense of relief, his tension easing significantly. This was undoubtedly a reassuring answer for him. He was not the pitiable wretch without a daughter. He was well aware of how his alternate self perceived him, a miserable soul devoid of progeny. And he too had a daughter. The discomfort within him began to dissipate, allowing Snape to redirect his attention to more pressing matters. He addressed his alternate self, so enlighten me, what is the nature of that screen? And what brings you here? The response came from Loxias. That screen is a manifestation of the instability of this timeline's temporal forces, while the images displayed upon it depict events centered around the Savior. Harry, in my world, we have come to resolve this issue, to make that screen vanish, and to offer assistance to you. Assist us? Snape crossed his arms, letting out a disdainful huff, clearly skeptical of the aid Loxias proposed. After all, how could a similar mindset yield a different outcome merely because an alternate self had a daughter? Severus explained, our timeline is further along than yours. In ours, the Dark Lord has been utterly vanquished. Severus's words caused Snape to discard his previous derision and sit up straighter. So you possess knowledge of how to eradicate him completely. Severus rolled up his left sleeve, revealing an unblemished arm. Snape instinctively grasped his own arm marked by the dark mark, astonished by the revelation. It was a lifelong aspiration of his. Once he regained his composure, he asked coolly, so, you wish for me to lead you to Dumbledore? Loxias nodded affirmatively. Indeed. It would save us from reiterating our story. Snape rose from his seat, then let us proceed. Upon arriving at Dumbledore's office, they offered a succinct explanation, allowing Dumbledore to comprehend their origins. The erudite Dumbledore accepted this reality without hesitation. What a remarkable world this is, he mused, gazing through his crescent-shaped glasses with his azure eyes fixed upon Loxias and her companion, Severus. Loxias remained composed under Dumbledore's scrutiny, commenting, yes, this world is full of wonders. I had thought that through your acquaintance with Kilter, you would have gleaned some insights regarding our abilities. Is it possible that you, in this world, did not forge a friendship with him? Dumbledore replied, I have only scratched the surface. I was unaware of the full extent. Loxias shrugged and extended a hand. Then this, Professor Dumbledore, should be familiar to you. Dumbledore grasped Loxias's hand, of course. Moments later, Dumbledore's expression soured as he opened his eyes wide. Loxias then took Snape's hand. And before he could react, she drew him into her prophecy. After the experience, Snape's countenance mirrored Dumbledore's dismay. Is this our future? Dumbledore inquired. Loxias affirmed indeed. A victory that leaves both sides devastated. A future that is far from flawless. She then cast a glance at Severus and the other Severus. This old grievance shall never cease, shall it? Severus remarked. Snape added, so Potter's survival is not a necessity. Dumbledore turned to Loxias, stating, I believe Miss Snape's presence may alter the course of events, correct? Loxias did not provide a definitive answer. This is merely an opportunity, and as far as I know, only by embracing destiny and effecting change at the right moment can we mitigate the devastation. Dumbledore suggested, perhaps Miss Snape would be willing to lend her assistance? Loxias replied, I had thought, Professor Dumbledore, that you were aware my father and I would not linger here for long. Dumbledore expressed his regret. What a pity. I had hoped that the guidance of an experienced individual would facilitate our endeavors. Loxias countered, knowing the future in advance can be considered a form of assistance. Can it not? Dumbledore conceded, that is indeed true. Loxias abruptly shifted the topic. However, Professor Dumbledore, once all is said and done, I hope you will spend more time with your old companion, for he truly loves you. Otherwise he would not keep that secret so closely guarded, would he? Her words caught Dumbledore off guard. He had not anticipated such a turn in conversation. Despite the presence of Gellert in the recent prophecy, Dumbledore averted his gaze from Loxias. Let us discuss this later. Loxias smiled, choosing not to press further, and departed the office with Severus and Snape. Now let us address that screen, Loxias declared, stretching languidly. Severus remarked, you just took me through a temporal leap. Do not overexert yourself. Loxias reassured him, fear not, father. It is but a trifling matter. With a mere flicker of her power, Loxias caused the screen in the Great Hall to vanish. Next, we must seek my counterpart in this timeline. Are you excited, father? She asked Snape. With that, Loxias vanished from their sight, evidently in pursuit of her alternate self. Snape was taken aback by her swiftness. It caught him completely off guard. His daughter, what was he to do? How could he navigate the challenges of parenthood? Countless questions flooded Snape's mind in an instant. Just then, a hand rested upon his shoulder. It was Severus. Do not fret too much. Loxias is a good child. You will not encounter significant difficulties. Meeting Severus's gaze, Snape understood his unspoken message. In the next moment, memories of his time with Loxias flooded his mind, warm, joyous, and beautiful moments that filled him with yearning. At that moment, the quick-witted Loxias returned, accompanied by an 8-year-old child. She pointed at Snape, addressing her younger self. This is your father, the so-called unfortunate soul according to Grandfather Kilter. The 8-year-old Loxias stared up at the man before her, dumbfounded. Simultaneously, Snape, equally taken aback, gazed down at the child in astonishment. I must admit, there are times when my father and I share quite a remarkable understanding. As we watched the play, Rahis whispered into Severus's ear. Severus replied, of course,